Uh, uh, what's going on, guys? I love that music. And I figured out I used some stuff in the StreamYard stuff. It's a little weird, but I'm liking it so far. Hey, welcome to the show. Just gonna let a couple people get in here. I got 2 people in so far. JQ, absolutely, bro. I see you first like on the show today. I appreciate you. You guys saw the thumbnail. You know what this show is all about. The United States of Black fragility. Hey, but we are going to get into it. Just let a few more people trickle in here. And while we do that, I'm going to do some admin stuff real quick. Hey, guys. So you guys really showed up and showed out and got me to 1,000 subscribers. That is amazing. We did it in under 30 days. When I looked at my YouTube studio, it said we had did it in about 28 days. I mean, that's unheard of. I could be a little wrong. It said I got my last 500 subscribers under 28 days. So that's an amazing feat. I couldn't even believe it. You guys really showed up for me. Thank you. So we're above 1,000 right now. We're about 1,078 subscribers. So I would ask that all of you guys like and share this. And if you're not already subscribed, to subscribe to the channel. That would be phenomenal if you could. Our next step is to get the 4,000 watch hours. Now, right now I'm at about 187 watch hours, which is crazy that anybody watches me at all. That's a blessing, thank God. But YouTube will only monetize you if you are at 4,000 watch hours. So let's try and get there. That's our next goal, to get to 4,000 watch hours if we possibly can. Right now, I'm trying to pull up some videos. I thought I had them queued up, but I guess I was wrong. I'm trying to in my accounts. I should be able to switch accounts, but for some reason I'm having an issue doing that. So while I figure that out, I'm gonna try and get in it with my phone. All right, so yeah, it's showing it here. Maybe I'm doing. Give me a second. I'm unsure why. Let me sign out of here. Sign out of Black Certified YouTube channel. And let's sign Loudmouth Flavors YouTube channel. Let's see. Want me to confirm? Let me confirm that on my phone. Yes, it's me. Confirming it's me. I think there we have it. Let's see if I can switch here. That's so weird that I'm unable to switch, without having an issue. That's really weird. So let's add this one. Come on, let's add. Bear with me, guys. Sorry for the silence. But this is not cooperating. Okay, let's resend that key. Also, guys, using this time while I'm figuring out these technical issues, perhaps you would want to go to loudmouthflavors.net and pick you up about 15 of those tangy tacos and or Italian stallions. In either case, you will not regret it. It's good stuff, and everything will be delicious that you make with it. There we go. I'm like, what is wrong? I didn't even understand what was going on here. All right, so let's go over to my history. And let's cue some stuff up. Hey, Forever Big Things. Hey, my love, aka my wife. Thank you for coming in and watching me. Hey, guys, it's going to be a good show. Would love for people to come in and join and watch the show. Let me let my peeps from the porch session know that I'm going live. Cool, I'm live. So today's show, as you saw in the thumbnail and as you saw in the description, is about the United States of Black fragility. Right now, we're in a state in this country where we don't know what direction we are rightly going, and largely that's due largely in part to the lies that have been sold to our children in schools and outside of schools with social media and regular media, mainstream media. Everyone is making a real big stink out of nothing most times, and they want people to become fragile in their psyches, and not and lose all control of their mental faculties. It's a shame. So, with that being said, let's talk about it. We have a series of videos, couple come to us by my bro Black Thoughts, couple I looked up myself to fit what we're doing here. But again, like and subscribe and share my channel so we can get these 4,000 watch hours in. Appreciate that, guys. Hey, also, I've been trying to connect my GoPro to my laptop to use it as a webcam. And granted, I probably should have did it earlier, but I thought I had a hold on it, but apparently I don't. So it's a little weird. So we'll figure that out. Also, I got a lot of books to recommend to you guys today, and we'll get into that a little later. So, first topic, the Black fragility. So last night on the porch sessions with myself, Uncle Tom, L.A. Wilkes, and Black Thoughts, we talked about a litany of things. And one of those things was a conversation between John McWhorter and Glenn Lowry from the Glenn Lowry Show. And they interviewed a gentleman whose name I forget, but I'll be reminded when I play the video I was watching. He is a black professor. He's a theologian, he's a doctor of theology. And, I use that term loosely with him because what theology, I have no idea. It's not biblically based theology. So Lord knows what he means by theology. And lastly, he was giving his experiences as a leftist. Now, I don't know how you can be a theological leftist, but apparently that's a thing. So he was invited onto Glenn Lowry's show. And the thing that stuck out the most about that interview on that show was their conversation about a Telluride scholars program where the super elite attend. So it was, and well, when I say super elite, elite in academics attend. There were, it was a very diverse group. Some being from the Black community, others being from Asian community and white community, etc. Now, this is supposed to be the creme a la creme, the group of children who make your children or my children look like novices, no matter how smart they are. So they were chosen based upon their merits, but not really. They were chosen based upon affirmative action. Now, I have some experience with that. When I was a teenager in high school, I was chosen based on my merits to go to a program in LA, Los Angeles, California, called Annenberg Scholars. And to show you how prestigious it was nationwide. And they only chose so many people from a state. So I was living in the city of Chicago, in the state of Illinois. And out of the state of Illinois, only 2 people, a girl and a boy, could be chosen. So you can only imagine how many high schools there were and are still in the state of Illinois for them to choose from a pool of candidates in the state of Illinois. Robust. So what we had to do was write 3 or 4 essays, I can't remember, and each essay had to be about 500 to 1,000 words long. And I hand wrote them all. I hand wrote all 3 or 4 essays. And, it was probably something like, oh, what do you plan on doing when you grow up? How did you solve an issue that you may have encountered? How do you get through adversity? How do you de-escalate a problem? Things like that, because they want to get a glimpse of who you are. Then they need your transcripts and things like that. So the program I participated in was a 2-year program, and it was fun. I enjoyed it. I got to meet a lot of people from all walks of life, some rich, some poorer than I was. It was an enjoyable experience. And we spent, I think it was 4 to 6 weeks in sunny LA and all of its experiences, going places, doing things, enjoying ourselves. And it was a magnificent time. And for both years I went, it was around 2002 and 2003 years. So 2 years, it was fun. So, hey, Khan Shonery, what's going on? Salute to you too, bro. Just trying to get these watch hours up. I don't know how quickly I can do it. 4,000 hours seems insurmountable, but I guess I can do it because I'll be doing a show, if not every day, every other day at some point in time. And I'll also be uploading content. So, speaking of content, for those of you who don't know, I've uploaded some shorts and I've also uploaded some videos, mostly cooking, well, all cooking, on my page. And I would like for you to go and like, share, subscribe to those videos and watch them in their entirety. Each one is about 3 minutes long, so it won't take much out of your day. I'd appreciate that very much if you could. And share them. Most importantly, share them with people. I'm sure some of your friends or family could use a tutorial on how to make strawberry dark chocolate ganache, or also tacos, whether it's ground beef or pork ribeye. I think that you would have some people who would want to learn how to do that, especially using my proprietary blend, which is Tangy Taco and also Italian Stallion. Don't forget that. So with that being said, I'd love for you guys to do that. I'd love for you guys to partake and participate in my channel and get me to those 4,000 watch hours. So I digress. Let me get back to the topic at hand. So I told you that story about myself being part of the Annenberg Scholars, just to kind of preface this, to let you know this is supposed to be a prestigious college summer course where teens from all walks of life come together and learn about one another, and also learn about, race. And I believe it had something to do with downtroddenness in the Black community, which is what this show's namesake is about today. So, again, the most important takeaway from that conversation was he found out that he wasn't the most left in the room. What do I mean by that? So he had a teacher's aide, and we'll call that teacher's aide Keisha. Now, I don't know about you, every Keisha I've ever known has been a butt wipe. I've not known a Keisha yet that hasn't been behind and an asshole. And so this Keisha, this gentleman found out very quickly that Keisha was way more leftist than he is. So Keisha was his teaching aide, and immediately upon meeting him, he found out how disruptive she was, how militant she was, and how obtuse this woman was. So, yeah, it's not nice, babe, but it's the truth. So, let me pull up the video so you can see exactly what I'm talking about, because he wrote an article, and in that article he denotes exactly what he means and exactly who he's talking about, and he calls her Keisha. Okay, he dubs this woman Keisha because universally a Keisha is not a good person. So I guess I'm sure all of us have an experience with a girl named Keisha or several girls named Keisha, but in this case he decided to call this woman Keisha for obvious reasons. So let me present here. Go here. Let me share my screen. So this article is entitled Keisha Terrorizes Black Leftists, Professor at Seminar. So let's hit play on this and let's see what we can.
I know, I'm back. Me, the broken record. Here's another example of what I'm going to call the limits of wokeness. So this is one of the two things that have been making headlines over the last few days on social media. This article was published by Compact, and it is written by a professor named Vincent Lloyd, who is a Black professor. See here, Vincent Lloyd, a Black professor trapped in anti-racist hell. This is Mr. Lloyd, Professor Lloyd's tale of a seminar gone wrong over 6 weeks as the result of a problematic woke activist named Keisha. A name like Keisha always brings back so many high school mean Black girls.
You see. Let me press pause there. You see, even she knows a girl named Keisha brings back the degrading experiences that you may have had with high school Black girls who have bad attitudes. Let's continue.
Always named Keisha. So this is a group of gifted students, I guess, however they
define gifted
define that
in
term.
this day and age.
12 high school students had been chosen by the Telluride Association through a rigorous application process. The acceptance rate is reportedly around 3% to spend 6 weeks together taking college-level course, all expenses paid. The group reminded me of the heroes of the Mysterious Benedict Society books I was reading to my daughter. Each teenager brought together for a common project had some extraordinary ability and some quirk. One girl from California spoke and thought at a machine gun speed and started collecting pet snails during the pandemic. Now she had more than 100. A girl
So
from
this
a
isn't
school in
to say
China
that
had never
all
traveled to the United
Keishas, let me
States but
press
had
pause.
mastered.
This isn't to say that all Keishas are this way. It's just the stereotypical name used when defining a bad attitude black woman. Just like you call a bad attitude black dude Pookie and Ray Ray or John John, etc. Keisha is that moniker, I'll say, for a bad attitude having black woman or black girl in high school, which consequently I knew several of, and they all, and I repeat, all had bad attitudes. But let's continue.
Unaccented English and was in love with E.M. Forster. They all lived together and set their own rules. The first a few days, the students were actually what you would expect at turns bubbly, reserved, all of them curious, playful, figuring out how to relate to each other and to the seminar. 4 weeks later, I again sat in front of the gathered students. Now their faces were cold, their eyes down. Since the first week, I had not spotted one smile. Their number was reduced by two. The previous week, they had voted two classmates out of the house, and I was next. Each student read from a prepared statement about how the seminar perpetuated anti-Black violence in its content and form, and how the Black students had been harmed, how I was guilty of countless microaggressions, including through my body language, and how students didn't feel safe because I
Sorry, I was on mute. Let's pause there. How do you have microaggressions in your body language? You are giving a you're okay, so you're giving a lecture, you're orating, you're talking about the topic at hand, and you have somebody who's consistently lambasting you about every little thing you do and say without you having known you've done or said anything wrong, because your language is squarely in line with the topic. You haven't cursed anyone out. You haven't made anyone, you haven't maimed anyone. You haven't physically harmed anyone. But you have somebody telling you that you have microaggressions against them because of something that is innate within them, and they perceive, or I'm sorry, and they project on you, and then have a skewed perception of your repartee or your conversation with them. It's nonsense. It's absolute, utter nonsense, and they know it. LA, all right, no worries, man. I'll see you up here in a second. So let me press play. Let me continue because it gets a lot better from here. Or should I say gooder? It gets a lot gooder from here, even though that's wrong.
I didn't immediately correct views that failed to treat anti-Blackness as the cause of all the world's ills.
All right, let's fast forward through that. I don't want to see the Proud Family. Proud Family's garbage. It was garbage back then, back in the day when we were younger, but it's even more so garbage now because it's full of just black power, black fragility. Everybody needs to acquiesce to me nonsense. So and homosexuality. So let's play here.
This might just be another lament about woke culture and the loss of traditional educational virtues, but the seminar topic was race and the limits of law in America. 4 of the 6 weeks were focused on anti-Black racism. The other two were on anti-immigrant and anti-Indigenous racism. I'm a Black professor. I directed my university's Black Studies program. I lead anti racism, and transformative justice workshops. And I have published books on anti Black racism and prison abolition. I live in a predominantly Black neighborhood of Philadelphia.
Now let's stop right there. Now he publishes books on anti-racism, and which isn't bad inherently, you know, being anti-racist. But you're about to get a crash course in what he means by that, what he defines as anti-racism. And then the crux of the issue is the abolishment, or he's an abolitionist of the jail system, which means no jails whatsoever. No jails, no prison time for anything wrong you do. But I don't want to I don't want to put the cart before the horse. So let me press play and continue.
My daughter went to an Afrocentric school, and I am on the board of our local Black cultural
Go
organization.
figure. No,
Man,
I wouldn't have known that.
like all others on the left, I have been dismissive of criticism of the current discourse on race in the United States. But now my thoughts turn to that moment in the 1970s when leftist organizations imploded, the need to match and raise the militancy of one's comrades lead into a toxic culture filled with dogmatism and disillusion. How did this happen to a group of bright-eyed high school students? So
I'll tell you how it happened. When every day you're being bombarded by social media networks like TikTok and Facebook and even YouTube and Snapchat and all the others that, and Twitter and some of the others I may not have mentioned here today. And every one of their pieces of content is always slapstick humor, bullying in the guise of pranks, homosexuality, where you have lunatics getting up there with their purple and green hair, telling you how wrong you are for wanting to acquiesce to normality, and saying your normality is patriarchal in nature. And then all we have to do is remove the patriarchy and add a matriarchy. So be more matriarchal in nature, always acquiesce to women, and also approve of people's derogatory, demonstrative actions. They're their disgusting ideas. Then only then will be okay. That's how you get this. That's how you get children who are dogmatic, who can't see the fruit for the trees, as it were, who will not move an inch, who expect you to acquiesce to them, to fall at their feet with no experience whatsoever. They have none. They have no experiences. They have no lived experiences, though they claim they do. Instead, we are to become slaves to their ideology. And they can't see that they have already become slaves to the ideology. They believe that they are on the correct side of history, which they are not. Let's press play.
before I go on, this right here is really the gist of the article. A Black professor himself, very much on the left when it comes to things like anti-racism, CRT, and that kind of stuff. Here he's listing off his credentials, his credibility, and despite all of this, he will find himself on the wrong side of this movement because, like he said right here, in the 1970s,
As they
leftists.
always do. They always find themselves on the wrong side. They always find themselves eating themselves. This isn't new. Why? But why though? Why do they find that they eat themselves? We'll get into that. We'll get into the why. But the how is very prevalent. The how is them consistently believing that this form of political radicalness is the way to go, and it isn't. Let's continue.
Organizations imploded and became militant. So this is just messed up. This is just messed up, but here goes. Really, he talks about the association, what it was there for. In the wake of George Floyd protests, a group of Black Telluride alumni pressured the association to examine the racism that they claim was baked into the organization culture. So this is the general gist of woke ideologies. See the 1619 Project, critical race theory, Black Lives Matter. The idea there is that Western society, really the United States, was built on white male patriarchy and is fundamentally incongruent with accepting those who are not white male patriarchy. It depresses.
This country was built on slavery, which means slaves built this country. Tilled this land from sea to sea to sea. First it was rice, tobacco, sugar.
Man, I can't even deal with this. I can't deal with this.
Those who are studies
So
and
let's get here.
studies and anti-oppressive studies seminars. So, they changed the name of what he was teaching. The former would seek to focus more specifically on the needs and interests of Black students. Who are these Black students? Race and the Limits of Law would be classed with the latter. So that's the book he wrote. So here the language changes, critical Black studies and anti-oppressive studies. Again, critical race theory. This is the framing where basically, because they deem the system to be white supremacists, those who are not deemed to be white are deemed to be oppressed by the system. So now it's from, they've gone from actually studying
Anti-oppressive critical Black studies, aka burn it all down and start new, is what they want. Burn down what we have built as a society and replace it with a Marxism-centric utopian idealism. And oh, hey, what's up? The porch sessions, all my bros are there. Can't wait to have you guys up. Oh yeah, I already know you're at the XFL game, man. Have a blast, man. Enjoy. Wish I could be there too, man. I really enjoy going to baseball games and football games. I've never been to an XFL game. So hopefully we'll get a couple games here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and I can go. But yeah, man, have fun there, man. Check in with me. Well, I lost my train of thought. What I was saying was, you have these people who want to burn it all down and believe that Marxism and utopianisms is those utopia is when it fails. Utopia, when it fails, becomes a communist society or a socialist society or an amalgamation of the two. Karl Marx was a blackguard of elephantine proportions. And if you know me, you know how much disdain I have for that bastard. Not only disdain, but I've said it before and I'll say it here again. He was a blackguard, man. He a user, a divester from his community, and decided that I'll use them for what they're good for. I'll use my best friend, quote unquote. I'll use the system while I'm fighting against the system. But he really wasn't fighting the system. He just really wanted accolades. And all these people, Lenin, Stalin, Mao Zedong, Pol Pot, all these people, the BLM founders who were the progenitors of the Summer of Love there in 2020 and 2021, all fell for that blackguard's nonsense, hook, line, and sinker. But let's continue.
Issues, but to actually just brand in everything as oppressive, or more specifically, anti-oppressive. So Cornell University. At the Cornell location, students live in the same house while participating in 2 different seminars. In 2014, participants in the 2 seminar groups lived their lives together seamlessly outside of the seminar, exploring Ithaca and the Cornell.
Now, why am I not surprised that this is at an Ivy League institution? You know, a lot of people don't even realize, excuse me, a lot of people don't even know the history of the Ivy Leagues. But just a brief history, the Ivy Leagues were centered on biblical principle. That's why Harvard was started. It was a seminary. And then as it continued through its history, it became more and more progressive and leftist. They didn't want to participate in seminary anymore. They didn't think it was necessary. They wanted to have progressive ideas, which in itself isn't bad. But when you are devoid of God Almighty, Jesus Christ, then everything fails. It just does. Whether you are at odds with that sentiment or not, it's just the truth. And then after they ran Harvard into the ground, by switching its allegiances, the people said, you know what, Harvard's getting too crazy. Let's start Princeton. Princeton went through the same rotation, the same history. Then they were like, okay, Princeton's getting too bad. Let's start Yale. And then Yale went to the boonies, and then they continued on to all the other Ivy Leagues that are out there. That's how the Ivy Leagues were started. They were founded on biblical principle, and they have lost that. So I'm not surprised that Cornell University would engage in something like this. They're always on the cutting edge, especially in this day and age, of anything debaucherous.
Campus eating and laughing together and setting up a system to govern their community together. In 2022, however, I was told that the critical Black studies students would live and learn separately, creating a fully Black space. My anti-oppressive studies students were separated from them. Instead of participating in a summer community of 32 high school students, my group was to be a community of 12 that would dwindle to 9 by the time of the mutiny. So he says, furthermore, in 2022, community afternoons and evenings would no longer be spent having fun and doing homework. 2 college-age students called factotums, led by one I will call Keisha. I bet that's her real name. This Keisha, I bet that's her real name. It would be funny if that was her name. But I feel as if even if this is not her real name, Keisha is such a justified name for this person, because
Uncle Tom, what's going on, man?
Just about every Keisha.
Let me stop presenting here. What's going on, dude?
I'll just stop by and say what's up.
Hey, he's in
I'm going on mute.
All right.
I started the port session because so they can people join in. I wanted to send them over to your thing so you get more people in there.
All right, man. I appreciate that. All right.
I can't hear you. I'm gonna get off here.
Huh? I can barely hear you, man. All right, so he put himself on mute. So yeah, you see what's going on here. Let me get back to that video. Okay, let's get back to the program. Let's get back to Keisha. Aisha, Tia, Leah, and Kent. I love y'all. No, that's Manny Fresh. Anyway,
I've ever met in my life. But here is Keisha the toxic. Keisha were assigned to create anti-racism workshops to fill the afternoon.
Like, let me pause really quickly. Now, isn't that funny? Isn't it funny that even he can admit that the unruly black female within a community or within a school setting, you deem her and dub her Keisha? That is ironic because the irony is so thick you can cut it with a dong-on spoon, because it goes against the exact thing that he purports to be a firm believer in. No stereotyping, no oppressive views and thoughts about someone else, giving what's the term I'm looking for? Painting somebody in a pejorative light. Isn't that what he's doing with Keisha? She challenged him. And he didn't like the way she challenged him. And I mean, I'm not saying that she's correct, but the left often does this. Stamps out any voice of reason. Only their voice is correct. And if you don't acquiesce, they will commit acts of violence against you, whether it is physical or mental. They are not above that. So here he is dubbing somebody who is better at those tactics than he is, dubbing her Keisha as a derogatory term. Don't get it twisted. He might be a scholar. He might be an intellectual. But one thing he is not is slick. He's not slick. That is an ad hominem by all means of the word. He is insulting this woman by calling her a Keisha. So let's press play.
There were workshops on white supremacy, on privilege, on African independence movements, on the thought and activism of Angela Davis, who, by the way, I saw spoke when I was in my last year of university, and more, all of which followed an initial day-long workshop on transformative justice. Students described the workshops as emotionally draining, forcing the high schoolers to confront tough issues and to be challenged in ways they had never been challenged before. I am no stranger to anti-racism workshops. I participated in many of them and I have facilitated them myself. But the Telluride workshops were being organized by two college-age students filled with the spirit of the times, basically very woke. From what I gleaned, they involve crudely conveying certain dogmatic assertions, no matter what the topic the workshops were ostensibly about. So here
Man, now I got to say everything over again. I'm muted. Let's say that again. Let's pause there. What is a student aid? A student aid is, I'd say, their responsibilities are threefold. That is, grade papers, set up the classroom in preparation for your lecture, or lecture the class in your stead when you are not there, based upon your syllabus, not on their whims. They literally regurgitate what you have set aside as the course material, verbatim, kind of like a substitute teacher, except the teacher's aide is in training to become or a professor's aide is in training to become a professor, a doctor, etc., in some sort of participating in some sort of program. But you'll find really quickly that this Keisha is not what she seems whatsoever, and is not teaching what this professor has in mind. His name, Vincent Lloyd, the radical, I'll say.
Here were their dogmatic principles. Experiencing hardship conveys authority. Basically, if you are deemed to be oppressed and marginalized, that gives you authority over all issues pertaining to oppression and marginality. Basically, race, gender, class, and all those things. You get to speak with authority on it. This is the part where, if you're white, stay back because a Black woman is speaking. There is no hierarchy of oppressions except for anti-Black oppression, which is a class of its own. Trust Black women because it's Black women who seem to be leading this movement. Prison is never the answer. Of course not. Let's free them all.
So let's pause there, okay? Prison. Let's talk about prison. Prison is a terrible place. I've never been myself, but I don't have to have gone to know that it's a place I never want to spend a day in. Okay, not even an hour, not even a minute. It's a place where you are degraded on a daily basis. It is a place where you have no more sovereignty because under the 13th Amendment, you are no longer a citizen of these United States. You're now a slave to the state. Federally and local, if you are doing federal time, and locally if you're doing state time. But they're all interchangeable, you'll find. You do manual labor when they tell you to do it. You go to the bathroom when they tell you to or not to. That you take a shower when they tell you to. The facilities are always backed up. It's inhumane. But guess what? That is your penance for committing a crime. It's not supposed to be easy. We've come to we've come to an impasse in society. How do we deal with our undesirables? Do we chastise them, give them a slap on the wrist, and then put them out to pasture with the rest of the flock? Or do we quarantine them for a period of time? Do we place them in lockup in a cell? I don't remember the dimensions of a typical jail cell, but I know I don't want to be in one. Okay, I barely want to be in my car when I'm driving, but at least I'm moving in that, and I can stop, start, get out, get into that when I want. But even I even get claustrophobic in that thing. So to be in a stationary place, in a cell, is purgatory. It's you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you, but it's still a very hard physical and mental place to be. But I don't believe it should be abolished. And I don't even believe that there's a better way. What other way is there? Talk it out, have intervention. We try that. And we have tried that for at least 100 years, at the least. And then we've tried it in earnest over the last 30 years. What do I mean by that? Meaning put in programs and done outreach in communities and thrown billions of dollars at alternatives. But usually those serve to be cash cows for the autocrats, for the bureaucracy and the autocrats. And they end up enriching themselves from these pots and pools of money that are unregulated. Nobody's watching them. They're not audited. They take a lump sum of money from here out of our pockets and then put it here in another big pool. And people just, let me take 10,000 here. Let me take 100,000 there. And no one is wiser. But you'll see very quickly what they think an alternative is.
Black people need black space.
Black
Okay, I know
what
I
is
call
that?
my
What is
channel
that?
the Eben Space.
I'm sorry. What is black space? We have HBCUs, okay? We have a whole entire black channels, BET, VH1, the One News Network. We have so many black spaces, but they always get degraded and destroyed by unregulated Negroes. And then they get bought up by white media companies because the people or the black people or those people who started it based on an altruistic sense of justice or altruistic sense of business say, I can't take it anymore. And so they sell it to a Viacom or an NBC or a BlackRock or Vanguard. And it becomes just another one of their properties, and they don't care. And then they'll put a token president of the network or token CEO of the network to run it, to give it a black face. That's what they want, though, right?
That's just a creative term. I don't need black space, whatever the fuck that means. Allyship is usually performative. Okay, that I can agree with. Nothing worse than woke white liberals.
Hope you guys have fun at that XFL game.
To be an ally. I find them annoying. All non-black people and many black people are guilty of anti-black racism. Well, it depends.
Hold on, let me run that back. What did she say?
That requires the Eben space, but God, that's just a creative term. I don't need black space, whatever the fuck that means. Allyship is usually performative. Okay, that I can agree with. Nothing worse than woke white liberals claiming to be an ally. I find them annoying. All non-black people and many black people are guilty of anti-black racism. Well, it depends. I don't, that's a little bit more, that requires a little more nuance to go into.
How are black people, how are we guilty of anti-black racism? Oh, and by the way, guys, I'll be dropping the link shortly. How are we guilty of anti-black racism in any sense of the word? Just because we don't want to be party to what's considered black community. Do you understand what I mean? For all my life, and I'm not old. I'm only 37 this year. But in all my life, every place that's been considered a black community or a black space has been garbage. There is hardly ever a redeeming factor about it. I remember how they were doing area beautification in the city of Chicago near the high school I went to and near my childhood ancestral home. And they put so much money into the area, man, on Stony Island, which is in Chicago. And they just tore it up. Now, what do I mean by they? I'm talking about black people. Black people tore it up because this is a community that's 99.9% black. No one else is coming there in the dead of night to vandalize establishments. It would be antithetical to their bottom line. Because they invested in these communities. Jewel Osco, Walgreens. They're not, white people aren't coming in there with roving gangs to do black people in. But it's black people who are coming in there who live in the community in roving gangs going in and doing themselves in, destroying communities, destroying property, maiming people, causing general harm, causing bodily harm, murdering people, physically accosting you. That she maybe mean by promoting a different standard of race, which is normal black liberal stance. Yeah. Yeah, but it's insane. Let me continue.
There is no way out of anti-blackness. Again, that is the trap and bind. You can't get out. You can't get out. You can never get out. What is this from? Okay, separate video. Okay, so Professor Lord goes into, what a seminar is. It's slow, it's about discussion, it's about, different viewpoints coming together and challenging ideas. Then he goes on to add, if the seminar is slow food, the anti-racist workshop put on by college-age students is a sugar rush. All the hashtags are there, condensed, packaged, and delivered from a place of authority. Yep, hence the authoritarian angle. You do as I say, you repeat what I tell you, and you shut up about it. The words from the
1984.
Anti-Racist Workshop simply offers a new language for participants to
Or
echo, to retweet
Animal
out
Farm.
loud. It's all about hashtags, baby. It's all about hashtags. So I'm skipping ahead with this article because it's very long, although if you get a chance to read it, you should read it because it's so bizarre and absurd.
You should read it. I've read it, and it is very long,
was
and
out-woke by an aggressive
it's
student named
nonsensical.
Keisha. But I really want to get to Keisha right now. So in the 2022
Not his writing, but
anti-racism workshops, the
what he
non-Black
denotes
students
is
learned that they
nonsensical.
needed to center Black voices and to shut up. Yeah, Keisha reported that this was particularly difficult for the Asian American students, but they were working on it. Eventually, 2 of the Asian American students would be expelled from the program for reasons that, Keisha said, couldn't be shared with me. Of course not.
Now, see, Keisha is a teacher's aide who is expelling children who will not espouse to the groupthink, who refuse to go along to get along. Keisha is a Marxist, obviously, and a radical leftist, and is militant. She's been militarized by somebody. Somebody was in her ear, gave her manifesto, and as you will see, you will come to realize this is a cult. Point blank, period. It's a cult. But let's press play.
The effects on the seminar were quick and dramatic. During the first week, participation was as you would expect. There were 2 or 3 shy students who only spoke in partner or small group work, 2 or 3 outspoken students, and the rest in the middle. One of the Black students was outspoken, one was in the middle, one was shy.
Facts, Mayo.
By the second week of the seminar, the 2 white students were effectively silent. 2 of the Asian American students remained active, the ones who would soon be expelled, but of course, they were being subversive. They remain active. That's not a good sign that they're not learning their place.
Isn't that what the Nazis did to anybody who didn't acquiesce to the will of the Third Reich, or to, I'll call him AH, or perhaps isn't that what they did, what Lenin did, to, what the Bolsheviks did to the ruling class in Russia when they would not acquiesce, the proletariat, in the name of communism, they did some atrocious things, man. They really harmed and maimed and destroyed a lot of lives in the name of progress and communalism. Yes, Mao Zedong as well. Mao, hey, I have his book right here. Quotations from the chairman Mao Zedong. Let's see what he has to say. Let me get an excerpt here. I thought I had one. Oh, here's one. That's apt for this portion. The correct handling of contradictions among the people. We are confronted by two types of social contradictions: those between ourselves and the enemy, and those among the people themselves. Those among the people themselves. The two are totally different in their nature. On the correct handling of contradictions among the people, and this was February 27th, 1957. To understand these two different types of contradictions correctly, we must first be clear on what is meant by the people and what is meant by the enemy. At the present stage, the period of building socialism, the classes, strata, and social groups which favor, support, and work for the cause of socialist construction all come within the category of the people. That's a long-winded way to say everybody within their purview. While the social forces and groups which resist the socialist revolution and are hostile to their sabotage. That's an acronym. They're all enemies of the people. Okay. In the conditions of prevailing in China today, the contradictions among the people comprise the contradictions within the working class and the contradictions within the peasantry. So if you don't believe what I say, then you are my enemy. Therefore, you need to be stuffed out. The contradictions within the intelligentsia and the contradictions between the working class and the peasantry, the contradictions between the workers and the peasants on the one hand and the intellectuals on the other, the contradictions between the working class and the other sections of the working people on the one hand and the national bourgeoisie on the other. Bourgeoisie meaning you and me, all us middle class people. The contradictions within the national bourgeoisie, and so on. Our people's government is one that genuinely represents the people's interests. It is the government that serves the people. And nevertheless, there are still certain contradictions between the government and the people. These include contradictions among the interests of the state, the interests of the collective, and the interests of the individual. Between democracy and centralism, they want a central brain for everything. You can't be an individual here. Between the leadership and the led, and the contradictions arise from the bureaucratic style of work of certain government workers in their relations with the masses. All these are contradictions among the people. Generally speaking, the people's basic identity of interests underlies the contradictions among the people. So basically, centralized government, you got to do what I tell you to do. And if you don't agree with what I tell you to do, then you're wrong. And if you don't start to acquiesce, then I will commit some sort of punishment, whether that's a physical punishment, a verbal chastising, or outright banishment or murder. Let's continue.
But the vast majority of interventions were from the 3 Black students. The 2 queer students, 1 Asian and 1 white, were entirely silent. The Black students certainly had interesting things to say and important connections to make with their experience and those of their family members. But seminar succeeds when multiple perspectives clash into each other, grapple with each other, and develop, and that became impossible. Okay, so, Professor Lloyd here, because he's one of the proponents of transformative justice, here he's trying to explain how, it went from the original purpose and meaning to something else entirely under the umbrella of anti-racism or, critical.
Which is being disingenuous. So that's a lie. He's lying. It's doing exactly what it was designed to do. except he's not enjoying being on the receiving end of it. This is what you want, leftists. This is what you want, Democrats. You want a society that implodes, that eats itself. Yet, you don't want to be on the receiving end. You want all of us to suffer and deal with these wackos, these lunatics. But you want to live in your cushy mansion up on a bluff. You want to be able to gallivant from here to Milan in your hypersonic jets that have huge carbon footprints. You want to be able to take away all guns from us and give them, what's up, LA? Take away all guns from us and put them in the hands of the proletariat, right? Put them in the hands of the people who acquiesce to your ideologies, and then leave us out here to helpless to deal with the nonsense, man. It's ridiculous. Let me press play on this.
Theory. So in their transformative justice workshop, my students learned to name harms. This language and the framework it expresses come out of the prison abolition movement. Instead of matching crimes with punishments, abolitionists encourage us to think about harms and how they can be made right, often through inviting a broader community to discern the impact of harms, the reasons they came about, and paths forward. In the language of the anti-racism workshop, so this is the new version of this, a harm becomes anything that makes you feel not quite right. For a 17-year-old at a highly selective arm, there are relatively few sites at which to use this framework. My seminar became the site at which to try it out and weaponize
Blacks, what you stuck playing? Oh Lord.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
They try to get you up out of there.
Yeah, pretty much. Not sure. Let me press play again. Here we go.
Now, anything that hurts your feelings is violence. Anything at all. So now we get to the nitty-gritty of why these two Asian American students would be expelled from the program. During our discussion of incarceration,
Blacks got all them kids up there messing up his internet. That's the problem, yo. They got all them kids on Wi-Fi. That's what happened when you have 30 kids. That's why China only have a one-child policy now, because of stuff like this. They don't want their internet lagging and shit. How long has it been? I don't even know if I was supposed to say the S word. Now I gotta host his show because his stuff acting up. Ain't this about a B? The one thing I can't understand is if damn he done dropped off his own stream. Ain't this some shit? Well, let me take over for him, help him out. The one thing I can't understand is why, if they claim they want no prisons, they also say in the same breath that men who violate women, they want them arrested. That math ain't mathing to me. I don't get it. I honestly don't understand what they want. I don't think they know what they want. So at a certain point, why do we continue to listen? Why do we continue to care? Why do we continue to get upset? Because the whole nonsense is just crazy. I mean, I was watching CT show earlier, and he was playing something from the NAACP. My parents never liked them. Never liked them. Um, they're one of the groups that only go for the big issues. So if it's only thing that can make them get them headlines. So if it ain't in the headline, they don't care about you. Years ago, when I was a child, my parents were having problems down south, and contacted them. Never with a response. So I learned that people only do things just for the recognition, just so they can say I did it, and that's for all races. So at a certain point, why do we care? And Mayor, I saw your comment earlier, and I don't. You know what? If the black people want to have the government ruling over white people, let them do it. Just send them somewhere where they can do it. And if white folks stupid enough to allow that to happen, then let them do it. Let them go to that country and let them have that government practice. I don't understand why we should even care about those type of things because it's not affecting us. It only affects us when we allow it.
All right, I'm back. I don't know what happened, man. They got me up out of there.
You got 72 kids over there on Wi-Fi.
No, I'm on a different network than them. Now,
Okay.
it sucks, man. What were you just saying?
I was talking about Mayo comment earlier when he was saying they basically want to have a black government that's over whites. And I said I don't have a problem with that, to be honest with you. If they can set up a place where they can go, even a city where they let black people run it and white people want to be there, then God bless them.
Exactly. See, exactly. I don't have a problem with segregation. You can go wherever you want, go your way. The problem for me is when they try and impose their ideologies on us by hook or by crook. You don't have to, you know what I mean? You can tell me, hey, man, this is what I think, and hence First Amendment. But it's when you start getting militant and you're fighting a war against me, and then you tell me, well, I can fight and use my weapons against you, but you can't fight against me because if you do, then that's either racist or you're bigot, or etc. Or you are causing me harm by thinking other than how I think. That's violence against me for not acquiescing to the group, stuff like that. That's nonsense, man. So go your way if you can, but leave me alone, man. They ain't gonna stop this show, doggone it. Let me get back to it.
I always say that the person who created the guillotine was also killed by it.
Yes, so, you were right. Very poignant point.
The people who are left, like this cat right here, who we were talking about, the guy with Keisha.
Yeah, Vincent Lloyd.
Yeah. He's still caping for him, but they got him up out of there. Same way with Don Lemon. He got his wake up call with him.
Yep. So, but money is a magnificent temptress, man. It's not gonna, as long as they get dividends for being this idiotic, then they're not going to change, man. They have no reason to because they keep getting paid to do it, no matter what they may think personally. Don Lemon's conservatism sometimes, it comes out a lot more than it did before, and he still acquiesces to the nonsense. They don't care, man. They just do not care. Let me get back to this.
Workshops that objective facts are a tool of white supremacy. Outside of the seminar, I was told the Black students had to devote a great deal of time to making right the harm that was inflicted on them by hearing prison statistics that were not about Blacks. How dare you not center Blacks and point out that the majority of people incarcerated are white? That is racist. 2 + 2 = 4 is racist because it is a way for you to.
Now, LA, how true is that? How many white people have you locked up versus Black people? Or not even locked up, but, Go ahead.
That's kind of a tricky statement or tricky answer because most cities are segregated. Most major cities are segregated. It's not like down south. down south where I told you I went to high school at.
Uh-huh.
The cops they dealt with white people just as much as black people because it was a smaller town. But every
Right.
major city, like you say, you from Chicago, so you know a
I
lot of
know.
black and white people don't live in the same neighborhood. That's not
Nope.
how it is down south. So if I ran into white people, it was usually because they were drug addicts or because they were trying to gentrify that neighborhood. So
Yeah.
I didn't really get a chance to have a lot of interactions with them. But on another hand, when you go to a district where it's majority of Caucasians,
Mm-hmm.
then those officers going to have a different experience. So when people say these kind of things, they don't give the context to them, and a lot of times I don't think they want to because they want to give a narrative about it.
Yep.
But the reality is, there's more white people in America, so of course more of them will go to jail. But it's probably
Exactly.
for lesser infractions as it is with blacks.
Yeah, and I would agree, and I definitely agree. It's for lesser infractions in some cases, and
Mhm.
you're right. It is segregated. I keep telling people, man, all of my experiences with police officers in the inner city of Chicago have all been black people. Always.
Exactly,
You know,
exactly.
whether you call them the jump out boys or the dicks or whatever you call them, we call them the dicks because they even though they weren't detectives, they were plain clothes police
Okay.
officers in what you call it, unmarked cars, mostly, driving their own personal cars, getting out and just stopping petty theft, crime, gang violence, too many people congregating. They hop out on you quick, and they dealt with you. They took the kid gloves off. They weren't beating you down for the most part. That wasn't my experience, but they weren't going to talk. Oh, hi, sir. How are you doing? It's you know, get on the ground. What are you doing over here? Let me see your ID, etc. And I mean, but that's how they've come to want police to deal with them by their actions. Their actions
Yeah.
dictate the way you're going to act with them. If you act like an animal, do you think I'm going to put out a helping hand? I'm going to give you my palm, and I know you're going to eat it off. That doesn't make sense. Nobody does that, man. No one, even if you're not an officer, even if you're just a normal human being out and about, with your day, are you just gonna, you see a group of black dudes on the street, you wouldn't cross the street?
Oh,
you know,
that's just a normal thing, man.
yeah, it's a normal thing that everybody does for their own interests. And what they're
Hmm.
trying to do is tell you shouldn't do that. You should that because that's racist. That's if white people do that, that's white fragility. If black people do that, then you're caping for white people, and you believe in and agree with racism. And I mean, you can't make it up, man. You can't make this stuff up. Let's continue on so I can get through this.
Dismiss the lived experiences of those who are the number one victims of an oppressive white supremacist society, black people. You need to center that. How dare you? How dare you use stats, use facts? Don't you know that objective facts are a tool of white supremacy?
Facts.
A few days later, the Asian American student was expelled from the program. Similarly, after a week, yeah, facts are racist. After a week focused on the horrific violence, death, and dispossession inflicted on Native Americans, Keisha reported to me that the Black students and their allies were harmed because we hadn't focused sufficiently on anti-Blackness. When I tried to explain that we had 4 weeks focused on anti-Blackness coming soon, as indicated on the syllabus, she said the harm was urgent. It needed to be addressed immediately. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Keisha. Mm, mm. Uh, it's about being Black. So here he cites John McWhorter, asserts that anti-racism is a new religion. It was an idea I quickly dismissed. Coming around, Professor Lloyd, are you coming around to John McWhorter?
No.
Last summer, I found anti-racism to be a perversion of religion. I found a quote from Wild Wild Country to the NXIVM shows the Scientology expose, the features of cults have become familiar in popular culture. There is sleep deprivation, ties to the outside world are severed, the sense of time collapses with everything cult-related feeling extremely urgent. Participants are emotionally battered. In this weakened state, participants learned about and cling to dogmatic beliefs. Any outsider becomes a threat. Okay, I agree with this. I think it's more of a cult. Wokeness is a cult. I agree with this. I said, I've always said wokeness is the equivalent of MAGA. Both are extreme cults. Not so much a religion. It's only a religion insofar that you're not supposed to question it. You're just supposed to believe and accept. The dozen participants in this summer program were spending almost every hour of every day together. I was almost the only outsider they were encountering, and I was marked as a threat. The feature of a cult that seems to be missing from this story is a charismatic leader, enforcing the separation of followers from the world, creating emotional vulnerability, and implanting dogma. Enter Keisha. Keisha, can you hear me? A recent graduate of an Ivy League university. Dear God. Mentored by a television celebrity Black intellectual. I wonder who this is. I'm curious. Keisha introduced herself as a Black woman who grew up poor and housing vulnerable. Okay. Whose grandmother's limbs had been broken by white supremacists and who had just spent 4 years of college teaching in prisons and advocating for prison abolition. Okay, the grandmother's limbs being broken. I don't know if that's true or not, because again, it could be anything. She told the class that she had majored in Black studies, of course, and had been nurtured by Black feminists, though her famous mentor is a man. And she was planning to devote her life to transforming the academy in the direction of Black justice. Keisha was tasked by Telluride with serving as teaching assistant in my class and organizing workshops for the students in the afternoon. See, this is why I
Facts,
blame
Mayo.
these white liberal run institutions. I bet Telluride is run by white liberals. They are the ones who keep empowering people like this. They're the ones who give them platforms. See Dr. Shola, see, Joy Reid, see all these people. They're being empowered by these white liberal institutions who give them a lot of unearned power and then don't check them out of fear of, being accused of racism. I welcomed Keisha into the class, suggesting that we find some days when she could lead discussion or share her own research. Instead, she largely remained silent during the class for the first 3 weeks, counter-programming the seminar in the afternoons. During a week on the racist background of the U.S. immigration system, Keisha found one of her texts, the foundational Asian American memoir, Nisi Daughter, insufficiently radical. So she lectured to the students that afternoon about the supposed more radical Yuri Kochiyama. Keisha was frustrated that her week on incarceration began with George Jackson and not a Black feminist, so she lectured on Angela Davis that afternoon. I talked at length with both Keisha and the class about.
So basically, fuck your couch. I'm going to do what I want to do. And you can't stop me. You're telling me that instead of me teaching on what it is I want to teach on, that has to do with the syllabus that I put out to the parents, to the children before they started this journey with me. You're going to say what I need to talk about takes precedence. So I'm going to take over. And this is the problem, man. Black matriarchy. It talks about that here in the Philadelphia Negro. This is a book written in, I believe, 1898, talking about Philadelphia, Philly, okay, and which at the time was the center of the country for all Negroes, all Black people, and it had the single greatest population of Black people at the time post-slavery, and every one of their households were marked by the same thing: matriarchy. All women, from birth on to death, whether you're dealing with Big Mama, your mother, your sister, whatever, the men were raised in this matriarchal sort of family and society. And it's true not only in the Philadelphia Negro, because that obviously was over 100 years ago. It's true everywhere else in this society, everywhere else in America. So, I mean, that's the gist of that. They want to end the patriarchy. They want to get women into positions of power. They want men to acquiesce. They want all other races to fall and bow down. And if you don't, they are willing to perpetrate atrocities against you to get their way. All right, let me get here. With this break, guys, while I pull up the next thing, I wanted to give you a proverb because it speaks exactly on what this was talking about and what I was talking about, but it's a little bit more introspective. It's Proverbs 18, verse 19. A brother offended is harder to win than a strong city. There is a price to pay in offending a brother. To win him back to friendship and cooperation is difficult, more than we even think. Okay? You have offended groups of people that are unlike yourself, and yet you want them to acquiesce. It's like the old saying, you catch more flies with honey than you do vinegar. Even though that's not true, you catch more flies with vinegar because they like putrid smells. But I digress. You catch more flies with honey, and if you want people to be a part of what you're doing, you can't first insult them, maim and destroy them, and then tell them, okay, now we can be friends. Now that you have seen my way, and I physically accosted you to do so. It's nonsense. Let me get here to this next thing. Hey, guys, I'm on the road to 4,000 viewers. I'm sorry, 4,000 hours for you guys to view. I need that in order to monetize. So I'm doing these live streams. I'm posting videos. I'd appreciate your help and anything you can do to do so. But the way you can do that is watch the videos, subscribe, like the channel, share the channel, and that'll work magic for us if you could do that. So let's get into some BS real quick. The Good Samaritan pens down the driver trying to run away, the drunk driver trying to run away. Now this one happened a few days ago, I think it was. And this drunk driver hit and I think killed somebody and tried to run away when they were after he had done the deed, and he got penned by a Good Samaritan. Here we go.
Video from a deadly DWI crash in Lake Worth now that the driver has been convicted. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
I'm Steve Eager. It's 9 o'clock. The video shows the drunk driver moments after he ran a red light at an intersection, causing the crash back in November of 2021 and then trying to run away. But an angry Good Samaritan did not let him leave.
Police also released video from an ongoing investigation into the bartender they say overserved then 26-year-old Dylan Molina, who looks like he's stumbling drunk right before this crash. Molina ended up killing off-duty Euless police officer Alex Cervantes. Fox Country is in Lake Worth tonight.
So, what do you think about that? Here he is. Okay, what do you think about the rule of a bartender over serving someone, and if they cause some sort of bodily injury, it's thereby their fault? What do you think about that?
I had mixed feelings about that because I've seen when a bartender has done it and a person has died. You got to have some type of self-awareness, but also you can't take the responsibility off the person who's actually doing the deed. But can you really trust a drunk person to have some type of rationale to say I'm drinking too much?
No, you can't. You can't trust them. But are they saying it's your responsibility to recognize them as the third party? Here you are a business owner. You own a bar, and there's a guy in there getting drunk, and his money is still good, and he's utilizing his right to drink because he's of age or she's of age, and you're letting him. He's asking for the rounds, and you're giving him the rounds. What then, if anything, is your responsibility? I know it's my responsibility to make money as a capitalist, as a business owner, but is it my responsibility to make sure you don't cause any public harm?
As a moral or as a lawful? Because
As a law, I guess both, morally and lawfully. I mean, I know lawfully now they're making that the norm, where it's your responsibility to make sure they don't cause any, public harm because you overserved them. But for me, that's a reach.
Yeah, you don't want to go down that road because once they start charging those people, that can be a slippery slope. So I can see what you're saying. It's always an overreach when they do things like this. It never works out for the citizens, to be frank.
At all, man. For me, that's overreaching. That's taking things a little too far. People have died because of the decision that individual made, not the third party. So yeah. I'm saying, you're going to scare people into not going into business within your municipality, and you're going to lose tax money by doing things like this. I say this to say the onus is on the perpetrator. The onus is on the person who is doing the drinking, not on the bartender who is the innocent party in all of this. He's not sitting there like, I'm going to get him drunk and make sure he goes out and drives drunk after he leaves my establishment. You know what I mean? That's ridiculous. So, I think it's stupid. Let's play.
With a really compelling message from the police chief, David.
Yeah, Heather and Steve, the chief of police says Dylan Molina was served more alcohol than anyone should drink. After that, he was involved in a minor crash in a parking lot. And from there, he fled the scene, ran a red light, and got involved in another crash, one in which he killed Detective Alex Cervantes, also injuring his family. What happens next is caught on newly released video. Dylan Molina, wearing a black University of Oregon hoodie, drunkenly crashed his rental Jeep into a sedan while driving at a high rate of speed through a Lake Worth intersection. Moments after the crash, Molina, 26 years old at the time, runs away from the scene. He does not make it far.
Molina, he's a dumbass.
And some neighbors desperately try to save the family inside the sedan. Another neighbor holds Molina down and cusses him out.
Stay right there, mother. Did he get his head on that thing?
The driver of the sedan was off-duty Euless police detective Alex.
I think he did hit his head on that thing.
The scene. His wife and 2 boys were injured but survived.
Jesus.
In January, Molina took a plea deal and pleaded guilty to intoxication manslaughter. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Now, bartender Kayla Richardson is facing a misdemeanor charge for allegedly over-serving Molina before the crash.
It is the same.
Now, come on. You got the perpetrator. It's not like they had to do an investigation. I mean, they always do an investigation, I guess, but it's not like they had to spend hundreds or even thousands of man hours to figure out who did this. It was an open and shut case, He harmed, he caused physical harm to those people. He murdered that off-duty police officer by being irresponsible. So now, but they still want their pound of flesh from everyone involved in any small manner. That's crazy. That's insane, man. You might as well just live in a hovel. You might as well live in a square box and never come out.
This is why I don't leave the house, man.
I'm telling you.
I don't leave the house, man. Like the stories like this, man, my heart go out to that family. Could you imagine you just driving, and it's always the person who's minding their business that get got.
Always.
Something happens to, man. Could you imagine? I mean, I've been in so many accidents where I've responded to so many accidents where a person was just going to work and somebody hit their car and killed them. I mean, it's amazing.
Wow. It's amazing, man. I was in where was I? We had just did a softball game for my daughter a couple years ago, and we were lambasting this doggone and the next day we find out one of my friends who's a state trooper out here talked about a car crash that was horrendous. You know, he responded to, and he showed pictures of the car, but he didn't show pictures of the guy. And the guy ended up being the that we were talking crap to the day before. You know, the boy was only like 21. He had wrapped his car around a tree, man. I don't even understand how it happened, but he said it was one of the worst accident scenes he had ever seen, man. It was one of the worst accidents, and I was like, my God, man. You know, and of course I've been close to drunk driving situations, but I've never been hit by a drunk driver. Thank God. But man, I mean, the dude deserves what he got, especially after
100%.
You know. But the bartender, I'm not so sure, man.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm up in the air with that because how can you prove she knew she was giving him the drinks? I mean, I guess you can by tape, but imagine if you would have grouped. Okay, say me, you, Uncle Tom, and Black Thoughts are out.
Yeah.
And we all at a bar drinking, and I'm the one to continue to go up there and get the drinks. The bartender doesn't know all of those are for me.
Nope.
You know, because she could think that it's for the group, and we're just going up there to get it. But some bars, here in Pennsylvania and other places, even in New York, they got Dave and Buster's. Now, in Pennsylvania, they really don't enforce this rule like this, but when I went to New York and Jersey, they do.
Yeah.
They only give you a 2-drink maximum at a time. So you can't order more than 2 drinks at a time to try to minimize that from happening.
Right. I mean, I think they have something like that out here in Texas as well. 2-drink maximum. I know they had one like that in Chicago, but it doesn't serve any purpose because if I am overzealous and I want to drink, I'm gonna pregame.
Yeah, you're
okay.
Right.
Then when I get there, it doesn't mean anything to me if I have to grab 2 drinks at a time. That's it.
Yeah, I didn't think
2
about
drinks
that.
at a time. I'll down those, and then I'll just go right back up and do it. That's exercise, right?
Yeah.
I'll burn off a little bit of alcohol as I walk, and then go get 2 more.
Yeah.
Or
I didn't even think about it like that. You're right.
Or order for the table. You know, there's one of the guys. That's another thing. The state trooper that in question was a staunch alcoholic himself, and we went to a place called like the Tiki Hut. And after a baseball game, because I coached up his son on baseball team, and he bought rounds. I mean, this dude just kept buying rounds for the entire table. It had to be 10, 15 of us, man. And he knew I didn't drink. So that was 1 extra drink for him. And the other people who he was buying rounds for, first they drank them, but then they were like, oh yeah, I'm done. But he kept buying rounds for the entire table, and it served as extra rounds for him. And I'm talking about he's knocking them back, man. And this isn't beer. This is shots of whatever he was drinking, other special mixed drinks he was ordering, and he was taking them all to the head. Then got in his car, his wife too, then got in his car and drove off with all his kids in tow. Yeah. So, he was no better than the other guy whose accident he went to go see because of drunk driving. But this guy, it shows you how easy it is. So they impose rules, and they only serve to hinder business. So the onus and responsibility, if the onus and responsibility is on the perpetrator, which in this case it was, and they were punished, why then would you go after the bartender except to just make a point, to make a statement? It's insane, man. Law enforcement.
Same approach that we apply to all DWI investigations, all fatality crashes that involve alcohol.
Lake Worth Police Chief J.T. Monashaken is showing Fox 4 surveillance footage of Molina and Richardson at a Fuzzy's taco shop.
And there you see Dylan Molina walking from behind the bar area from the inside out to the outer bar area. And you see the bartender waving him around, telling him, you can't be back there, you need to move. At this point, he stumbles backwards, grabs the bar to try to maintain his balance.
Richardson served Molina 8 double vodka Red Bull cocktails that Saturday morning, according to an arrest affidavit.
8 doubles, 16 single shots is more than anybody should have in a 3-hour period, maybe even at all. Clearly intoxicated. He's holding another one of those double vodka and Red Bull drinks there. And then he simply walks away.
But as Molina begins to leave the parking lot,
is involved in a minor crash, flees from the scene of that minor crash.
Minutes later, he kills Detective Cervantes. Earlier this month, Fox 4 sat down with Cervantes' widow, Priscilla, as she spoke about raising a family without her husband and Molina's 15-year sentence.
It's not going to bring Alex back, but at least he's locked behind bars and he's not able to hurt another family like he did ours.
Lake Worth police showed Priscilla the video of Molina running away. Now the department wants everyone to see it because they say it highlights a heartbreaking
Where's that fool running to?
Hopefully,
where's he running to?
Dude, he's running anywhere he can to get away from them. Fight or flight, man. Fight or flight. I guess his flight response kicked in. That dude's like, I'm gonna survive this.
Yeah, survive 32 feet before you break it down.
Hey, he gonna have some. Hey, he's going to serve every bit of that doggone time, man. I don't even think good behavior will help him in this case. Usually when you get 15 years, you for good behavior, you'll serve maybe 7.5 of it, maybe 7. Mm-hmm. But this guy, they got him on camera running and fleeing the scene deliberately. So, man, I don't know, but
you said something earlier that I think you grazed over it, but it's a big thing in law enforcement that even in the military that there's a big hidden secret that's not so hidden. Alcoholism.
Yeah.
I mean, me and you both know. I mean, first responders and military people, man. Woo. I don't know. I mean,
Alex, man.
Yeah, man. I think it's because the things that we see and go through, or sometimes just a camaraderie.
Yeah,
man, that thing can go too far, man, and it's a big problem that's not really discussed like that. Man, I really think they should make it mandatory that that people who see gruesome things just go to counseling, man. Just find somebody to talk it out, because that drinking your problems away sometimes, even when you don't realize it. Because that happened to me a lot. I mean, drinking too much, and not even realizing, because I'm seeing all these things and I'm trying to forget. That is a real big issue that not a lot of people are discussing, man.
Man, you were absolutely right. It is something. And remember, I told you my experience with that was my homie in the army who I was first on the scene with, who drank himself to death.
Yeah.
And it really is an issue. The major issue is there's nowhere to decompress.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about that. And they don't care. They don't want it to, because
Yep.
everything moves. I was telling Nathan this before, and
Yeah.
people really don't understand what I'm saying. This social media era has sped life up tremendously, man. And people, they say they want something, but when things are going down, when somebody's kicking your front door in, they don't care what that cop or first responder or anybody is going through. Even a paramedic, they don't care what they saying before. They want them there.
Yep.
So they can also
I'm
they
there.
always can say they want to give people or first responders or even people in the military time to decompress. But the thing is, life moves so fast, you don't really have time for that.
No,
You don't have
you
time
don't.
for that. And Nathan idea was just to let it fall down, and people will acquiesce, as one of your words you use, to the
Yeah.
situation. I just don't know if you can use that as a selling point to the American people.
No, you can't.
You would never win an election. What's up, Mayo? You would never win an election doing it. You would never win one doing it. I mean, it sounds nice, but we would never find a politician that would do that, man.
No, you won't.
Yeah,
You
man.
won't find a politician who will actually advocate for law enforcement or military doing what's necessary to get well.
We always
And-
say we want to stop, not to cut you off, but
Oh.
we always want to stop going to different countries and taking over countries and all this other stuff. But we want that cheap oil.
We sure
want
do.
them cheap products. We
Well,
want the cheap products.
I worked for one contractor, and they had a rule: no more than 60 days in country, and then you went home for 30 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did that
Now,
work out?
when we traveled from Baghdad back home, we had to stay 48 hours in Jordan.
Wow.
We were restricted to the hotel, and they paid for all of this, all our food, everything but our bar tab was covered. And they kept us in that hotel for 48 hours to decompress.
Yeah. And do you believe that it had an effect at all?
Definitely. I watched guys who burned out on year-long contracts in 3 months last 5 years with that company.
Wow.
Because you have something that you can actually look forward to and see in the future, a break.
Wow.
That's true, man.
And but even with a regular deployment for the military,
Yeah.
they need to pull these guys out somewhere for 30 days. Like when you leave Afghanistan, you pack up all your shit and you go. You go to a base that's built like an MWR.
Yep.
You get back to your military discipline stuff. You start your PT regiment. You do your weapons maintenance and all that. You start them out the first week with no alcohol, then 1 beer a day, then 2 beers a day, then 3 beers a day.
You know what they would say that was, Mayo? And not the soldiers. What the powers that be would say that is, they would say that was cruel and unusual punishment. And you know this because it's never the soldier, man.
Which is ridiculous because what they would save, they could pay for the whole thing and the amount of suicides they get in within 2 months in the units.
That's a fact.
After a deployment.
Yep. We had a guy who came back from deployment, man, and he disappeared. He was gone for like 7 years. Then they caught him in where did they catch him? Somewhere in, I think it was like Springfield, Illinois. The story, as he tells it, is he was driving in a car with his sister or his sister's friends, and they were leaving a bar. And he, when the police stopped them, he said, "I'm going to jail, guys. I'll see you later." They're like, "What are you talking about?" And sure enough, when they ran his ID, they saw that he had been AWOL. He was on the BOLO list for like 7 years.
Yeah, they don't come look for you. Yeah.
No, they're not gonna exactly. But as we all know, what's the likelihood of you getting stopped in a traffic stop? It's gonna happen.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to walk into a federal building sometime. They're gonna get you at a traffic stop.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. So he got stopped. They took him into custody. He didn't, protest or anything. He knew why. And then they shipped his behind on to Fort Bliss, which was where his last duty station was. He got there, of course, nothing is the same. And he's telling us about the story or whatever. The sergeant major was ready to get in his behind. But then he told the sergeant major why he did it. He said, I witnessed my best friend die out there. I couldn't take it anymore. He said, so when we got back, I dropped my stuff. I left it. And look, they still had a locker with some of his stuff in it. You know how military is.
Oh, yeah.
They still had a locker with some of his stuff in it. He just dropped his crap and he bought a bus ticket and left and went home. And as soon as the sergeant major heard that, he did everything in his power to make sure he got an honorable discharge and and they even paid him back pay.
Wow.
Wow, they paid him back pay? Holy crap.
They paid him 7 years of back pay. He deserved it. I after hearing that story, I'm not saying he was perfect or anything like that, but he just couldn't deal with it anymore.
Oh no, and I can completely understand it.
Yeah. Because it's like, how many people do we give, how many of these thug hoodlums do we give the benefit of the doubt when they tell you that the devil made them do it, as it were? But then we have a bona fide war veteran who came home and had a Freudian slip. And instead of going out and murdering people, he went and did the best thing for everyone, which was just disappear.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Think about how that could have gone with all these weak people who go and say, I'm feeling pain, so I want everybody else to feel pain. So so in the midst of me taking myself out, I'm going to take out 20 people with an AR-15 or whatever, So, yeah, I agree with what you did.
Yeah, most people don't understand that when they do bring somebody in from AWOL, if there were no charges pending when they went AWOL, they normally just out-process them.
Yes.
They'll go through the hearing. You'll get a general or an honorable discharge based on the circumstances.
Yep.
And you'll go home.
And that's
especially with his circumstances with the psychological. I'm sure they probably sent him to a therapist.
Yep.
Talked it through with the therapist. He got diagnosed. Well, guess what? Now you're getting paid. Good luck. Here's your VA, sir. You're 100%.
Yep. That's what they did.
I have no problems with that whatsoever.
Yeah, man. Sometimes thinking about that still moves me to tears, man, because I didn't expect my sergeant major at the time to take care of him like that. I thought that he was going to lay into him, and he had every intention of laying into him until he heard his story, until when he had to go on the red carpet and talk and go before the full bird colonel and then the general, and he told the story. They were like, we can't punish this guy. He's already been punished.
No, especially when the military knows it doesn't have what it needs to take care of him.
Yes.
It does not exist
at all, man.
Those medical hold battalions.
Oh,
are they're suicide simulators.
Yeah, they are. There's one on Fort Bliss. It's ridiculous. Yep. Look, you'll see full-bird colonels over there looking like indolent children.
And
you know
being
what I mean?
treated as such.
Yes, and being treated like that. Such. No respect. But I thought I had seen it all when I went to one of those medical hold battalions. Man, I'm seeing, because they try and get somebody with a higher and lower enlisted to lead the formations. You'll have full bird colonels, sergeant majors, what you call warrant officers, all standing in formation like they are, like they're a troop. You know what I mean? And I'm like
they haven't had to do since training.
And I'm like, first, I'll be honest with you. When you see something like that, it's like a novelty. You're like, oh man, wow, that's funny. But then your military bearing kicks in, and you're like, this is wrong. This is wrong.
Yeah, that shit ain't right.
Yeah, it's wrong. They shouldn't have done this to them. They earned what they have. You may not agree with them having that position, but one thing I'll never take away from the 99.9% of these people who are in those positions, they earned it. So why am I gonna, yeah.
Meting out is not a choice.
That's true. That's very true. It's not a choice.
Your choice. It's your choice to go to the TMC to get diagnosed.
Yep. And after that,
you're just along for the ride, and your career's done unless you got 5 1s in your pulley score. Your career is over.
Man, the funny part? So say you having issues and you having mental issues and you want to go seek help. That would destroy your life. That would literally destroy your life. It would destroy your career. And it would leave you out to dry. And then they wonder why people don't want to come forward. Because say I'm in the military and I'm a cop now. So say as a cop, I'm telling them, listen, I'm having these thoughts. And I'm having issues, and I don't know how to deal with them. They take my gun. That means when I walk around in the streets, something can happen. I don't have no way to defend myself. I will be red. I would be red labeled for the FBI, so I would never be able to get a gun permit, even if I was a cop for all those years. Because after 10 years as a cop, you don't need to go get a gun permit anymore. You can carry around all 52 states without a permit. Yeah. But that would be out the window. Getting jobs will be out the window. So your career is over, but they always want to tell you to come forward, but they don't have any outlet for you to do it. There's no, oh, he's fine now. There's none of that. So
that's the same way with any government entity, including contractors.
Yeah, what do they want guys to do?
I spent 8 of 10 years between 2002 and 2012 in Afghanistan or Iraq. I'm fucked up, guys.
Yeah.
I lay there in bed and I hear explosions.
Same here, man. Same here, man.
Hey, look, you ain't lying.
Your heart rate goes to 140. Your adrenaline dumps. You ain't getting to sleep for 4 more hours, no matter what you do.
I mean, and then when you have them dreams, you feel like you actually there, and then you wake up, you're sweating, your heart pumping. You don't know what the hell to do, man.
I can't wake up out of them half the time.
Oh yeah, you get the ones that you stuck in.
Yep.
Oh, I had them. They a bitch, ain't they?
I mean, dude, and at one point after when I came home, because I had my back blew out in a rocket attack.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I didn't think I was messed up that bad, but come back, I got 3 vertebrae crushed, and all the tissue between my ankle bone and my leg bone is gone. you know. And dude, I just wanted to go back to Afghanistan because it was easy. Because dealing with the crap to try and get care back here was detrimental to my mental health. Because as soon as it turns into a workers' comp claim, everybody looks at you as a fraud.
Oh yeah.
Yes, they do.
Same way with me,
Yes.
man. They fought me on my PTSD claim, and but at the same time, I gotta watch what I say because they paying me. But at the same time, I had to go to
Okay.
court for it. I had to go to court for it, and
Wow, you had to go to court for it?
oh yeah, I mean, good or bad with the FOP. The FOP got me a lawyer, thank God, and I had to go to court for it. But in the same time, they say on the news, real that's what screwed them over. That we care about mental health, and getting shot at is not a part of the cop's job. But then when I went to the doctor, they told me it was a part of my job behind closed doors. So I'm sitting there like, wait a minute, man.
Oh, I had to wait my because the program I was under, it's a federal workers' comp program just for contractors. It's called the Base Defense Act.
Okay.
My hearing in front of a federal judge was delayed 7 times for 3 years.
Were you getting paid?
No.
Wow.
They cut my benefits, everything I went through every piece of savings I had. I was selling furniture.
Wow, man.
And this was for your workman's comp?
Yep. For federal workers' comp. There's 7 judges that deal with this program and 4,000 contractors in it.
What the hell, man? How can they do stuff like this, man? How can they have such control over us, man?
You know the one entity they do not fix, and it's funded with billions and billions of dollars, and my heart goes out to it. And they have all these extra programs out there to collect money to help the VA. The VA is pitiful, man.
Oh, the VA is not for the health of veterans. It's a place to go to die.
I mean, it's amazing that it's not talked about, and they're not trying to do anything to fix it. Democrats and Republicans, it can be fixed. It can be 100% fixed.
Well,
but the
I will say VAs are different hospital by hospital.
That's true.
Okay.
And you can get a culture in a hospital, in a VA hospital, that is toxic from the top down.
How are these people paid though? Are they are the VA, the people that work at the VA? Are they?
They're federal jobs. Yeah,
it's a federal job. You're a GS.
See, the problem is that's what I have a problem with. They shouldn't be. They should be independent contractors, because we all know when you got them federal jobs, and even with the city jobs, you work for the government. It's hard to get rid of you, and it's hard. And at a certain point, you don't have to do your job. But if you make
they shouldn't be allowed to unionize. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. So guess what? You should, if they make these and pay them well, because they're dealing with a lot of people, and once again, you got to pay them that pay. But pay them well. Make them independent contractors. I guarantee you, a lot of things will be fixed because it's all the incentive.
Yeah.
Well, the guy that got hurt, you were talking about booze. The guy who got hurt in the same incident I did died before his hearing of alcohol poisoning. He drunk himself to death waiting on benefits.
Which guy?
Well, he was telling about his story, but he was equating it to the story we were talking about with
yes, absolutely.
People. Yeah,
with the alcohol and everything.
Man, I done been in shootouts, seeing death, and I tell you, the thing that messed me up was watching my homie drink himself to death. That's what messed me up. And I'm just like, my God, I thought, we're here, we're safe, but not for him. I'm one of those guys who could deal with getting shot at. You know what I mean? Like, and what I mean by that is, if I got shot at, it's terrible, but that wasn't the thing that bothered me the most. for me, it's when we all make it, and then something happens.
Well, most units lose more people after they get home than they did during deployment.
That's true. Very
most
true. Most
units. I mean, and nobody wants to talk about that or to talk about any fixes for that.
Nobody ever does. They don't care. They don't care, man. They don't care. This guy, I watch, man. His name is Combat Craig, man. If you guys ever go on YouTube, man, he's a really good guy to watch. He was Air Force veteran, man. He wasn't hard charging or anything like that, but he just gives a lot of good information to veterans who have never been through the VA system and who need help getting through it. We've all been through and have, for the most part, been through the system.
I don't know what Uncle Tom doing.
Well, I thought I was frozen again. No, I'm going. I think.
Man, you think I should charge him for having to take over his show while he was acting up? I think I should.
Absolutely, man. That's right.
I don't work for free.
He owes you 5 minutes at least.
Yeah, I don't work for free. I will bill you.
That'll be a bag of tangy taco.
Yeah, give me one bag. Give me half a bag. Give me a couple of sprinkles in the mail.
Give you a sprinkle of the tangy taco. Got you, man.
Got me taking over his show. Come on, man.
Hey, with that being said, trying to get these watch hours, guys, 4,000 hours. YouTube is not keen on coming off that cheese, okay? They don't want to come off the bread. They only give you, I think, a year to get 4,000 watch hours, and that is harder than it sounds.
100%. I'm at 8, and I did a 9-hour live stream. I don't know
if somebody watches it. If they watch it again, does that count?
Yes, it does count, but I think it only counts if you watch the entire thing. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go through this video. I'm going to cut it up, and put in shorts, because I think but with shorts, I think you need 10 million watch hours. Yeah, 10 million views versus 4,000 watch hours.
Jesus.
It's crazy just to get monetized, man. First it was you get 1,000 subscribers, automatically you're monetized. Then they changed the rules. And they're like, no, player, we in a recession. You need 4,000 watch hours.
I think I'm gonna start doing 3 shows a week.
Man, dude, I gotta do something. That's why I posted those videos of me doing the tangy taco deals or whatever, and I'm about to make another video of me making spaghetti sauce, and I'm gonna do one making lasagna. I'm gonna do all I can. Then I'm gonna put up another short. Do all I can to get these 4,000 watch hours. It's crazy, man.
Hey, that dirt cookie one's gonna go viral, man.
I can't wait.
Dude, I'm about to look. I already ordered the dirt. It's going down.
Mayo, can I ask you a question, Mayo?
Yes, sir.
Do you think Do you think Blacks is a real piece of shit for convincing his son to eat the dirt cookie with him?
No, he said the dirt cookie.
I think it's a good experience for him, honestly.
Well, I'm thinking like this because he manipulated this young man.
Yeah. I'm ordering the dirt.
This motherfucker don't know how to pause his door and mute his mic for the world.
Shut up, Bass.
He manipulated his own child into eating a dirt cookie with him so he can suffer just like you know what kind of piece of shit you got to be. That's
he is showing his child what other children in the world face every day.
You understand?
That's right.
His dad got money. His dad.
That's right.
I will not get off my square to expose the fuckery that Black Who Defy did to his own child. I'm gonna stand on this.
Hey, look, man. He suggested it.
After you put it in his head, Daddy about to eat a dirt cookie, son.
You learned a very valuable lesson from it.
That's right. That's right.
I ain't
Very
never
valuable.
going to Haiti, and I ain't gonna be poor.
Yep. Boy, I'm never going to Haiti. You can bet your bottom dollar there. You know, I almost had a chance to go to get that. What was that Haitian expeditionary medal? You remember when that?
Yeah.
Yeah. They said, hey,
earthquake hit.
yeah, they were like, hey, who wants to go to Haiti? This, that, and the third. I was like, nope. I ain't going to Haiti.
The last thing I did when I was in the 82nd was get on a plane heading to Haiti.
Really?
Like in '94.
Okay. And did you land in Haiti?
Thank God them planes turned around. I was on Chalk 14 when they canceled the whole thing, man. That was the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. I was an aircraft mechanic on Chalk 14.
Really?
On the 14th plane to land in Haiti with my toolbox.
So your toolbox landed, but not you.
Yep,
That's
not me.
That's funny, man. You know, I got a couple of homies who did UAV, who were UAV mechanics in the Dominican Republic. So, you know, for the United States Army, the majority of them were infantrymen, and then they reclassed to UAV mechanics, and then when they got out, they ended up working as contractors for.
They usually do.
Yeah, in the Dominican Republic. You know, I was like, wow, man, that's cool. But of course, they were doing all types of debauchery out there. I'm sorry, they were going to prayer meetings.
Yeah, they were going to prayer meetings. And they were on a mission. They were on a mission from God.
Listen, I didn't tell y'all Mayo. I saw Mayo over there with one of them Haitian girls. Like, I'm trying not to expose Mayo, but Mayo keep bringing me up.
Don't lie. You saw me over there with 3 of them.
Yes. Okay, Mayo. I'm sorry. 3 Haitian girls.
But not raw, sir. Not raw. No way.
That motherfucker lost his mind. That bastard. Yeah. I'm doing a show tomorrow. Oh, you got a show tomorrow, Uncle Tom?
Huh?
You doing a show tomorrow? Because I want to do one for tomorrow.
Monday, sure. Usually I do.
I might do one earlier then. Because I want to do a show on.
Do one. Go ahead, do one. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, I ain't asking your permission, you son of a bitch. You ain't my dad. I want to do a show on.
Listen, I ain't nobody dad.
Well,
I ain't got
no.
Fuck these kids.
I want to do a show on should women get in the way of men teaching their sons how to be men. So basically, should women get in the way of men teaching boys? Because I had something happen to me over the weekend with these boys and me teaching them a lesson. And I don't think women understand sometimes they can get in the way. Even if the lesson seems harsh and they might understand, they might not understand it, they get in the fucking way. And it derails the whole lesson. And when you try to tell women that life is harsh and is not kind, especially for men, and they need to go through this fire in order to learn this lesson, they mess it all up.
They have no concept because most of them have had their butts kissed their entire lives.
Well, that's the whole point with the earlier article I wrote. This guy, Vincent Lloyd, the doctor who, you know, of a theology, who was is a raging leftist, but got out-lefted by an even more militant leftist female, espouses to that ideology. Thinks that jail should be abolished, and the only way a man, especially who has committed some sort of atrocity or crime, should be punished is by being dealt with by the matriarchal sisterhood and down with the patriarchy.
Stop with these big ass fucking words, man. Patriarchy? No, he said sister.
Uncle Tom, we're gonna charge him $1 a word. We're gonna charge $1 a syllable. He's gonna be broke by the time we done.
It's going back into the pot, which means it's going back into my hands.
$1 a syllable.
The thing is, what he's suggesting is already happening today in this court.
Exactly. but he is on the receiving end. He didn't realize, so he thought he was doing something by having this seminar, having that 6-week seminar. He didn't expect to be on the receiving end because he thought they were all on the same team.
Ooh,
but like you said,
you're only an ally while you're useful.
Exactly. He didn't expect their dogmatic philosophy to bite his ass right back. And that's what happened. Everybody who was supposed to be an apologist for it, if you weren't, it went right back to racial lines. Keisha is black. The 3 other black students had more, quote, agency, to use their word, had more agency than them because they were black. And so therefore they know what being downtrodden or harmed means. And everybody else doesn't know anything about that. So all the
named Keisha.
Huh?
Never trust a woman named Keisha.
I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm trying to tell you. Yeah.
My thing with punishment, and we can get rid of the prison industrial complex at the same time.
Hey, Lexus.
Let's make prisons self-sustaining farms.
Oh, like penal colonies.
Yep. And
like they used to have.
To keep the profits of their labor for when they get out.
That's a good idea, to be honest with you. It really is.
They can raise their own food. They can market it. What's left over.
Mayo isn't wrong because this isn't a new idea. He's just it's just having a resurgence. He's right because what's right is right.
It's the same model in Sweden and Norway.
Yeah. And it can't be looked at as slavery because they're actually profiting from it.
Yep. They just can't freaking leave.
Yep.
They gotta.
And if you mess up in your steps,
they can leave and go back to work.
Well, what'd you say, Uncle Tom?
I said in other countries they can actually leave and do work, but they had to come back at the end of the night.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's Norway. That's what they do in Norway.
Yeah.
You can do it with public works projects. You can teach them roofing, tar, roads,
and they
maintenance.
do that here. And they still do things like that out here in but in America, in Louisiana. But of course, it's not as perfect as you are suggesting. They still get subsidized by the state. But in Louisiana, they have those low security penal colony type jails or detention centers where they live in row houses and have to get up, militaristic kind of thing, but they also get to leave the compound for a bit, whether it's to do work or they got a day pass and they just have to be back. Things like that work when you have, but you also have the looming punishment of always having your punishment increased if you don't follow the rules. We
don't have to close Angola prison.
Exactly.
Do this. We don't keep Angola prison for the ones who refuse
to acquiesce.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. I mean, of course, you always need higher rated facilities for people who are just irredeemable, But for the vast majority of people, they have redeeming qualities and they should be given a chance. But I don't believe in the abolishment of imprisonment, because what's the alternative? Let them out? Okay, let me just slap you on the wrist and put you out to pasture with everybody else, with the rest of the sheep. And then just so you can do it again. Because it isn't that, I don't know what's wrong with me. It's, I'm addicted to fast money. You know what I mean? I can make this money faster than I can. faster than
I
I
don't
can
have to
work.
get up. Yeah, I don't have to follow anybody else's schedule.
Yes.
I can spend my time doing what I want to do.
Yes. I mean, and if only it was like that for everybody, you know, I could just not follow the rules and make money on my own terms, etc. But that's not the way society is, man. Living in reality, you know, when you are the peasant class, which the majority of us are, that's your plight in life, man. But you can always make it out by you know, working hard and having good work ethic.
It's not hard to be successful in the United States.
Oh, not at all, brother. Not at all,
Follow
man.
the basic rules. It's just like I tell people all the time, the military is the easiest thing in the world.
It is.
Show
You
up
don't have
when
to,
you're supposed to be there,
yep.
in wearing what you're supposed to be wearing, and do what you're told.
And that's it. And you get all types of time off. You get free 30 days of pay when you take R&R, or when you go on leave. You know,
Educational benefits that you will not get anywhere else.
I'm talking about what's that, TA, tuition assistance?
Yep.
So you can get a whole degree before you have to use your GI Bill. I mean, I took advantage of that. I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah, and
You know
most
what I
of my
mean?
friends wound up giving their kids their GI Bill.
Me too. I
Yep.
don't need it. You know, I don't need the rest of it. And you know, it's just, I'm saying, man, I don't understand why whenever I mention military to people, they get this vision of being in foxholes or being in the jungle, being a one of those tunnel rats. You know, I'm like, that's not the military, man. Like
My brother had been in the 82nd 2 years in the infantry when I joined up.
Yeah.
I was surprised to learn that I had most weekends off.
Yep. Yep.
I was amazed at the freedom I got once I was out of AIT and in my unit.
Yep. Me too.
I mean, it was like a normal job.
I mean, for the most part, it was a normal job. You didn't have to worry about anything.
Getting overtime.
Yep. I remember one guy tried to shame me when I joined the United States Army and said, oh, they tried to get me to join, but then when I realized I was making $8 an hour, when I broke it down, I was making like $8.20 an hour, blah, 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 whatever he was saying. And I was like, yeah, mother effer, and how much are you making now? I'm like, you're making none. You're making zero. Zilch, zero, stingy with De Niro. He's not making any money, man. He wasn't making anything. He wasn't working.
You know, I got out with 10 years in, and while I was on 90 days of terminal leave, I made the E7 list. Do you know how much I made that last year as an E6 over 10?
How much?
$24,000.
Oh, goodness.
That's pathetic.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't even pay me to live off post at the time. And you're going to keep professionals that way?
Nope.
Oh, hell no.
No, you're not. You're not going to retain your force paying people penance like that.
No, and honestly, the Army scares people into re-enlisting.
They do.
Especially married people with kids.
Oh, you're not going to be able to live without it. You're not going to be able, if you got your, what's up, Callie? You said you were able to see Tommy Fury beat Jake because of LA's $50.
Yes, sir. I just saw Tommy Fury beat Jake Paul in boxing, and I'm very happy.
Oh, the fight! I didn't even watch.
It literally just finished. So it finished about 25 minutes ago, yeah. And split decision Tommy Fury, and he won that outright. Like, he won it fair and square. Jake Paul, he looked terrified. Usually he's out there looking cocky, you know, licking his gloves and that. On his walkout, you know how walkouts are going to be like hype?
Yeah.
Bro, he's there walking out. And he's like, he's
Well, that's because
shit-wrecked.
he had to fight. It's because he had to fight a real boxer.
That's true. And he also he had to fight Fury. Had to fight Fury, a real gypsy man. Did also.
Brother, I mean, he was fighting an actual boxer. You know what I mean? That's why he was scared. Before, he was fighting a whole bunch of sideshow bobs.
Watch that people, yeah.
Yeah, he was fighting sideshow bobs, man. MMA, you take their legs and they're grappling, and they got to throw with you. They got to throw punches. They're not boxers. They don't know the sweet science, man. They know brawling, which is,
Anderson
I mean,
Silva has some good boxing record, but he's still 50, and the dude is like 25. It's like half his age. It's not fair.
Who was 50? Is Tommy Fury 50?
No. Anderson Silva, bro. He's like 48, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anderson Silva is not a boxer.
Yeah, Tommy Fury is 2 years older than I am. Or basically,
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what?
Yeah, no, he's not 50 just yet, sir. I promise you that.
Yeah, I know, right? I was like, but I'm saying Anderson Silva is a, capoeira master, jiu-jitsu master, kickboxing master,
He's the real deal. He's a good one.
Not allowing him to kick and not allowing him to kick and be acrobatic is like tying his hands behind his back.
Yeah, true that. Yeah. There's one moment in the fight where Tommy Fury's even go like, come on. But the whole time, every time Jake Paul got hit, just say like I've just taken the right hand, he just do this.
Yeah.
So he's opening the back of his head up for just.
Yeah.
I love that. I love it so much.
He was worried about getting his pretty face beat up.
Yeah, and he did an all or nothing bet. So he's like, yo, if you're so confident, do all or nothing. And Tommy Fury's, you'll bet I'll be doing all or nothing, Jake Paul. You're going to be sparked out on the canvas. And then, dude, literally, Jake Paul's just lost $3.5 million because of that. One sec.
Oh, well, his fault. He deserved it.
Well, hopefully his boxing career will be over now.
I mean, we can only hope, man. We can only hope. Because Lord have mercy. It's such a novelty now, and it's so boring now. I'm so tired of it.
That's what me and my friend said. We said we've just seen the end of his egotistical, I'm unbeaten career. That's it now. He's 6'1". That's it. 6'1". So he lost to the first boxer he fought. It's amazing.
Which means he didn't win anything.
Yeah, and he did it all or nothing bet, didn't he? So he could have made $3.5 million for showing up, and instead he's lost it to Tommy Fury for being a cocky bastard. Forgive my language.
There you go, man.
Yeah, but what did he make off the fight? What do you think
he made? $3.5 million each, plus the winner earns some. But then yesterday, Jake Paul was saying, if you're so confident, do all or nothing. So the loser gets nothing, the winner gets 2 paydays. And Tommy Fury is obviously just one, so Jake Paul's lost the payday. And plus, he owes $1 million to Tyson Fury on a bet.
Well, yeah, but he got half of that $50 you paid to watch it.
Oh no, you're talking
about his HBO pot. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It was
he didn't get half. He probably got 15% of it because I'm sure Tommy Fury got his 15% of it, and then HBO took the lion's share.
Well, but he still made more than $3.5 million on the fight.
Yeah, but his payday is going to Tommy now, so he's lost money. He's lost $3.5 million either way. He still lost $3.5 million that he could have had.
I wish I had $3.5 million to lose.
You will one day. Anyway, you keep grinding, Blacks. You're a good entrepreneur, and you'll be.
Hey, one of these days, man. I think that if I had, let's say I had $3.5 million to lose, I think the first thing that I would get is some sort of homestead away from people, and then build an airstrip on it, and just fly, and then fly with some of those little planes you can buy. You see these people buying these planes. Buy one of those little. I don't know the name of the plane. I've seen people buying them lately. It's not a Cessna. It's not a Cessna. It's this little plane.
Oh, the Cirrus.
Yeah, maybe it's that. I don't because
that little composite body.
Yeah, it's like a newer. It's this guy is making them, and I've been seeing people flying them, and they look cool. I don't know anything about flying, and I would just, learn how to fly and then, learn how to gallivant all over the country in my little plane. Yeah.
That's what I like to say. Yesterday, I made Fatty rage quit. Yesterday,
you did.
Oh, good.
Fatty, this Portuguese guy who gets on Fight Club and talks mess. He's a black dude, and Uncle Tom made him rage quit. What did you do to make him wait?
Well, we were talking about schools and shit, and how they how these liberals have gone too far with it. And he was like, "So are y'all okay with teaching imaginary things to kids?" And I was like, "Nah." He was like, I mean, it was. So I was saying no because we were talking about trans and all that, and I was like, "No, it's not good to teach me that." I was like, if you would have asked about Santa Claus, I'd have said the same damn thing. But his thing was, well, they teach God in school. He was like, no, they don't.
No, they don't.
Well, they say the pledge of allegiance in God we trust. That's teaching God. I was like, that first off, it's not teaching God. And then Angry Man was getting on to him, and now he was like, all you guys keep doing, that's what I was saying. I was like, well, first off, how do you always say something stupid that have nothing to do with anything and try to get the guy? And then he got all of
he argues. He argues to be right instead of arguing the merits of the point. That's what he does. And he's Fatty. I can't deal with his accent. I know he's Portuguese, but for some reason, his accent comes off as like Eastern Ukrainian.
I mean, I can see it.
You know what I'm saying? It sounds like a black dude who's doing a really good job of playing what's his name from Street Fighter? Playing a really good Russian accent.
Zangief.
Yes. He's like, it's like a black, like when I look at him, my eyes can't reconcile with what my ears are hearing. So it looks like he's putting on an accent and it comes off Russian.
When he's actually trying to have an actual non-disingenuous argument, I can agree with him. There's a lot of things I can agree with him, but most of the time right now, he's just trying to be disingenuous. And he kept cutting people off. And I was like, dude, no one cut off, man. Let me finish. You can't have what he tries to have a circular conversation between himself and himself. And I was like, you're going to ask the person, you're going to ask people a question, let them answer.
Exactly.
He asked me a question and he kept interrupting. I'm like, dude, could you just shut up for a quick second so I can answer the question?
Yeah.
And then he got a little his fake apology. I mean, he's not a bad dude. He just argues disingenuous points.
Very true, man. Speaking of disingenuous people, let's talk about the now former mayor of New Orleans.
Which one's that?
She got fired?
Huh?
She got fired?
Yeah. She got kicked out after running the city into the ground, and our girl Pink Book Lessons got the 411. So let me play that video real quick so we can critique this, so we can react to this.
Yeah, I'll be home in a quick second. I'm probably about away from my house, but I'll pop on there when I get done.
Okay, cool,
man. She's gonna wind up in prison.
We can only hope. Let's press play on this.
Mayor of the city. Before becoming mayor, she served about 6 years on the New Orleans City Council and completed an executive training program at Harvard Kennedy School. There's been a lot of drama surrounding Mayor Cantrell and lots of criticism, from using city money for expensive flights to the high crime in the city and the city's management of its PD. Once again, Mayor Cantrell is in the news, this time for her troubling behavior at a Mardi Gras celebration. It's currently Mardi Gras season, so the city is filled with celebrations every day. New Orleans is excited to welcome tourists for the 2023 season. Things are pretty much back to normal now. And yes, it's usual for the mayor to participate in these activities. What's not normal is Mayor Cantrell's behavior at a recent parade. Take a second to make sure that you're subscribed to the channel and click the notification bell for all updates. Shout out to the 9th Ward, the Florida area, Uptown, Mid-City, Gentilly, New Orleans East, West Bank. And I can't forget about the folks visiting the French Quarter and the locals working in the area. If you're watching from New Orleans, let me know below. New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell was seen yelling and flipping off riders on a carnival parade float. In a video that circulated on social media on Sunday, it was not known what prompted Mayor Cantrell's outburst, but the clip came from a citizen who attended the parade who wished to remain anonymous. The video appears to have been recorded by a float rider using a cell phone. This occurred the day before on Saturday as the crew of Tux made its way past the mayor's official parade stand. In the video, Cantrell is heard yelling. To some, she appeared a bit drunk, but she gave a middle finger to the riders. You have many people, they're like, it's not a big deal, and they're defending.
Now, what do you think about that? That's not very mayoral of her.
That's the mayor doing the finger.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, they're burning down her city, aren't they? So, what's the problem? Aren't rioters like destroying her city?
Yes, with her help.
Yeah, she's the one.
So she's doing it for a show. She's being a Democrat.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's the proprietor of all of this. Because while her city is burning.
Yeah.
Huh?
No, I'm just saying, yeah, because, dude, this is the exact same as what happened to mine. We don't have mayors anymore. I'm on my last city of, I'll say my city, I've said it before. The last city of Bristol mayor is the one in office because he got elected on socialism. So they were like, I think I've shown this before. They took down loads of statues, threw it in the river, demanded loads of name changes for our roads because of slavery. And then Greta Thunberg came down and said, the ice is melting, we're going to die. So then they led in traffic and like they led in front of ambulances and everything. It's like burning down police cars, police buildings. And then the mayor was like, you know what? I'll ask people if they want a mayor. This will solve the problem. And then they said, no, F you, get out of here. So now we don't have a mayor anymore because they burnt down police buildings. But the mayor was like on their side, and then they ended up bringing the mayor down to the point where there is no mayor anymore. Good. So my city, you can see why I'm eager to leave.
You can't acquiesce to the mob, man. That never works.
No.
Historically speaking, never in life has that ever worked.
No.
What do you guys want? We want your head. You know, every time. It never works.
It goes down to racism. So if you're against them, you're racist, and people are scared of that. That's their argument is, oh, you're against us, you're a racist, you're a fascist, we'll beat you up.
Yep, that's the argument, always and every day.
The funny thing is, I must be a bad racist because I love you black fellas more than half the white fellas I know. So what's that saying? I'm on the side against them, and I love the black blokes. So I think I'm all right.
It shows your allegiances are a little bit skew.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I may be a baby-faced white boy, but I'm black in heart, man. You know?
You are.
Yeah, I'm one of the boys. I have an M-Pass, but I don't use it.
Mayor Cantrell saying that just because she's a mayor, it doesn't mean that she can't react and have emotions like a normal person, while others are shocked at her out-of-control behavior. The city's communications director, Gregory Joseph, came out defending Mayor Cantrell with a statement where he said Mardi Gras is a time for satire and jest, all in good fun. The city has been enjoying a safe and healthy carnival, and went on to say they will move forward and continue celebrating. Mayor Cantrell has been under a lot of scrutiny, especially in her second term. On top of that, she's facing a recall from a group that's only about 1,000 signatures away from getting the required signatures to force a vote on her future.
All right, we have breaking news right now. A recall petition has officially been filed against New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell For more of this
That dude
development,
looks
I
like
send
he
it
used to
over
play in a
to
Disney
WBSU
channel.
anchor Travis Mackle in the newsroom. Travis, what
That's
can
the
you
guy
tell us
from
about this?
Sweet
Yeah,
Life of
Darren,
Zack and
you're
Cody.
breaking
No
the
running in
story.
my
About 5
lobby.
minutes ago, a recall petition was formally filed against New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell that happened at the Secretary of State Kyle Ardwin's office in Baton Rouge. A New Orleans woman named Eileen Carter. She's a former employee of the mayor. She's also the sister of former state senator Karen Carter Peterson, is the person who filed the petition. So here's how all of this works, as there is a lot to unpack. Basically, the clock is running right now. You have 180 days to get 53,000 signatures from registered voters to recall Mayor LaToya Cantrell. If you get all of that, then the governor has to call a special election, and then voters will vote to decide if the mayor is recalled. It would only be a simple majority after that. The hard part in the state of Louisiana is getting 53,000 verified signatures to say they want a recall election, and you are on the clock. Once again, you have 180 days to do that, and the clock, Daryl, has started right now.
During this push for a recall, she's been pretty silent on it, but her meltdown that she's having could have a lot to do with the pressure that she's under. Here's my problem with Mayor Cantrell. As the mayor of a city, you're the leader. You're in charge of managing the city, representing the city and its citizens. You have to have decorum. You have to be professional. You can't get out here popping off like a city girl. Not to mention, Mayor Cantrell is over 50 years old. She should know better. There's no excuse. I've been seeing everything that she's been dealing with for the last couple of years. Whenever she's questioned about what she's doing to stop the carjackings, the robberies, it's like she's always denying or downplaying things, but never talk about what she's going to do about it. And although that's going on in a lot of these major cities, these population centers, one thing that can...
Now, right here, she looks like an orangutan, but that's neither here or there. Question: what do you do about the robberies and the carjackings in a major city that has no
Arrest
rings?
them. Keep them locked
Thank
up.
you.
Don't let them out.
You support your police.
I support just like law and order. If you're going to go around smashing things up and hurting people and robbing people, you should be locked up and you should stay locked up. You shouldn't be given light sentences or let out on good behavior. I think it sets a bad precedent because literally, like, what's it? I'm going to use this example. I know what happens in here and probably America as well, maybe worse, maybe less, but over here, people who do stuff to children and do stuff without consent get like the lightest sentences and they get protection. Whereas like people who like say maybe missed a couple payments on something or defended themselves and got like a assault charge or anything like that, they get way worse. They get like triple what someone who's like doing the worst things on earth gets. So I think if you just actually charge people, keep it so people aren't going to be doing it and they know they're going to get in trouble, they won't do it. But the thing is, everyone's soft. You're only locked up if it's like something so petty or you've gone against the system nowadays. Like literally, you could do the worst things on earth and have a new identity under the government, at least here.
Well, here it's all about social justice.
Yes, it
and
is.
All that is a separate set of standards for certain people.
What,
Yep.
George Floyd?
Yes, exactly like George Floyd.
Yeah.
And the rest of
Anytime you put any word in front of justice, it changes the meaning of justice.
Yep.
Well, yeah,
it's no longer justice.
Recently here, when the Queen died in September, there were like marches in the street to, mourn. And then the next day, there were even bigger marches calling for the police to be shut down because this black lad with a gun who has, gun charges, drug dealing charges. His car was being tracked for drug dealing. He sped away from police. They cornered him. He started ramming the police. Police get out with guns and say, look, stay still, get out the car. We'll effing shoot you. He starts ramming more cars, gets shot. And the whole of London was like, the police are racist. Defund the police. The whole of London must march.
Welcome to every day in every city in America.
Thank you. That's every day in every city in America, man. There's no, that used to be shocking, but since 2020, it's been even more so par for the course.
Well, dude, you know I was saying about like the police buildings being burnt down here.
Yeah.
I said about Greta, the riots, and the statues. And the riots, guess what they were about?
What were
the
they about?
injustice of George Floyd's brutal murder.
That
And it's
had
like,
nothing
bro,
to do with that government.
Yeah, we're a bunch of ugly teethed English folk in the Southwest, very kind of like in a decent area, got nothing to do with America.
Yeah.
And what this guy gets killed, and all of a sudden it's, if I chuck a Molotov at this car, I'm anti-racist.
Yep.
It's horrible. It really is. Like I hate this stuff. But I've always been called like a bad person for this. This is why like I say my opinions,
well,
but I also know where to say them.
White,
you know,
it's called white fragility, right? Right? Isn't that what they call it? It's nonsense. It's all nonsense. These guys will police and make it. You know, they'll do it before they do it before they believe anybody else will do it to them, and then even after, you know, going along to get along, you still can't do anything right. If your opinions deviate, I read something from Chairman Mao's Red Book earlier.
Oh, brilliant!
If your opinions deviate, then you are the enemy. It doesn't matter if your thoughts go against what they're saying, you know, because they can read minds, right? You know, if your body language tells them something, your body language is not, what is the word I'm looking for? Is
confident?
No. Your body language is not. It causes me pain. It is
intimidating.
Microaggression.
Yeah, your body language is a microaggression. It's violence. I don't know why I couldn't think of violence. Your body language is violence, like the professor who is black, that they eat themselves alive. Why wouldn't they eat you? You know, after they eat you, they have nobody else to eat. So now they look inward and they try and find something to be outraged at, to revolt against.
Yeah, and it's a constant higher purity standard.
Yes. Yep. You had Lenin, who started the BS in Russia after Lenin was assassinated, because I think he was assassinated. They say he died. Whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I think they assassinated that man. Then Stalin took over and imposed his brand of communism. And then after he died, it continued on until they ate themselves into oblivion. And now there's no more USSR. And, you know, and now we have Russia again, and they're, you know, trying to maintain what sovereignty they have left.
Well, you want to know something that happened when the USSR like dissolved?
Yeah.
In a good and bad way, depending on like which area you're in, the EU gained part of the Soviet Union. When the USSR dissolved, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, straight to the EU.
Well, the EU didn't exist then. The EU didn't exist then.
No, it didn't. It was made after World War II to prevent a Third Reich, and it is now the Fourth Reich. So,
yeah,
no, the EU was not a body then.
It was made.
It just didn't exist in the way we know it now.
Yeah, but what a lot of people don't realize is the condition that Russia left those countries in.
Oh yeah,
yeah, they were destitute.
They were destitute. They were polluted beyond recognition.
They just fleeced them. You know, they I remember there was something I was watching. All of the aristocracy, you know, the people who were in charge, they would go on like massive deer hunts. When they went on holiday, it was crazy. They would go on these massive deer hunts where they would kill hundreds of thousands of deer and then have like several days of feasting and just waste. I gotta look up where I had read this or watched this, but it's so true.
Well,
man.
everybody else was standing in line for bread and potatoes.
Yes, while everybody else starved. Yeah. That's socialism for you, folks. That's Marxism for you. That's democratic socialism.
That's what I was going to say. Over here, all the people my age who are like far left, they're all Lenin Marxists. It's like a joint thing.
So
like,
stupid.
Yeah, I got sent an article. I'll send you it in the private chat. This guy on Facebook, I said something like, I wouldn't want Lenin as my leader. He was a murderous dictator. And he sent me a massive paragraph about how long have I known your family? You're a smart boy, read this. And it's all about Lenin Marxism. And I was reading it and I was like, I don't even know, but I'll send it to you. But like,
yeah, please send it to me.
I'm not part of this group. And I'm so happy.
This right here, this book here didn't move me to be a communist. I just read, this was nonsensical when I read it. So it begs the question of who are we putting through school? Who do we have in these universities? I remember I went to Chicago State University, and there was a group called the Young Black Communists, and their not their teacher, but their sponsor was this really diminutive white Jewish guy, and they would stand there in the quad and pass out manifesto. So one day I stopped and I wanted to have a conversation with them. Immediately they were militant. Two black people, one was a girl, one was a boy, and one was a man, one was a lady, and not a lady because she doesn't hold any office. One was a female, one was a male, and they were immediately militant. Just full stop. As soon as I asked the question, how dare you ask the question? So then I'm like, how are you going to win me over to your side if when I ask you a question, I'm met with immediate, an immediate attack? And then we're talking about, and I'm talking to them about the finer points of Nazism versus Stalinism, and they were like, well, Nazis, they were fascists, they weren't communists. And I said, same. They both espoused ideologies that said you can't think for yourself.
Yeah.
Socialism ends in communism.
And that's what I'm saying. I said, I'm like, they were a stone's throw away from communism. I'm like, they were a socialist. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, they were the same. They both committed murder en masse. They both had nation states that were run from the top down. There was nothing. They were adjacent. They were, if anything, Nazism was communism adjacent. And these people, they went bat shit on me, trying to fight the narrative, fight against what I was saying. And I'm like, man, that's okay, man. I'm like, one day you'll see the fruit for the trees. I don't know if that day ever came, but here we are, man, and a nation fractured. What's up, Bird Lady? What's going on? Thank you for coming to the show. Appreciate you. We've been going almost 3 hours now. I appreciate you coming up.
You know why they're so militant? I just want to say this before I forget.
Yeah.
But the reason they're so militant is because you complete them. Because you ever watch The Dark Knight? Heath Ledger's Joker?
Yes.
It's like, why do you want to kill me? It's like, oh, you complete me. So like, they need you to be them, because without people just even going up to them being like, oh, well, I think differently, without any of that, they're just a bunch of people standing around who don't matter.
Crazy.
if someone goes up and it's like, excuse me, I respectfully disagree because this and that, they can then be like, well, I know this and this is right and you're wrong and you're the enemy. Like they love it. They love it. And a lot of
communism
people,
and socialism are for the people, not the communist or the socialist.
dude, the socialism will never work in any country. The more socialist my country has become, the worse it's become. I'll be honest. Like,
hey, Lawrence,
have a look at Thatcher's Britain.
That's been the track through history. Yet they say it just hasn't been done right yet.
Exactly. That's what I hear
keep saying that.
non-stop.
Like
you do the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. It's literally the definition of insanity.
Of insanity, yes. Like what's his name? Who ran for president? The Democratic Socialist. No, the
Bernie
Democratic
Sanders.
Socialist himself.
Bernie Sanders.
Thank you, Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
He said, "When I think about communism, I'm not talking about Venezuela. I'm looking to Sweden or wherever." He said, "I'm just, this guy, man. This guy." He went on. You remember? Well, I don't remember, but I remember watching a video of him in his younger days going over to Russia on holiday to experience what it was like there. And he didn't have a discouraging word about it.
Do you want to know the scary thing, though?
Yeah.
If Bernie didn't have the DNC rigged against him in 2016, I think he would have had a better shot than Hillary, big time.
Well, he did.
I think more people would vote for Bernie Sanders today than voted for Biden.
Oh yeah, 100%. But the thing is,
even people on the right buy his crap.
Yep, even people on the right buy Bernie Sanders' democratic socialism. It's
in
travesty.
terms of being a leader, like a president, that's perfect because he can sway people to his side and then drag them into things they don't even realize because they may agree with some things and not with others. But Bernie, compared to Hillary and Biden, you can tell he actually cares about like people, whereas like with Biden, in terms of, come on, I know that all politicians are like that, yeah, but in terms of Bernie, at least he's saying the working class, the working man and woman, whereas Hillary's just there laughing like a flipping hyena, and Biden is there like, my butt's been wiped. He doesn't even know where he's at.
Yeah, but Bernie looks at the middle class like they're the top 1%.
Yep.
Oh, I know. I don't support him, but the thing is, libertarians would probably sway more to Bernie than Trump.
Well, that's because most libertarians are stupid.
Yeah,
but they're also vapes, and in terms of winning,
they have that mentality where they want to straddle the fence, and straddling the fence always leads them to the less
the path of least resistance.
There you go. That's
but Bernie had the young people on his side. Like the young people were all about Bernie.
But in reality, all you wind up getting is a stick up your ass or pinched nuts.
Every time.
I live in the UK. I know how it is.
Cannot be denied is Mayor Cantrell's city under her watch is now the murder capital.
New Orleans making national headlines as the murder capital of the U.S.
Absolutely. Metropolitan Crime Commission says per capita homicides are higher than every other city in the United States.
WDSU reporter Shay O'Connor joins us now live in New Orleans East, where the Metropolitan Crime Commission says is one of the hot spots.
Thank you, Bird Lady.
Occasionally, I do have one or two shots. But the other night, it was quite a few of them. I was hoping none would come this way.
Ernest Bell Jr. says the crime has gotten way out of hand.
It's a fear. You never know if you're going to come back home, where things are now. No one in office that I know is trying to do anything to help this city become like it used to be.
Meanwhile, homicides are up by 46% from the same time last year, up 141% since 2019.
We've been there before, but when we were there before, it was in the mid-90s.
Raphael Goeneche, The president of the Metropolitan Crime Commission says the national headlines are not shocking, and it's impacting the city as a whole.
The consequences of these crime problems mean that citizens that have an option to go someplace else are going to do so. It means that some of the groups that are responsible for recruiting businesses to come here and recruiting tourists and conventions to come
What's
here
going on,
have a
Georgia
tougher
Swan?
sales job now.
Goeneche says 50% of all violent crime is happening in 2 police districts, New Orleans East and Central City.
If 50% of the violent crime is concentrated in 2 police districts, and there's 8 districts, and you can reduce violent crime by 50% in those 2 districts, you're reducing violent crime by 25% in the city of New Orleans.
You know what they ought to do?
MCC officials, they tell me that if there were higher pay raises and better work conditions for
What you say there, Callie?
You know what they ought to do to like the criminals and anyone involved or who gets charged? Do what like we try to do, but we can't really do because we refuse to leave the European Court of Human Rights for some reason. But what we tried, like we've kind of started, but we're pussies, to be blunt. Send them to Rwanda. Straight up, Rwanda. I'm being honest. I mean, they talk about black culture, black power, but they go around killing fellow black genius. Why not send them to Rwanda?
Ray, what's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Hey, I want to say if anyone is on the port session, please go over to Black's channel. It is pinned to the top. We need to get him
them watchtowers.
Those watch hours. Can we please, everyone that's on the port session, please go to Black's channel and give him the support because he is part of the fam, and we're all here to support him. This is his stream. I'm just here watching and listening and participating.
And I'm gonna do a stream tomorrow.
Say again.
Tom, put your mic up. It sounds like a quiet boy.
Was it quiet? It was quiet?
No, that might have been me. No, that might have been me.
I know what Tom sounds like. You sound like this.
Clear out your ears, then, you freak.
Thanks,
Hey, Kai, call me a freak, Kai. Shit, Kai, get him off the stream, man.
Did you watch the new South Park episodes?
No. Well, this is the best part, right? My video that I've been working on, yeah? It's a good one. You ready? I've taken
motherfucker.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm not going fast enough for you. Let me just puff on my cigar. No. For real though.
What's up, Universal?
60 minutes interview. But I've cut up his responses and I've added in my own like questions. So it's like I'm talking to him, but I'm not. So there's one part where he talks about Camilla wanting like attention, like only getting married for attention. But I made it so it's like
going on with the Scott
about Megan. So I'm pretty hyped.
Have you seen the South Park episode dealing with the Royals?
Are we on our privacy?
Yeah, I have. Look, I have been keeping up with the Scott Adams situation, and I was going to play that video after this one. So stay tuned, man. You know, that whole situation is crazy.
And yeah, but by the way, I keep shouting out the porch and Blacks like big time. So I'll keep at it. And when I do my stuff this week, hop on whenever. And give yourself free shout outs as much as you want. I don't care. Anyone else, I'll kick them. But like, yeah, you're the big dogs. You're the big dogs. Trust me.
Hey, I appreciate that, Cal. I was going to say Scott Adams is the author of Dilbert. So if you grew up looking at the comic book, not comic books, I'm sorry, the comic strip in any newspaper ever growing up, the last, I don't know how many years, 25, 30 years, you would see Dilbert in the comic strip page of your local newspaper. And, he's really been getting it handed to him, boy. They've really been effing him in the A over comments, made about wanting to separate from Black people, especially those who don't agree, especially those who, no matter what you do for them, want to destroy you. So his whole goal is to, divest. And I don't have a problem with it. I don't see anything wrong with what he said.
Did you see his podcast with Hotep Jesus?
No, I did not see his podcast with Hotep Jesus. What did he say?
Outstanding. He goes into why he said the things he did. And it is outstanding. I recommend anybody who's following the story to watch that podcast.
Yes, yeah. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna look that up momentarily. F this lady, we all know she's garbage. Hopefully she gets run out on a pike.
You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna do the same thing they did in California and disqualify just enough names on the registration list or on the recall list to make it fail.
Yep. Well, California, it worked. The recall list, they were able to get the vote to get to the point to where they could vote, but then they sabotaged it there. He mobilized all his money, and they and now they have to deal with another however many years of Gavin bang your wife Newsom. Universal Jones, he published his first Dilbert comic strip in 1989. He may have been drawing it, I think, since 86, so that's 37 years. But then in 89, it's been published for about 33, 34. So, and people are dropping. It was a household name, man. I used to love reading those Dilbert comic strips growing up.
Dilbert's brilliant. Brilliant.
Let me go in here. Let me stop presenting really quickly. And let me get into that Hotep Jesus. I was going to look up another one, but now that you said Hotep Jesus, I'm going to go and look that up. Hotep Jesus.
While you get it up,
it's marked on the bottom by subject that they talk about too, so it's easy to index.
Okay, cool. Let me do that.
You're saying about someone who household name has written stuff, yeah? All this J.K. Rowling stuff that's happening? Like everyone's like, oh, don't buy the game. She's transphobic. Don't buy the game.
Oh,
J.K. Rowling was born literally in my constituency. It's mad.
Yeah, but have you ever seen the comic strip Dilbert?
I'm not sure. Did you ever see Dandy or what's the other one? Oh my god.
Let me look up Dilbert for you so you can see what it looks like.
Bimbo? Like Dennis the Menace.
Yeah. Yeah. Dilbert was a comic book started about corporate America in the days of cubicles.
Have you got a big nose, this Dilbert?
Yep.
It's just, yeah. Yeah,
like Office Space.
Yeah.
Now let me show you. Present.
You know Wallace and Gromit?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's in my city too, bro.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, straight up. All chicken run and that. Yeah. So it's not all druggies and crime here. It's actually some cool stuff.
All right, here's Dilbert. Yeah, phenomenal comic strip, man. And they just, like they do everything, ruined it. Now let me get into this Hotep Jesus thing.
Did you hear about Roald Dahl? The guy who wrote the books like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
Oh, yeah, they're going through and censoring his books, yeah. They're going through and censoring all his books.
Anything they don't like, they're removing. So, Augustus Gloop, the big fat bastard?
Yeah.
He's now not enormously fat, he's enormous. Because fat's offensive.
All right, Reckless, absolutely.
And the Oompa Loompas are now gender-free.
Are they?
Yep.
Why?
Because that's an assumption of gender.
How do they reproduce?
Yeah. because it doesn't matter. according,
Willy Wonka.
according to
Apparently,
them.
they adopt like the ones do
Let's
now.
go back and change. Let's go back and change all of Americana to fit the new standard. That's exactly what it's about. It's ridiculous.
Have you ever seen the classic DVD collection of Sesame Street?
Yes.
No.
It contains a warning that this is not appropriate for children.
Yes, it does now. And not only that, they got rid of over 200 episodes of Sesame Street on HBO Max. All the good stuff. And then they left all the gender queer, non-binary stuff that they started in, around 2014 up there. But all the stuff from 1969 on, they have selectively taken out. IR Steven, what's up, man? Hey guys, this is the Blacks video cast, YouTube channel podcast. You saw the thumbnail, maybe you didn't. Hopefully you did. Please come up here and support. Come to my channel, the Blacks Who Defy channel on YouTube. If you are watching, not the Porch Sessions. The Porch Sessions just here to support. Uncle Tom's here to support. LA is here to support. Callie and Mayo Monkey, they're up here as well, participating on the panel. Please go to Blacks Who Defy's YouTube channel, trying to get these 4,000. That's 4,000 watch hours so that I can be monetized. I've already made it over one hurdle with your support and help. I need to make it over this next one so that we can make that a reality. Making getting monetized,
and that is the hardest one in watch time hours. So
you want to know what's going to get your watch time up?
Everyone, please come over to
Blacks Who Defy. What did you say? What's going to get the watch
channel? And I keep throwing it in the chat as well.
Thank you.
You're way too quiet, bruv. I swear it's not just me, right?
I can hear him.
Yeah, compared to everyone else, he's super quiet. Maybe I'll get headphones.
Yeah.
Blacks, you want watch hours? Post that video.
Yes, absolutely. Say what?
You posted a video saying I'm going to upload it tomorrow, and it's not there yet.
Which one?
You making the chili?
Oh no, I already uploaded the taco and the thing. Yeah, you're right. I haven't uploaded that chili video. I have to make it. Honestly,
I felt scammed. I was a big fan for years and years, and it broke my heart.
That better?
Yeah, that's a lot. Hey, so let me pull up this Scott Adams interview really quickly.
What's up, Steven? What's up, Quan? What's up, Bishop? Hey, B-Rad, come on over to Blacks Who Defy's channel. It's pinned to the top. Just hit the link, and they'll bring you right over here to this one.
Systematic racism framework.
For sure.
Tough questions, Trump. Rapid fire questions.
If you play the beginning part, it'll show because he shows the video that Scott Adams did, and that's when he starts asking the questions about it.
Okay.
Project happening over there. Get in tune, and for all men, menoforder.com is your destination.
Man, he really changed up his setup, man.
A controversial topic with none other than Scott Adams. Scott, what's up?
He rebranded.
Doing great. Thanks for having me on.
You're doing great.
Thanks, Quan.
Fire you're starting. Doing great.
Oh, I forgot I was supposed to be feeling bad about all this. One of the things I've realized about myself, I like attention. I just kind of like it. But I'm also kind of an energy monster. So the more energy they send me, the more I have. So we'll see what happens with that.
Well, I think you succeeded in that. You've turned into more than an energy monster. This is an energy demon. Based upon what I've seen on my timeline. But before we get into that, I want to ask you something. This is my own personal question. A lot of the other questions are from reading the room, seeing what people are saying. But what I want to know is the identifying as Black. When did that come about? Because that took me off. I was caught off guard with that. When did that happen? How did that come about? Why'd you make that decision?
So I'm trying to remember when it was, but several years ago, I said I'm going to identify as Black. Now, part of the reason was that I could. It was just an option, right? So I thought, well, that sounds good. But then I thought I could get the best of both worlds. If there's anything ever that's like, rationed by race, I can say, well, I identify as Black. And if people wanted to treat me as white because they like that, they'd look at me and say, well, I think he looks white. So I thought I could get the best of both worlds, sort of a mix. But the less funny answer is that I was spending tons of time working on things that were directly for the benefit of the Black community. So a lot of the things I was advocating for. So for example, a lot of people don't know that I'm left wing. A lot of your audience is going to be confused because the headlines are saying I'm a right wing MAGA guy. Yeah. I'm actually endorsing Vivek Ramaswamy for president.
You're muted, Blacks. There you go.
That is hilarious. The fact that this man is a raging leftist, and even being a raging leftist doesn't save you from the left. Everything about, from the horse's mouth, he's telling you he's on the left. But all the people who consist of the left now are not left. They're more radical occultists now.
Yeah. This guy is more like a Clinton era Democrat.
In comparison, yes.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. I'm just saying it shows the shift. It shows how far we've gone down this rabbit hole, man.
Primarily because I'm a single issue voter on fentanyl. He's pretty tough on fentanyl. But what people don't know is I'm super left wing. I volunteered to work for Black Lives Matter, helped Hawk Newsom try to craft some useful policies that the right and the left would agree on. Stuff like body cams. I thought, wow, there's this problem of police brutality. What if more police had body cams? So I tried to work with Black Lives Matter to see if we could get something going. And that didn't take long to find out that Black Lives Matter was a sort of a not a legitimate organization. So long before the headlines verified it, my brief encounter, it was clear that they were not, focused on any kind of solutions. I'm not sure if everybody knows that, but that's pretty well established. When Colin Kaepernick was doing his kneeling, I'm probably the only person I know who supported it who wasn't Black, because I thought it was a really effective sort of, get in your face kind of protest. And I was confused why people didn't understand that the offensiveness of it was why it works. That's like the whole point. So to me, that looked brilliant. And I also offered to see if I could help on the issue. Now, I didn't get any traction on that. The things that I work on the most, I'm actually investing in right now, is a curriculum for homeschoolers that would teach strategy for success. Now, the strategy for success is what I'm getting in trouble for. We'll talk about that, but it's primarily for Black youths who didn't have, and largely because of systemic racism. I think this is one of the most valid parts of systemic racism is the lack of, let's say, role models of exactly the financial type that you want, specifically financial. And I thought, well, if I could be, part of that solution, the book, one of the books behind me tells young people how to succeed and create a strategy. And so I worked on that. I'm trying to finish that up to make that available. I've been promoting the end of systemic racism in teachers' unions, because I think the teachers' unions are what prevent competition for schools, and the lack of competition creates.
Now, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny that he believed that the Kaepernick fiasco was a brilliant piece of, man against the patriarchy. The thing is, I don't disagree that it was a good way to get his point across. But where Kaepernick lost it was when he tried to monetize.
He used it as a crutch for a falling career.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even think he tried to monetize on it. I think it all did with the respect of his girlfriend that he had at the time, or whatever you want to call her. She's the one forced to put the battery in his back to believe all the bull crap. Because it started off something, it is what it is. But she literally got in his head and put a battery in his back. It's what I see, just personally that I've seen.
I agree. I agree that she did. She had something to do with that. No Chaser, what's going on, man? Make sure you like the stream, comment on it after the stream, guys. Hey, that's important too. Please comment on my page, Black Suitify on YouTube after the stream. That would be magnificent if you could do this. What was I going to say? No, absolutely, Uncle Tom. I believe the girl had a lot to do with it, but I also believe he had a lot of other people in his ear too.
Oh yeah, for
that
sure.
That money is a hell of a mistress, man. That she's a cruel mistress. They're like, hey, look, we can get paid off this, man. You never have to play football again. You just have to act like you want to play football again.
Yeah, and that's what he's been doing.
Yeah. I mean, he's old. That's an old man. Who's gonna hire him, man? I guess his whole thing is, oh yeah, well, Tom Brady did it until he was 45. How come I can't do it?
Because you ain't Tom Brady.
Exactly. Plus, Tom Brady never stepped away from the game. Tom Brady had a IQ for football that we haven't seen since. So I don't know, man. Him and his escapades for kneeling, that was stupidity. I don't mind you doing it. That's the entire reason why I went off and joined the military, so that you would have the right to do whatever it is you wanted to do. But you can't expect me to acquiesce. I'm never kneeling. I have too much respect for the flag that I fought for. So, so don't try and shame me and others for wanting to continue our patriotism. And there's that word again, acquiesce to, and not acquiesce to your what word am I? Your radicalism.
Creates everything bad, right? Everything good comes from competition in the free market. Everything bad comes from the opposite. History says. I was big on prison reform, very much in favor of the Jared Kushner efforts there. And I've even argued in writing for reparations, because I thought the arguments for reparations were weak. And I thought it would be useful to say, what's the strongest argument for reparations? So we'd have a valid discussion. So that's sort of the background. So doing all of that work on behalf of one community primarily, I thought, well, I like being on the winning team, and I like the issues. I think that they're the ones that have the most leverage in society. Because I think if you help the people, this is the basic thinking. If you can help somebody go from unemployed to employed, that's the biggest change you can make. If you give somebody a 20% raise, it's like, well, nice. But going from unemployed, where we paid for you to live, to where you pay for yourself to live, that's everything. So if you're looking at the well-being of the country, it makes sense to focus on the people who are in the deepest hole, and it's sort of a twofer, because you could, maybe heal racial tensions by being serious about Black Lives Matter. Like, why not take it seriously and invest in the thing that would make a difference? Now, my personal opinion is that systemic racism.
And pause it there. Gary Grant with the $10 super chat. I will always support my brother Blacks and Uncle Tom. Well, thank you for that there, sir. And make sure that you're on Blacks Who Defies channel, YouTube channel, please, guys. I can't stress it enough. Please go over to Blacks Who Defy YouTube channel so we can drive up those watch hours, so we can get this channel monetized. It's the next doggone hurdle to jump. So those of you guys who have had to jump this hurdle, I commend you. I'm on my way. I'm trying to do it as well. Hey, skater girl became a doggone member. Woo! Thanks, roller skater girl. We appreciate it as always. Lawrence, what's going on, brother? You're one of my day ones, bro.
Yeah, go over to Blacks Who Defies channel. It's 25 over here on the porch session. Please go over to Blacks Who Defy. I pinned it to the top. We're trying to get them watch hours, man, because that's the hardest hurdle to get over. Is them 4,000 watch time hours within a year.
Yes, that is the hardest metric to get over. 1,000 and getting 1,000 subscribers ended up being easier than we thought. That was crazy how quickly you guys mobilized and got me to 1,000. That was amazing. I looked up one morning, 2 days after saying I'm going to eat that doggone mud cookie. And y'all got me to 1,000 subscribers after that. I was at 473. And then I woke up, I was at 1,100. That's crazy, bro. So I appreciate that. So now here we are. We're at a standoff with the YouTube overlords, man. The YouTube overlords owe me they owe me money, doggone it. And they don't want to come up. They don't want to come up off that cheddar, man. They don't want to come off that cheese, but we're going to make them. So thank you, Roller Skater Girl, for donating your hard-earned money to this channel, for becoming a member. That's really nice of you and wonderful of you. And and Lawrence, thank you you're always gonna hold a special place in my heart and mind, man. You're one of my day ones, man, for this channel and the porch sessions and Uncle Tom and LA's. So you're always there, man. Sure. Let's anybody want to broach before I press play on this?
No, you good on this one.
Cool, man.
Is the reason that it's hard for people to get along. And this is
now, where does he talk about Dilbert? Do you remember, Mayo?
But the biggest form of systemic racism is that the school systems are a complete failure for Black Americans, but anybody who's poor and in cities and Black places. So it's not entirely a Black thing.
You missed it.
But to me, that's the
Did I
biggest
miss
issue.
it?
Yeah. Let me pull it up and I'll get a timestamp on it.
Yeah, no worries, man. No, King Cali, man. Let me see. What did you say? You said wanted to say before I had to drop that you lot are legends in Illy all.
You hurt my brain. You hurt my brain.
But I get it. I said you lot are legends, so you all are legends, and we're all ill. Get it?
For sure.
Thanks, man. King Cali, thanks for coming through. Cali, you deserve a hand clap. I don't have the little thing, but we love you all. We love you too, man. Appreciate you coming through. And yeah, we hear it.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
And you know what? We are old timers. That's crazy. I can say to a 20. How old are you, Cali? 23. Yeah. To a 23-year-old, we are old timers. That's crazy. That's dang, man. That's insane.
I told you, my son, 24, my oldest.
That's crazy, man. I'm still 23.
I feel old as shit.
I know. Yeah, that's crazy. Hold on, let me get off that. Oh yeah, Cal, boy, you 22 years old. That means. Dang, man.
that new car smell.
Yeah. Dang, what was it? That was too. Wow, dude.
Yes. Keep bringing his channel up.
Yes, please keep bringing my channel.
We got 20 in here on his channel and 26 on the porch session. Please go over to his channel. Please go over that channel.
Please,
we can get
yes.
At least 40 over there. That'd be great.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
But hey, thank you for all the support that y'all are in here supporting my guy.
Yeah, I really do appreciate it. Yes, I wouldn't have been able to do it with all of you. I appreciate you all. Thank you for coming over to the Blacks Who Defy YouTube channel and subscribing and liking and sharing. Hey guys, all of your views add to the metric. Go and look at the short. I need 10,000 views. I'm sorry, 10 million views there if I want to be monetized. And I need 4,000 watch hours if I want to be monetized. So either or it will do. So I'm going to be dropping more shorts and also trying to get the hang of this and cut up these lives so that we can monetize.
Sure, don't go past 6 hours. That's what messed me up yesterday.
Really? Dang.
Yeah. After 6 hours,
I didn't know
you can't what do you call it? Cut it down.
Are you serious?
Well, you can't edit it. Let's put it that way. You can cut it down, but you can't edit it.
You're right, Auntie Dearest. All the cool kids are over at Blacks Who Defies channel.
That's for sure.
Mama, always good to see you and hear from you. Good evening as well. Man. Man, Callie, just let me know, man. You can come up and put it in the back chat. And, we can spitfire some ideas. That would be wonderful. Today, I tried to connect my GoPro to my computer. I tried to, for some reason, so I tried to bypass that video chip, the video card that you sent me. I tried to bypass that, the capture card, because I don't have the USB to USB-C cord, so I got to get one of those. But they said all I have to do is download the GoPro camera utility.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Just download that app. And
I did. Well, I did on my computer, and so on StreamYard I can see the GoPro option, but it's not connected to my computer because for some reason it's not loading up. So I got to figure it out. I only had like 15 minutes to go before the show started, so it was weird, man. Let me pull this up real quick because this guy isn't getting to the point. So let me stop.
Oh, go to it's a hate group.
Oh, it's a hate group.
It's the next.
Hey,
it's
Gary,
the next channel.
Yeah,
or the next
link. Give
marker.
me 1 second. I got you.
Gary, yeah. We'll drop the link. He'll do it right now. Give me 1 second.
Or a hate group. A hate group.
A hate group. Okay.
It should be dropped.
A hate group. Let's get here. Yeah. Operations argument. A hate group. Got it. A hate group starts at right there.
So let's talk about your statement. You began this conversation and called yourself an energy monster. Now, when I first saw your statement, I classified it as trolling. Some people may call it clout chasing. Maybe you're classifying this as being an energy monster or provocateur. What is the goal of your statement? Was it to get people energetically charged up?
Well, is that what you call trolling? Getting
Sometimes
people just riled up?
It can be construed as that sometimes.
Well, I'll tell you a little secret about me. I never do something for one reason. So I wouldn't do it just for laughs.
Right.
I wouldn't do it just for clout. I certainly wouldn't do it for financial reasons. I don't know if you've heard, but the Dilbert's being canceled all over the country, and it's CNN is canceling me. I think TMZ was canceling me just before I got on. I think the biggest newspaper that carries me has already decided to cancel.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He has FU money.
A few days from now. So here's the things you can know it isn't. I wouldn't do it just for laughs. I mean, it isn't that funny. It's pretty funny, but it isn't that funny. I wouldn't do it for money. I wouldn't do it for reputation. Why would I do it? Well, that's a question. Why would I do it?
I think you want to have the conversation.
If you think of any other reason I would do it.
I think you wanted to have. I think you wanted to create room for the conversation.
I discovered that the price of free speech is really high, and there are only a few people willing to pay it. So I decided to pay it so that I could extend the conversation to something that everybody needs to hear. So let me set it up. You might want to play the quote first. Do you want to play the clip first or to set it up?
Sure. Let me.
No. So the clip will be provocative, and then I'll give you the context. Now, I should say, while we're waiting to listen to this, that all day long people were very mad at me. That's why the cancellations. But to the best of my knowledge, nobody's disagreed with the point I made. And I keep asking if they disagree with the point, and they sort of avoid that question. There is some question about the data, which I agree with, the questionability, the questionableness of the data. I think that's a good point.
Hey, Mama Carol.
Yes, we can talk about the data. Absolutely. I'm trying to find the right clip because a lot of them are long and they're mostly like 2 minutes and 18 seconds. All right, let's just grab this one. And then we'll put it on your screen. Give me a second. People will be on your screen in just a moment. So we'll do here. So you should see me and Scott now on your screen. And then you'll see the video right now. And then I'll release the audio and then we'll be playing this. Hold on one second.
So if nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll, that's a hate group. That's a hate group. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away.
All right, let's stop it right there. All right,
How do you see why this blew up?
Look, dude, I saw that part. Gary, what's up, brother? Would you please broach and tell me what you thought about that statement?
I think it's very funny. I'll explain. If a black person said this, it would not be controversial. But since a white person said it, it's a controversy. It's a canceling thing. We are black people. We stay away from black people. So a white person saying that, you're not wrong, because as soon as we get enough money, are we around those people that he's talking about? It wouldn't even be any kind of statement. We say it every day. Stay away from the men's. That's all I can say about that.
Yeah, absolutely, Gary. The thing is, I don't understand what the problem is. Hasn't everybody just been talking about divesting over this last 3 years stint since 2020? How bad white people are and how black people need their own spaces, etc. So then when he says, okay, you can have your own space, I'm going to leave, he's a racist?
Well, that sound like some racist shit, bro.
Get the fuck out of here.
But I don't disagree with it. But I don't just say black folks. I say get away from white folks as well. Because It is what it is. Everyone wants. See, the thing about it is, everybody wants to be unified and separated at the same time.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
The oxymoron.
Look, we already got that. You know what it's called? Chicago,
New York, Miami. All the major cities are the same way we're talking about.
Yes.
They want to be unified but separated at the same time. Makes no fucking sense.
It makes no sense whatsoever. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. In Chicago, everybody is together but separate.
Oh no, I'm
on the southeast side. It's nothing but black people. On the north side, it's mostly white people, but now it's white people, Puerto Ricans, but now it's more, Middle Eastern, Arabic, Jordanian, Persian people over there, Indian over there. And then on the west side, it's, the deep west side, it's black people again. Then you got Lombard and stuff like that. It's all white people, white Italians and Polish people. So what are they talking about, man? Hey, Georgia Swan, facts. I would never in my freaking life. Your dad is absolutely correct. Growing up there, I knew immediately I was never going to have my children grow up in the city of Chicago, man. You'd have to pay me. Boy, you'd have to be paying me. What would they have to be paying me? They'd have to be paying me something like $45,000 every 2 weeks for me to be living, because I need get out money. I need get out money. If I decide to quit this job because this place is hell, I need to be able to hop on whatever I need to hop on and leave whatever I'm leaving to get wherever I need to get. And it wouldn't even be to stay within the confines of the city of Chicago. They'd have to pay me that to live in Naperville, which is a wonderful place to live, or Wheaton. All those places aren't even going to hell, but it's too close to Chicago, and I'm not living close to Chicago, point blank, period. So Georgia Swan, good on your dad. Your dad's an awesome man. He cares about his family. Michael Ray, Chicago is a communist capital. And yes, I can't wait for them to get rid of Beetlejuice, a.k.a. Master Splinter, a.k.a. the Toxic Avenger, man. That bug-eyed freak. Boy, she looked like a Pokemon, man. My God, man, I can't stand that woman.
Well, you got it. They elected her. Like, they elected her to show you that they're worse than her. Because looking at that woman, worst of all, living an alternative lifestyle, how could you make that be a mayor of your city? Do you think your problems count to them?
Gary, your guest is as good as mine. I'm telling you, dude, I had never even heard of this woman until she showed up on the scene. I've lived in Chicago my entire childhood up until I was 22. And that's a very long time. So I've never heard of her. And, it wasn't like I was walking around with the blinders on and my ears closed. I kept myself abreast of politics and everything, voted in local elections. And I never heard of her. She just showed up out of nowhere, man. Just a bull dagger dyke that they hired.
That's the diversity that you all are crying for.
What is you all shit?
Americans. I'm not calling my brothers that. Come on. Don't tell me I have to not say not all, you all.
Man, you always gotta say not all,
man.
not all.
Oh God, yeah. Only in America you gotta say that to people. You know what I mean? It's like if they call a black man a monkey.
Not all.
Well, that's him. That's right. Not all, but there are a lot of monkeys though.
Where's our big time monkey at? Our Jigaboo Wrangler. Where he at?
He's wrangling jigaboos.
Oh man. Did he ever get
what he's doing? Look, he was in the chat earlier. But in this chat. But I think he had to get back to Jigaboo wrangling. Let's press play.
Just get away.
Just get away.
There's no fixing this. All right, so I couldn't hear the clip, but
It's still going.
Right, this can't be fixed.
Do you want me to play the whole thing?
Escape. So that's what I did. I went to a neighborhood. Wherever you think.
That's good.
Stop at where.
That's good. So you said get away.
So here's the context.
Okay.
And this is the sort of thing that, you owe the world, not you, I owe the world a clarification.
Okay.
Clarification is this. I'm opposed to any form of discrimination against individuals. Not your neighbor, not the person applying for a job, marry who you want, date who you want, friends who you want. I have no opinion on that, except everybody should be treated as individuals, period. And from a constitutional legal sense, everybody has to be treated the same, period. So those things I think everybody agrees on.
Yeah.
The second thing I said that was controversial, and I think some of the context got lost, is that if you're not in a constitutional legal sense and you're not talking to an individual, then for career maximization or life maximization, you might want to avoid people you think have a bad opinion of you. I'll give you some examples. If a man said to me, I've got a job offer, 2 places. One of them, it's a lot of men work there and I'm a man. And then another one where it seems like all the executives are women. So I got a suspicion that they wouldn't want to promote a man. So they asked my opinion. What would I say? I say, well, you don't know what all those women think, and certainly you shouldn't judge all of the women at this company by that pattern. But if your intuition is that they might not favor you as much as this other company, I would go where the discrimination worked in my favor. Here's another example. If a young Black person came to me and said, give me some life advice, I would say, don't go where you have the lowest risk, the lowest chance of succeeding. Go where you have the best chance. The best chance at the moment is you stay in school and try to get a job at a big Fortune 500 company that's trying to balance out their diversity. A very good goal. But that would put you at the top of the list, and you would automatically be, above all the white people applying for the same job if you have, similar qualifications. In the real world, people tend to have similar qualifications. I think people imagine that you can really tell who the good employee is going to be. Like, if you've ever hired, you can't do that. Nobody really knows. Like, within a similar band, you just don't know. So you're kind of guessing. Anyway, so that would be an example where a Black person should go where they have the biggest career advantage, which is, they would be discriminated in a positive way. If you were a Black man and asked me for advice, and you said, should I go work for a company in Cleveland or go somewhere where, not Cleveland, I guess, where there's a higher white percentage, which would be your competitive advantage? If you go to Cleveland, it's 53% Black, the city is. So let's say you work for a company in Cleveland, presumably you would be competing against a lot of other Black people of similar qualifications. But if you go to another place where there are fewer Black people applying for the same jobs, you go to the top of the white pile automatically, because diversity.
See, he's doing too much cleaning it up. He should have just said what he said, and then that's it. He's trying to qualify the statement. Instead, just let it sit there, man. Let people think about it. Because they don't care what you say now, man. There's nothing you can say that can change the impact of that statement that was first made.
And I got his meaning 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Why he said it.
Well, come on. You know why he's long-winded, dude? Because he's got to explain it to the ones in the back, the slow ones.
Man, Gary, the slow ones ain't never gonna get it. You might as well let them fall off to the wayside. they're never going to understand it. You can explain it 20 ways from Sunday, and they still will have a problem. It doesn't matter. He said it as poignantly as he could. If I'm a white man and I want to have any semblance of normalcy, stay away from black people. I mean,
but isn't that right for us too?
Exactly.
And in his full statement, he actually said, "Hey, I'm just repeating what Don Lemon said."
Oh, he did
about when living in a black neighborhood.
He is just repeating what Don Lemon said. Hold on, let me.
But remember, Don Lemon checks 2 boxes. He checks none. Because Don Lemon has got the black card and the gay card. All he got is the straight white male card. And that ain't a card anymore.
It's a minus.
That's a strike. You know what I mean? Being successful and doing something for friggin' over how many decades Dilbert's been on.
When people are
Wow.
Now you see this big fat huge blob, man. It's like her talking is like a blob telling Santa Claus he's fat.
No, that's from Star Wars.
because
Jabba the Hutt.
my ancestral intellectual legacy and heritage.
I better leave her alone, man. She look.
I'm not gonna leave my ancestors.
Let me rewind it.
That when people are like, "But why are you a feminist?" Because it is part of my ancestral intellectual legacy and heritage to be so.
What the hell
I'm
does
not
that
gonna
mean?
leave my ancestors.
Please, somebody tell me. I have watched that part several times, trying to decipher what the hell that meant. So, anybody
means please. I'm a racist because it's smart. I'm a sexist. I'm a feminist because it's smart, and it's based on past experience.
And I'm an expert because I'm obese.
Universal Jones, no, she doesn't. I don't believe it. I don't believe that big fat whale of a whale.
Who is that though? Who is that?
She works for Rutgers University. She is a professor of black studies or something like that. And
she got a white man.
Oh, you know she do.
Yeah. Yes. Reckless Ray. Yes. Word salad. She's akin to what's that dude? Michael Eric Dyson. Yeah. Universal Jones. Please find the clip.
CT Daddy.
Yeah, that is CT.
No, he's black. You full of it, Universal. I don't believe, bro.
I don't believe it either. I don't believe it. I only believe it. I only believe it when I see it. I need proof, dude. I need receipts.
I need proof.
Because I do not believe that a brother would date.
Come on, let's not be let's be real.
Okay, look.
80% of black guys are dating women like this. Because 80% of the black women in America look like this.
No, they ain't.
Come on, Gary. Stop that, Gary.
Like
that's
that.
a lie.
You full of shit.
That's a lie, Gary. Yeah, that's a stone cold lie.
Well, I'm sorry to say that more than almost 80% of your black women in America are obese.
Bro, she like 280. Niggas ain't dating 280, bro.
No, you're not.
Bro,
Black is not. L.A. Wilkes is not. I'm not. Mayo's not. There's a lot of guys that are. Sorry to say.
They might not be dating them, but they sure are hooking up with them.
Okay, so
you got it.
Y'all gotta understand, man. She get that big tax return every year. Motherfuckers trying to get that money. She gonna get dated between the months of January to April. She gonna get a date, but anything besides that, she's single. Cut that out.
Jay Rilla, if you are on the porch session, please come over to Black Through the Fives channel. Just click that link in the top, or someone just pinned it in. My wife just pinned it in the chat. Click that link and let's get everyone over to his channel, man.
I'm on both at the same time. I just put it in the background and let it run, and I'm on here.
Roller skater girl with a $20 super sticker.
Yeah,
appreciate
Remember,
you, girl.
everything that's donated to blacks on this channel will still go to him as well. I get nothing from it. I just we are family here, and I'd rather bring everything to him.
I appreciate
whatever he
that,
makes
man.
on his podcast. So
Yes,
we're
thank
doing
you
it together. We're trying to come together. Let's get him on full monetization.
We're building a tribe over here, man. We're doing LA. We're doing Uncle Tom. We're doing Kai. And we're trying to get Black Thoughts on board as well. Once he stops jiggle boo wrangling,
Hey,
good.
don't curse the working man.
No. When he stops,
that boy works more than all of us. I ain't gonna.
I don't curse working people. I used to be one of them.
And me too, man. I still am. He's just a hard working dude, man. Just a really hard working dude. So I commend him, man. You know, he works harder than me every day. That's for sure. Let me.
I only work 8 hours a day.
I refuse to work hard. Only when it's playtime.
I'll tell you this right now. Just like Uncle Tom says, boy, I don't dodge shit water for a living.
Yo, man, whoa. We gotta give our boy some props, man. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, you know what? Look, I remember when Hurricane Katrina happened, right? I was in college, and this dude was so germophobic. He that I went to school with. He said because he was a mechanic. He said he doesn't work on or touch the cars that came from Louisiana during the Hurricane Katrina because they were in shit water for a very long time. And then he said one of his friends who was a mechanic with him got a cut from working on one of those vehicles that was in that shit water, and he didn't get it treated, and he ended up getting an infection that ended up killing him. So dodging shit water is it's serious. It's serious business. So let me so thank you, Roller Skate Girl, for giving me that money and penning that super chat. Appreciate it. And hey guys, also go to Loudmouth Flavors and subscribe at Loudmouth Flavors YouTube channel. That would be great as well. That's my other YouTube channel. I appreciate you. So let's go ahead. Oh, and yeah. He did get MRSA. Yes, he did get MRSA. And it was real bad, man. He died of that. And for those of you guys who don't know, Georgia Swan, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I mean, super sticker. I appreciate that. And again, your father's an upstanding man for not allowing you to be raised in the city of Chicago. MRSA's evil mistress, man. You get infected with that, you might die. They may not be able to give you a course of antibiotics that can kill it. One guy got a tattoo. I knew he went to one of those tattoo parties. I wouldn't recommend doing that ever in life. He went to a tattoo party, and the lady used obviously a contaminated needle who was doing his tattoo. And within about 3 days, he had big old circle craters in his arm. And he went to the emergency room because he didn't know what it was, and it ended up being MRSA. Hey, United Kings, Callie, thank you for becoming a new member to the Porch Sessions. Yay! Appreciate you, Callie. Hey,
I tried to be a member of your channel, but there's no membership thing there yet, Black.
Man, Gary, that's why I'm trying to get monetized. When I get monetized,
you can't do membership until you're monetized.
No, not until I'm monetized. I got 1,000 subscribers, but I'm not monetized, and that's the bad thing. That's why I need the 4,000 watch hours, guys. That's why it's so important. You too can prevent forest fires. Okay, all you got to do is go to Black Suitify YouTube channel and give me a like, watch the video. Also, when the video is over, I'd appreciate if you guys would go back and leave a comment of some kind. It can be, hey, how you doing? It could be a heart emoji. It could be a laughing emoji. emoji. You can even say I suck. But I appreciate you guys if you could do that when it's over. I appreciate
Blacks, I have
that.
a suggestion for you all too. When you guys are screaming, when you reach the 2 hour mark, stop and restart. Then you can do your long streamings, and you get
Yeah.
paid more money.
That you know what? That actually sounds like a good idea, Gary. I
No, a
think
friend of mine does this, eh?
yeah. No, I'm saying that's a good idea. I've
So
had
then you get to the 2 hour mark, and then you make way more money because when somebody sees an 8 hour or 10 hour stream, they get a little intimidated. If you understand what I'm saying.
yeah,
But if it's
they do.
under 2 hours, they're not, and they might start looking. You'll get more viewers that way.
You're absolutely right. Because you know what? If I'm being completely candid, I get intimidated when I see a 15-minute video. Okay. I mean, I can't lie, man. You're not lying, Gary. Let's see. Yo, Blacks, last attempt. But for real, if I promoted your brand nonstop, would you record a chorus or verse or something for me to sample in a song? Yeah, absolutely. I don't have a problem with that. Oh, and by the way, guys, my brother, if you watch my videos, the videos I've posted on making the tacos, the song in the background is my younger brother's. Tim B is his stage name. That's his song. Those are his songs, and I plan on bringing him up here to interview sooner rather than later because he's about to drop a new album, and he wants to be interviewed. And I told him I'd love to interview him up here and keep it all in the family. And he has a really good song, and he's given me green lights to start playing a lot of his music here. Let me tell you. Music was my bread and butter once upon a time. I was in I was in several choirs growing up. I was in the all city choir in high school. I was in my all state choir in high school. And I always had first chair. I was a tenor. I also wrote music for a lot of people. We've written for Charlie Wilson, but no songs because they didn't use them, but they bought them, so I won anyway. Charlie Wilson, Chris Brown. We tried to write for Neo for his camp. A lot of stuff. Performed on Showtime at the Apollo. Then my younger brothers went off. They both have #1 records in Japan, and my youngest brother is a Grammy nominated writer. So, oh yeah, and then my baby sister performs on Broadway, has headlined on Broadway. So performing is in the blood, man. It's what we do. So that's a long-winded way of saying, Callie, you got it, dude. If you need me to write, to record something and sample it, no problem. Oh, IR Steven, your degree is in music education? Oh, snap, dude. You know what? When I was going to Chicago State, and before then, my major was voice. But I got tired of learning music theory and the circle of fifths. And I was like, you know what? I'm tired of this. I'm not about to keep doing this. So I stopped and I switched over to another basket weaving degree, which was communications.
Keep it real.
Yeah.
Join the army just to be in the band.
That's you damn right I did. Hey, and guess what? I ended up being in the band. Look.
You are a nerd, Blacks. You are a nerd. You were a nerd back in the
day. Look, I was in my transportation because I was transportation, and I was looking up how to be in the Heidelberg choir in Germany and all that. And a guy came up to me. He had heard me sing at like a talent show, and then he heard me singing around. He's like, "Man, hey, you want to be a part of the Army band?" I said, "Absolutely." I didn't ask no questions. He said, "Look, meet me here on this day or whatever." So I got a chance to audition for their commander at a show they were doing. They said, "Hey, look, we need you to learn these songs, and we need you to sing these songs." One was Sir Duke. One was Wham's "Wake Me Up." What's the name of the song? "Wake me up before you go." I think we had to sing that. and we had to sing just Ari Respect. And we had to from what's her name?
Aretha?
Oh yeah, Aretha, and we had to sing
Aretha.
Bee Gees songs, and all of this was for the general of the division at the time, because the band belongs to the general. So we did that. I got in, and I ended up finishing my career. Well, not finishing it, but doing a large swath of my career in the Army band, and I was happy as a doggone lark doing that. That was the best time in the Army, man. Traveling around the world doing that was great.
Mine was I liked range detail. That was my thing.
I
was a bus driver.
Really? That's great. Yeah.
Hey, people don't know if you're the bus driver, you don't do no work. You don't even got to clean no weapons, nothing.
That
was
was
just out there protecting the bus.
Dude, he ain't lying, man. I didn't do range detail. I had to do I did a range detail at the end of my career. It was ammo. I was doing all the ammo runs for everybody, man. For all the Abrams tanks, for everything. And then the hardest part about that job was getting all the dunnage. So you would see me getting full bird colonels and officers on their hands and knees looking for brass, because I'm like, I'm not taking this until you get me my full weight in brass, because I had a scale on my truck and it had to weigh a certain amount. Otherwise the civilians weren't going to take it, and then I would be looking for it. So I'm like, you want me to take this dunnage? I need you to find this much in brass. I didn't care where, a lot of the times they were finding old brass. I was like 20 years old. I didn't care as long as it made weight. I was good. And the other people didn't care either, as long as it made weight. Callie, man, I'm going to put my email in the back chat. Why don't you can you come back up? Or I don't know if LA or Uncle Tom got your email.
I got their email. I got
we
right,
got it.
My Black Suit of Fire email. He says, Simon, would you fight blacks in a boxing match? Where's Simon? Is he in the chat? Oh yeah, Food Channel. That's Simon. But anyway,
you can't put bro. It's bruv.
Oh yeah, bruv. Yeah. Hey, let's get back into this doggone fat ladies repartee.
Table, because white feminists are racist today. They've always been racist. Some of them have been better than others. Some of them have had a better critique than others. Some of them have been down for the struggle for liberation. But the people who are mediocre at their politics are never the marker of whether or not you should adopt the politics.
That's like us joining the KKK.
Guys, so we got to talk about Scott Adams, who's a famous cartoonist behind the cartoon Dilbert that some of you guys may be familiar with if you read newspapers or if you used to read newspapers. I'm not sure who actually reads newspapers nowadays, but he's the cartoonist behind that cartoon that is in a lot of newspapers. Now, he's getting canceled because he said during an interview that white people should get the hell away from black people in this very interesting conversation that has went viral because of comments that are now being called racist, okay? So I want to talk about it because there's a clear double standard here in regards to which groups of people based off race are allowed to say things that, are racist or what may sound like something that is racist or derogatory things about, other races or whatever, and which groups are not, right? So again, I want to talk about this because I find this to be fascinating. So without further ado, let's go ahead and roll this clip that everybody's losing their mind over. Take a look.
If nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll, that's a hate group. That's a hate group. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away. Wherever you have to go, just get away. Because there's no fixing this. This can't be fixed. Right? This can't be fixed. You just have to escape. So that's what I did. I went to a neighborhood where, I have a very low black population. Because unfortunately, there's a high correlation between the density. And this is according to Don Lemon, by the way. So here I'm just quoting Don Lemon when he notes that when he lived in a mostly black neighborhood, there were a bunch of problems that he didn't see in white neighborhoods.
Respect where you live. Start small by not dropping trash, littering in your own communities. I've lived in several predominantly white neighborhoods in my life. I rarely, if ever, witness people littering. I live in Harlem now. It's an historically black neighborhood. Every single day, I see adults and children dropping their trash on the ground when a garbage can is just feet away. Just being honest here.
So even Don Lemon sees a big difference in your own quality of living based on where you live and who's there. So I think it makes no sense whatsoever as a white citizen of America to try to help black citizens anymore. It doesn't make sense. It is no longer a rational impulse. And so I'm gonna back off from being helpful to black America because it doesn't seem like it pays off. Like I've been doing it all my life, and the only outcome is I get called a racist. That's the only outcome. It makes no sense to help black Americans if you're white. It's over. Don't even think it's worth trying. Totally not trying. And there we go. You didn't expect that today, did you? But those who don't want to focus on education, you just need to get away from them. Just get as much distance as you can. That's my recommendation. And I'm also really sick of seeing video after video of black Americans beating up non-black citizens. I realize it's anecdotal and it doesn't give me a full picture of what's happening. But every damn day I look on social media and there's some black person beating the shit out of some white person. I'm kind of over it. I'm over it. Right? So I quit.
Yeah. Like I said before, man, I agree with him, man. I don't see nothing wrong with what he said. What do you think, Universal Jones?
Well, greetings, everybody. I agree with Scott Adams. I think that he was on point. I think he gave good context, both on the episode where he shared at first, when he talked to Hotep Jesus, and when he came back this morning, I think it was yesterday morning, and did another episode. And I think that he was pretty clear in his message. He's kind of a martyr now. All the newspapers dropped him. It was like 300 plus newspapers have dropped him, but he's got that money from Dilbert over 30 plus years, so he's good. And he said himself that he feels free at the end of that Hotep Jesus interview. He said he might be the only free man left in America now that he doesn't have any ties to anybody, which is a very interesting perspective. But I agree with him. I mean, there's enough evidence out there, whether you're looking at gunmemorial.org, you're on Twitter or any TikTok, you just see nonstop fight videos of black people losing their mind, and we attacking everybody as well.
Hey, you're absolutely right, Universal Jones. The data and statistics are there. The man is obviously fed up like the rest of us, and I don't see anything wrong with divesting from a group of people. What about you, CT?
Salute to you guys. How you guys doing? I don't want to be long-winded, blacks, but sometimes I have to be. I talked about Scott Adams on my channel earlier tonight, and what that beautiful white man said, he could not have said it any better. Most blacks are unbearable to be around. Most blacks cry victim. Most blacks cry oppression. Most blacks are in a state, if you ask me, of delusion. We all know this. We talk about this all the time. I respect and love the fact that this white man in this woke era, in this cancel era, in this era where he could lose his livelihood even, came out and said what he said. That is the old school white man that I remember from yesteryear in the 90s, in the 80s. They weren't necessarily racist. They were realist. And that white man he's one of the last. And I hope more of these whites come back. He's absolutely correct, sir. I have seen it myself, particularly on college campuses.
Yep.
Black kids not studying hard, not working hard. And as soon as the white professor gives them the grade that the Negro deserves, they racist.
That's racist.
Yep. I've seen it, sir. I've seen white people bend over backwards in the elementary, junior high, and I don't want to say elementary because I can't blame a child for their behavior because they're children. But I've seen it when I was in school and when I was a school teacher. Junior high kids, high school kids, they will, without a drop of the hat, call their teacher a racist, despite the fact that that teacher has bent over backwards to help the little niglet. White people, I'll admit this all day long. When I was in school and teaching, you know, you ever had that dirty little black kid that came into class, dirty, stinking, he didn't wash his ass for 2 weeks. Yeah. The white teachers would come to school early, 6:30, 7. Give them wash rags, would even not help them wash up, of course, but would assist them with soap, assist them with opening up the teachers' lounge and help them out. Nigga teachers weren't doing that. I mean, I ain't shit. And so, and the very same kid that they helped would turn around and try to hit them, assault them, curse them out, call them racist. What Scott Adams did, and I wish I could shake that beautiful white man's hand, because right now that white man has the Midas touch in my book. Scott Adams, if you're listening to Black Suitify, don't be ashamed, sir. You said you said what should be said to most Black Americans. Blacks at the highest level treat whites bad, and at the lowest level. I've seen it, man. I've seen college campuses where black faculty will openly, and I mean, and blacks, you know what I'm talking about, openly
I do
disrespect and undermine white faculty members. Emeritus on down. I never really seen emeritus that behave that way, but full-time professors, associate professors, assistant professors on down to the lowest of adjunct will talk shit to a white person's face. You racist, you this, you that.
Yep.
So Scott, I agree with you, and you've already made your millions. So fuck him.
Yeah. Can I approach it now?
I'm surprised he didn't call him the N-word. Go ahead, guys.
Though I agree with Scott Adams, it's his brethren's fault the way shit has been going down. They allowed this shit to continue to take a foothold in America. Yep. Now, if they quit acquiescing, that's that word that you like to use there, Black.
That's my word, baby. That's my word.
To these damn jigaboos and take pride in being white again, we wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah,
white people are the only people that can't take pride in being the fucking race that they are or skin color that they are. Cause it's cool to be proud to be a black motherfucker, but you say white power, boy. I swear to God, you'd about kill 1,000 people.
You did, according to them. But see,
I blame white folks for it.
But see, CT and Uncle Tom, this is exactly what I talked about earlier. You know, I'm 4 hours into this stream, and earlier I played a video of a young lady reading the article written by Vincent. What's his name? Ronald Vincent something. I can't remember. He's a scholar for Cornell University. He's a theologian. You know, he has his doctorate in theology. I don't know what theology, because it's not biblical theology, but he's a raging leftist. And he wrote an article about a girl he dubbed Keisha. Okay. Now, everybody, you know, my wife got on me because she said, oh, you can't call all Keishas bad. Name me one in your lifetime, everybody, that wasn't a blackguard, that wasn't a bitch.
I've never met a Keisha that wasn't a bitch. So
okay, thank you. Okay, so basically,
nor Jennifer. All Jennifers and all Keishas are bitches to me.
I disagree on the Jennifer.
Oh shit!
Look, I've never met well, I've met a couple of Jennifers that were bitches, and that's not a lie. And they weren't black. Yeah, but black, anyway, so the article was talking about Cornell University, where he had a summer program. It was a 6-week summer program for elite children from across the United States. And when I say elite, I mean children who have distinguished themselves academically. Yeah. And of course, he said Keisha Lance Bottom. I'm telling you, look, par for the course. So anyway, it was a 6-week program. Keisha was a teacher's aide for him. Now, Keisha was a radical leftist. Now, this guy, Vincent, he thought he was the creme a la creme when it came to being a leftist. He didn't think anybody else could get more leftist than him. But the dogma of the left is to eat their own. This guy, what was in his giving lectures, and at every turn, she would undermine him, would say that what he was talking about was causing the students pain, said that his overall appearance and body language and gestures was violence against them, and got all the children to acquiesce. She dismissed without his consent several students from the program. There were 9 left. The majority of them were either gender non-binary or queer. The Asian boy tried to acquiesce, but he wasn't doing it enough, so she dismissed him and didn't tell him why. The 3 black children who were there, ended up, falling for what she had to say, hook, line, and sinker. They read letters before the class in front of him, talking about all the things he had done to them, how he misgendered that man of a man. What's that basketball player's name who was in prison in Russia? Can't remember the name. Brittany Griner. Yeah, how he misgendered Brittany Griner, which he hadn't done, but they were just hitting it with grievances until she ended up successfully destroying the whole program. Now, here's the question: what does a teacher's aide do? What's a teacher's aide's job?
You asking? So they assist in the lesson plan for the class. They work on, for example, if they do group work, they will set aside a group with children to do work. They're pretty much taking pressure off the teacher.
Okay. Do they come up with their own curriculum?
Sometimes they can. No, you can't come up with your own curriculum. You still have to. It all depends. Like at charter schools, yeah. But go ahead.
Well, generally, it's threefold. It's threefold. It's you work at the behest of the teacher,
correct,
or professor, meaning you're setting up the classroom when I'm not there in preparation for my lecture. You grade papers, so you're a glorified paper grader based upon my syllabus. And then if I'm not there, you will lecture in my stead based upon my syllabus, right? So this woman said, so he said to this woman, in my syllabus, we have 4 weeks that'll be dedicated to Black people only. The 2 weeks prior to it are dedicated to others that are downtrodden, quote unquote. She said, no, that's not right. lambasting him in front of his students. I need you to talk about Black people first, because you need to have a sense of urgency to talk about Black people, because we're suffering and violence is being committed against us, and I need you to do that. And he acquiesced. Point that I'm making is this guy's whole ideology is leftism. And he thought that because he was a part of the left, that he was not going to be directly a recipient of their ire. But he forgot rule number one, and he is living it now, that the dogma of the left is to eat their own. They have no loyalty to you whatsoever. So divesting from Black people, or the blats, is really for the good of all, man, as much as possible, because we're not a community. We're just a group of tribes that had to be put together for some odd reason, and we had to live with one another. It's like a penal colony of convicts, in a sense. I mean, living on the south side of Chicago, that's how it was.
Yeah. Damn. This stuff really does start on the college campus, and I'm glad CT brought that in. I've been a community faculty member at one of our local universities here since 2017, and I've seen a drastic change from when I started to where we are now, where you can barely even say certain things in classrooms without being attacked. And you can see how certain people's perspectives, even in email, you can see how they stop themselves from going to certain directions or supporting alternative thoughts. If it's not like extreme leftism, it does not get shared on most college campuses. And it was taken over like a wave. So when people bring up like ex-Kennedy and Robin DiAngelo, like that thought process has just become a wave throughout the post-secondary education system. And faculty I'm myself, I'm about to be done. I'm teaching right now, and I'm going to teach one more semester in the fall, and then I'm done because this shit is too crazy.
Yeah. What are you teaching?
Well, I'm a psychologist, so I teach intro to
psych. Oh, that's right.
Behavioral therapy. I do teach a diversity class, but it's not this. It's not this. It's not this crazy. It's about how to work within cultures. I am not lying. That's one of the reasons I'm about to go, because they're like, no, you need to use, these are the preferred textbooks and stuff. And I'm like, I'm not using none of that, because that's not helping people understand how to actually work with folks and help. It's helping people learn how to be victims and feel sorry for Black folks. And that's not helping. I've been a therapist since 2013. And man, I'll tell you right now, it's been working with folks has gotten worse over time due to the victim mentality. And once George Floyd died here, shit just went completely left. People don't want to heal. They don't want to get better. They want you to validate their victim mentality and pat them on the back so that they can go finesse other systems out there in the community.
Yes, so they can go get a check. Just say it, so they can go get a damn check. That's what it's about. Let me hit play real quick so we can listen. Let me get to the.
So the mainstream liberal media is melting down and losing their minds over these comments that, in my opinion, just my opinion, okay, speaking as a Black person, I'm not really white hatred all the time. But again, she's not being canceled. Like, for example, you guys have probably seen this already, but again, listen to this conversation.
I've seen this too. I'm sure you guys have as well.
That white people are committed to being villains in the aggregate, right? The real
in the aggregate.
I've heard people sort of say it.
Oh my God.
One, I think that white people viscerally fear. It's not that white people don't know, right, what they have done.
You saying she got a man?
They fear
she got a man.
Universal Jones.
The links in the private chat.
They are.
All right, let me.
So like you talk to white people, you really want to have a reckoning about it. They say something like,
skinny.
It's just human nature. If y'all had all of this power, you would have done the same thing, right? And it's like, no, that's what white humans did. White human beings. There's a world.
Why is it always somebody who looks like they've never missed a meal in their whole life complaining?
Interacting with each other for centuries without total subjugation, domination, and colonialism.
She got her older man. Huh?
Please tell me that's not him.
Hey, I missed it. Show me, man.
Hold on, let me press
treatment
hold on.
of other human beings means, and that my hope is that we would do it differently, you know, in the moments when we have some power. We will not do it perfectly.
Yeah, she's
She is 176 years old. I know that's not the dude you talking about, Universal John.
Hold on.
We gotta play the clip.
You gotta put it on screen so we can see this.
Yeah, let me get it up.
You gotta hear what she says. You gotta.
That old nasty man getting the check. I'm sorry, I called it. You get that tax
While
refund.
I'm doing that, CT, what type of woman is this? He's probably
Oh,
not
my
here.
apologies, man. I'm sorry. My apologies. All I heard what you said was kind of woman. I was looking at something else. But the fact that she's on the screen right now, this is your typical liberal campus administrator. You can't tell. Can we curse over here, by the way?
Yes, you can, please.
Okay. This is the you can't tell this bitch anything woman. She probably has a PhD in some underwater basket weaving degree, psychology, criminal
I would
justice,
say throat goblin, but okay.
sociology. Probably a member of Delta. Well, her Zeta Phi Beta.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a Zeta.
Phi Beta. Sitting down below. She probably has an attitude out this world. She probably has a lot of underlings around her. Somehow these big behemoth of women can get underlings, but they, typically they're 18, 19-year-old impressionable college, entering college girls. She thinks she knows everything. She cries racism at the highest levels, all the while eating dinner with the president of the university, whom, by the way, is white in most cases. She will convince students that there is systemic racism on campus and off campus. She will come to all the Black Student Union events. She will come to the events more or less to recruit kids to be a part of her web of deceit and academic goo. I can't stand women like this. And by the way, I wasn't looking at the screen. Well, who is she, by the way?
Brittany Cooper. Brittany Cooper, professor out at Rutgers, I believe.
Yeah, my God. Oh, Rutgers. Oh, you can't tell this bitch nothing now.
Yeah.
You probably think now Rutgers is a very good school. It's not Ivy, but the fact that it is Rutgers, this big hoop earring, big woman, probably, she probably has published a couple of articles, peer reviewed. But I'm telling you, this is the type of woman that you as a man, you can't have a conversation with her without her cutting you off and her trying to tell you how to do something. She doesn't know how to fix a flat tire. She doesn't know how to pretty much do anything other than do some academic work. She probably has never had a real world job, like a lot of academics don't. And she probably has never had a real job. She's definitely tenure track. You would definitely see her vice provost or provost eventually one day. That's about it.
Yep, I agree with you.
I'm sorry. What's her name again? I'm gonna look her up right now because I'm pretty sure I'm right on everything that I said. What's her name again?
Look in the back chat. I dropped the link. Brittany Cooper.
Oh, okay.
She's never been published. She's definitely on the fast track to be tenured. She just got lucky. I mean, she's in this kind of world, what happens is people from local news channels reach out to you, then you can kind of get hot, and then next thing you know, you're a talking head.
You catch
That's
fire.
what happened with her.
I'm looking at her bio. I kind of called it. She's a PhD in American Studies from Emory. Good. She has a baccalaureate in English and political science. Okay. She does her research interests are Black women's intellectual history, Black feminist, hip hop feminism, Jesus, hip hop studies. Oh my God, race and gender representation. Yeah, this woman probably is, and I'll admit, Rutgers, her salary, she probably is making a good little decent 125 a year. But other than that, I wouldn't want to be within 15 feet of this woman. I probably would contemplate hanging myself with the current belt that I was wearing if I was around this woman. What say you guys? Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. She is a big fat blat, and this woman absolutely she had nothing. That's you're absolutely right, Universal Jones. she came out of nowhere, and she just caught fire. You're absolutely right. I didn't know she wasn't tenured. I would have figured that she was tenured already, based upon her social status now. So, she is a disgusting woman, man. Her ideology, she could be one of them big fat ladies who you meet at the cookout, who you don't really want to sit close to because their sweat might get on you. But she could have been one. But instead, she wanted to be one of these feminists. To hear her say, why would she give up her intellectual property or something along those lines about feminism? This is an idiot. She's a midwit, man. She is a PhD'd midwit. It's hilarious to see. Let me, I think this is her husband. Let me present here.
Her boyfriend. She's not married.
My bad. Her boyfriend.
What ring size do you think she is? By the way, since we're waiting for the clip to come.
Oh, it's bigger than mine. It's at least a 13.
It's gotta be a 13. Yeah,
it's got to be a 13 because my ring size is a 10. That woman has to be a 13.
How much you want to bet she eat fried pork ribs? I bet you no doubt in my mind she eat fried pork ribs.
Hold on.
If you go,
I think she eat fried pig.
If you go to her Wikipedia, I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
No, go ahead.
If you go to her Wikipedia, she definitely has an updated. Well, this photo is from 2017. She looks like the Penguin from the Batman.
Now, where's her man at?
That motherfucker right there.
Is that her boyfriend?
Go to the 41-minute mark and hit play. She's gonna talk about her man. I don't know if they're gonna pan to him. Yeah,
that is her man, daddy. He is so old. Always gotta be the black church, though.
And look at what
you folks in these black churches is like it's like a party.
I don't go to a black church. Hallelujah.
Thank you, Dean Richardson. You really are the only person.
Black, can you pause it real quick?
I'm sorry. Me into a pulpit.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Blacks, as you all know, I grew up in the black church. Believe it or not, I grew up in the Black Baptist church. I don't know. Universal Jones, are you? I don't know how old you are, sir. I think you're the youngest on the channel. I don't know.
I'm 36.
Oh, so you're not. Okay, so you're my age then.
Yeah.
So we're all the same age here then.
Yeah.
I remember in the 90s when it was even in the 90s, this scene right here would have been the most offensive and egregious scene. What is this woman doing behind the pulpit? Women were, remember those days, blacks, women were not even allowed to be behind.
What is it? That's 2 Timothy 2:2, right? A woman's not supposed to teach. Yeah.
What is this woman who just got done probably sucking a penis the night before? What is this unholy woman doing behind the pulpit? She's not married. Go ahead.
It is hyper feminism, man. It is feminism pedagogy. That's all they do is teach that women are better than men in every aspect, and we fall for it hook, line, and freaking sinker. I'm sorry, and it's got to stop, man. It's got to stop. I don't know what it's gonna take, but I know it can't persist.
It's very simple. They're blacks.
Yeah.
When people start getting real and not respecting somebody that's got a PhD or a baccalaureate, as Chaotic like to say, in women and gender studies and African studies.
Yeah,
that's not even a real subject.
It's
not something made up. And you giving somebody like that respect, that's when it'll end. When you say basket weaving degrees deserve basket weaving. You don't get to tell anybody anything. But I don't even know who she is. The first time I ever seen this woman. PhD, women and gender studies? Please.
Dude, it's because it's what is seen as a respectable degree field that you can't make money in today. Look, what do all the people who have those sorts of degrees do? They all go to social media. They all go and become, talking point experts.
Right.
That's all they can do. They can't leverage it in a field like engineering or a field like any of the sciences or even logistics. They can't even do it because they don't know anything. They spent their time listening to and learning about pseudoscientists, and it doesn't help.
Yep. And when you get them beyond their talking points, they shut down. They don't know what else to
Every
say
time.
or do, and then they just start
Nothing.
insulting. They go straight to sign language.
Yeah, they go directly to ad hominem every time. But another point about that doctor that I mentioned earlier, who is a doctor of theology at Cornell, he engaged in ad hominem and goes against the very principle of the left, of the very thing that he espouses, by calling that girl Keisha. Right? Her name isn't Keisha. He called her Keisha as an insult. But he's supposed to say, but he's saying that Black people are oppressed and dominance culture shouldn't be a thing, and jails should be abolished, and Big Mama. Look, do you know this guy said that jails should be abolished because patriarchy is what created them, and not only that, not only should they be abolished, but all they need is to go over to Big Mama's house, use the matriarchy to help chastise, give him a smack on the hand, and then send him out on his way. That doesn't make any sense. You have a convicted felon, you have a murderer, you have a strong arm robbery convicted felon, and you're telling me that instead of sending them to jail, we need to understand them and send them over to Medea's house so that they can get their heads put back on right.
That's already happening.
Well, ask them if they just got to ask them one simple question. What would you do to somebody that hit your mama over the head with a pipe? Should they go to jail or should we pray for them?
Thank you.
Bring them to midnight basketball. That's what. That's the
answer. Look,
depends who your mama is.
Look, okay, Simon. Look, here's my thing. I'm gonna still pray for him because I'm a Christian, but you gotta be punished. Okay, you can't be allowed
making an insinuation that like everyone's mama's cool.
That's not this insinuation we're making, Simon. Your mom doesn't have to be cool. Doesn't mean I'd go over there and hit her across the head with a pipe. You know what I mean?
She might be a crackhead, bro. Like,
look, I knew.
And you still wouldn't go hit her across the head with a pipe, man.
Look, dude, I knew plenty.
You might need to hit her, you might need to hit her over the head.
Oh my God!
Like, listen, why all these black dudes out here like that? Like pulling up
because they're moms.
Yes,
doing all that nonsense. Do you get what I'm saying?
Because of their mothers, bro.
Yeah, so you might need to,
bruv.
You might need to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Look. So okay. So what needs to happen? I'll tell you what needs to happen. Men need to be men again. Stop allowing these females to invade their psyches. And tell them, no, you shouldn't punish your child for what they do. Allow them to be who they are. Nonsense. No, punish them. They have to be punished. I'm not saying you got to pull out the 9 tails or the bull whip and beat them about the head, but be a father and discipline your child. Look, man, my dad, the mere mention of my father's name when I did something wrong was enough to get me back in line.
Because you grew up with. You see, most of these, and that term about men got to take, most of these women that say these things don't have a man. There is no man in their life. So how can a man take charge of something he has no authority over?
Blacks, real quick, before you play this video, I do have a little bit of smoke for Gary. Gary, I I found it absolutely, and I never told you this, Gary, but I found your comment about Dr. Martin Luther King having a PhD in Bible studies as extremely offensive. And and Shay Boy, you sir, but go ahead.
Hold on. Why do you have smoke? Come on, you're PhD in Bible studies. Come on, even to a Christian, it sounds funny. Let's get real, man.
Yeah, man.
Them shits sound
You
like
just might as well be a historian. You know what I mean? Just say. Look, I'm not saying we don't need people who are well versed in theology, but they shouldn't be running the world. They're not there to run the world. They're there to help you get a better understanding on, maybe a language that might be dead, or help you to interpret something that wasn't very easily interpretable. But man, to hear that spoken is the most hilarious thing. To hear somebody say,
man, you know what I mean? You can curse me all you want, CT, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Yeah. If you come to me with a PhD in biology, admiral respect. Physics, right. Admiral respect. Anything that actually does something. But PhD in any social thing to me is like toilet paper. That's how useful it is.
Universal.
You can use it once and then throw it in the garbage and flush it. That's what is like, bro. I'm not dissing you being a psychiatrist or whatever. Like, bro, I just think all this sociology bullshit has warped people's mind. People forgot what is real. What you think is what you think. What is just what is.
Right. Well, it's the over analysis that kills it.
Right.
I remember when I was going to go be a doctor, not a doctor in basket weaving, but an actual MD, right? I remember reading the DSM-5. We did a whole class on psychology. And I just remember how in the DSM-5, with all the disorders, schizophrenia, PTSD, they were just one thing. You could get them all mixed up. It was so crazy. Yeah. You could get it mixed up. You could misdiagnose. And I just saw. I remember reading in the DSM-5. I'm like, so how come? I asked the professor because I'm a contrarian. So I'm just saying, why did they remove? And I knew why, but I just said, why did they remove homosexuality in front of a class of 205 people in the class? And everybody looked at me like, gasp, how dare you ask that question? I said, right. How dare you? I'm like, it was a disorder for however long the DSM-5 has been a thing. And then they just removed it not even 30 years ago. So it was a legitimate question. And man, you should have seen the cartwheels and flips that this doctor had to do to answer that question, to not offend any of the bull daggers and dykes
in the class. Yeah.
Dude, there's so many bull daggers
get indoctrinated anyway, so I don't know why everyone. That's literally what you go to school for.
But that's when I knew being an MD wasn't for me, and I quit. I was done. Yeah. It was taking me away from my children. I had 3 at the time. Now I got 5, but I had 3 at the time.
Holy shit! And 5?
Yeah, I had 3 at the time. I was missing so much time.
Yeah,
he's got one on the way. Once, yeah, 5 children. Y'all be like, something
5?
He's got 4 and one's baking right now.
Yeah.
How old are you there, Blacks?
One is doing.
How old are you, Blacks?
How you said? How old am I?
Yeah,
enough to make 32 kids.
I'm 36. I'll be 37 in June.
Yeah.
Okay, I
the
guess
same
you're
age.
20 years younger than me.
Yo,
I think it's
congratulations,
nuts.
bro. Congratulations.
Thanks, Simon. I
It's a-
appreciate it. Hey,
it's a
look, man, God
beautiful
told me
thing.
to be fruitful and multiply, and He also
That's
said,
right.
"A man's quiver, children are a blessing from God. God bless the man whose quiver is full." I'm not about to. I'm not about to snip, because there is literature out that says that causes cancer. I'm also not advocating for my wife to take.
You don't need to snip shit.
You don't even have to, brothers. Come on, this is 2023. A woman can get pregnant 5 days out of the whole month. You can set the schedule that you don't have sex in them 5 days. You know what I mean?
So you can only imagine how much fucking I've been doing. So there you go.
Hey, we all love fucking, but like, I just feel kids are just a little too expensive.
Well, yeah, they are, man. But I made my family. Look, I have 7 brothers. I'm sorry, not 7 brothers. There are 7 of us, and I have 5 brothers. I'm one of 6 brothers, and my parents found a way, And I figure, like you always say, Gary, it ain't all a abysmal future. We'll be able to make it. So we're making it.
Okay.
No, if you can afford
No. I'm not saying that. It was fine for our parents. My mom had 3 of us. That's it. 3 boys. You know what I mean?
Just Ray said,
And
I don't have no
she only
reverse.
still hit 66%.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Tell Ray go eat a lamb. But she only hit 66% because I got one brother that's the one that you want to throw back.
Yeah, I got one of them.
I got one of those.
You know what I mean? Like, see, and that's 1 out of 3. So 6, you got a chance of getting 2 out of 6.
I'm saying, my parents had 7 children, and only 1 came out a fool. So, hey,
you're hitting in the 90%, but that was your parents, and they didn't have internet and with social media and all that stuff when they raised you all. Different story now, kids. Got to know that it's a little dangerous because what rules that you teach in your home now, outside influence has got more influence than you. That you understand? When we were coming up, or even when you guys were coming up in your 30s, your parents, your household influence was number 1, not the outside.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that's why I homeschool my children.
Don't believe that. Don't believe that at all. No.
Well, my thing is, I homeschool my children for that very reason, because indoctrinate. If you can get them, if you can keep a child's formative years are somewhere in between. I don't know well,
3 and 9.
Yeah, exactly. So if you have your child up until then, away from the school system, then you pretty much got their hearts and minds.
Yeah.
When you're
100% correct.
When you acquiesce and give them over to the system and say, "Hey, system, while I'm at work, I need you to raise my children," then they are the system's children. And and that's the whole reason. That's the whole reason for the institution of marriage, for not only so that you won't be alone as a man, but also so that you can have somebody to back you up in raising your children. Because contrary to popular belief, it's not the mother who teaches the children, it's the father.
Right.
It's the father's responsibility to raise up and teach a child in the way that they should go so they won't depart from it. But a mother, of course, is your second, and they help to hold the fort down when you're away, making the bacon, as it were.
Let's be realistic. A kid needs his mom till he's 5. After that, he needs his dad, because his dad's going to teach him everything else. Because all a woman can teach a kid is emotion.
What about if it's a girl? If it's
a girl? Girl too, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because the difference is men teach by logic. Women teach by how they feel. How you feel means nothing in this world. Is what you do and what you know.
Yep.
Not according to Brittany Cooper.
Dude. Oh my
And
God.
anybody that listens to fat people is crazy.
Dude, tell me about it, man. There's so many. Hey, guys, I have 19 people in my chat on the Blacks Who Defy YouTube channel. Please go over. I see we have 40 some odd people, between 40 and 45 people watching. Please go over to the Blacks Who Defy YouTube channel so that we can get these watch hours up. 4,000 watch hours is a hard mother to climb, man. It's almost, it's not insurmountable, but we want to be active in getting there. So if I can get you guys to go over to the Blacks Who Defy YouTube channel, that would be wonderful. Let me so you said it was at 41, right? So let's see what she has.
At 41. She's getting ready to
And
talk
look
about
at what you have done. Thank you to the chapel assistants. Thank you, Anija, for being a wonderful assistant. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you to all who make this service work. Thank you.
That's a good way of phrasing it.
Oh, you a simp.
I want to give a special acknowledgement first to my pastor and homegirl, who you've acknowledged, Reverend Dr. Leslie Dawn Callahan. She
Oh my
sees
God,
fit
all them damn names.
to accompany me as I
Leslie
work out my
Dawn
preaching
Callahan.
gift, and I appreciate
Feminist
you.
boy, feminist.
And I want to acknowledge my partner, my bae, Raydell. Stand up. Let them see how fine you are.
Where's Raydell? Let me see Raydell.
Oh, it's not that old ass.
Look
man.
here. It's real hard for a
A fat
loud,
woman.
fat.
Yeah, we know you fat. And we know you fat, lady. So let's get out of here. I don't need to see you.
You know what would be funny? One time you see those people doing that, and then they have like a heart attack while they're talking that bullshit.
Raydell's a woman.
She goes on to explain more about Raydell and how difficult it's been for her as a big fat feminist to having a man. For about 2 minutes. So it's a pretty funny clip. But yeah, so that was.
I didn't know that. Hold on.
Yeah.
I didn't know that she was gonna go on. I thought she was just gonna make mention of her husband. I mean, sex partner, and that's it.
Well, from a woman refers to you as your partner, you know something wrong.
Yeah, her simp.
Yeah, straight up, man. Let me get back into it. Raydell, Lord have mercy, Jesus.
She found him off Tinder.
She had to have, man. That or plenty of fish.
BigGirlsNeedLove2.com.
You know, all those dudes, when I was in the Army, all them dudes, man, were picking up all types of venereal diseases from plenty of fish. They just, I mean, that was the thing, the POF. All I heard, POF, POF. I got a girl off POF. Hold on. There we go.
I want to
playing this woman again, man. Go down.
and homegirl, who you've acknowledged, Reverend Dr. Leslie Dawn Callahan. She's
Oh my God.
That's your fault,
to accompany me as I work out my preaching gift, and I appreciate you. And I want to acknowledge my partner, my bae, Raydell. Stand up. Let us see how fine you are.
Ray.
Somebody got a picture of Raydell. Hold on.
Look here. It's real hard for a
Raydell
loud,
said, "Don't
fat
you put me on camera with this fat bitch."
Okay. Somebody heard me. To find a man, and when you find one, you better celebrate him. Okay. All right.
But you're a
I got
feminist.
something to
though.
celebrate. I got something
Yeah,
to celebrate.
at least she's self-aware.
The whole glorious self.
Look at Gary simping. Gary simping.
No. The woman says it's hard for a loud fat bitch like me to find a man. That's real. Did you hear her, Ellen?
She did say that.
Did she say bitch?
We need a word.
No.
Yeah, no, but
She's in church. She can't say her real feelings.
And bless us with a word. Amen.
How old is this fat bitch?
So if you'll turn with me to the 9th
That's
chapter
pretty
of
much
the Gospel of Mark.
She's about to get into some confusing
14th
ass,
verse.
Okay, let me get out of here.
Beginning at the 14th verse.
some feminist
Scroll.
church babble. That's what she's about to get into.
I can't deal with it, man. There's so much. It's so much. She's so
You see
fat.
why I can't go the Christian way? They blacks. They allow these people to
Look,
preach
man,
the
nah.
word like it's real. You know what I mean?
Bro,
third break in the
going-
second.
You going to the wrong churches, bro. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't go to these churches. I don't know where that's at. Okay, but you know, I stay away from places like that, like the freaking plague.
And there ain't no church with a female preacher.
I know that's
Sure.
a joke.
Okay, yeah, straight up.
What up, Ray?
What's good, man? What's good?
Reckless Ray, man, boy, it's been forever since you've been around these parts, man. What's going on?
Man, you know, throwing audio in these hotels, man, making that money.
I know, man. Working hard, boy.
Like I've been barely. I got so much respect for you guys, and like I messaged CT a couple of days ago, talking about how much respect I have for you guys, because like I'm barely able to keep with my workload with the business.
Yeah,
I'm barely able to keep the 2 obligations that I have. So like, you guys are being able to be dedicated to it. Like it's a different breed, man. Like mad respect to you guys.
Man, I appreciate it, man. It's just I'm trying, and all of us are trying to make a different way, man. Make a different way.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, man. I still work, but I'm just trying to say F this job. F where
it's the best feeling in the world.
I ain't mad at you. I am not mad at you.
You know, and like I said before, you know, I'm semi-retired, so half the stuff, you know, I like to buy stuff. You know, I like to buy stuff, so that's why I work. But it's like, you know, when you're used to that money, when you're used to bringing in money, and half of it or a quarter of it gets taken away because you're not working, you feel like a pauper, even if you're not.
Okay. Can I broach something real quick? I just want y'all to hear me out, right?
All right, go ahead, man.
Now y'all know I got mixed jigaboos, right? My son just said, because he got in a fight with some white supremacist dude.
Yeah.
Because he was drinking. And he said, well, the white supremacist dude said my white side's okay.
Oh my goodness.
We just gonna beat the other black out of your ass, nigga. God damn.
Right.
Boom. Fuck. What
Man.
the fuck?
So the dude tried to give him a half-ass whooping then?
Well,
Oh my
God.
Jesus Christ.
No.
Not today. I can't do it today. I can't do it. But no, that was literally the dumbest, funniest shit I've heard.
DM, I would say so in some instances. In some instances, a woman is jealous of their father's bond with their children. You know, especially, you know, I have one son, right? And you know, he needs me more than my girls do, but then my girls are attached to me at the hip.
Yeah, why do you care about that?
Say again?
Why do you care about that?
Care about what?
Like, if I understand where you're coming from, because I've experienced it myself in terms of if you have a child and sometimes the woman can become jealous, like in terms of, especially in a perspective where like you have a daughter, because you're taking the attention away from them, and now you're putting it towards your child, and especially if they're female, they're like, they don't get it. Like I've gone through this in the last couple of years, so it's just like, how do you deal with it? Because I will shut that down in a second.
Well, I'll tell you, I've never experienced it, honestly. Yeah. With my wife, and so here it is. I'm married to my wife. My wife.
So.
my wife. Right? I'm not married. I'm not married to my. Hold on, excuse me. Fuck you, LA. I'm not married to my children, you know, and I put it to my children like this: if it's your mom or you, and you were on a cliff hanging, and it sounds bad. If it was your mom or you hanging from the cliff, well, I can make more of you. I married your mother. And as much as I love my children, I wouldn't let anybody do anything to them or let anything happen to them. If I only got two hands, man, so I'm gonna choose the one that's the closest to their mom when I'm saving their mother, because that's who I'm cleaved to. That's who I'm yoked with, and then my children are after that. And that's not everyone's marriage or everyone's situation, but I'm speaking in the confines of a marriage. In my marriage, my wife and I are the unit, and then my children are outside of that circle. Okay, then once I'm making sure that once we're good, me and my wife, we show a united face to our children. There's no way for them to creep in between what we got going on here. Even if we agree with them over one another, they're not going to see that. We'll come together later and talk about it, but it ain't going to happen in front of them. So that's why, I've never experienced what BM was talking about, but I have seen people deal with that, And here's my wife. That's my wife right there.
Yeah, that's what happened, bro.
well, Black, I know you're being a little politically correct here, because your wife is hearing every word you say. And anyhow you dare say that you'd save that kid over her, you're getting a cold ass for a week.
Oh my god! but it's serious. It's true. It's my wife.
There's nothing wrong with that. Because we need. That's the whole point of being married. Like we need to be with people that check us. Like, and you need to get with a woman that can actually really check you. Because the fact of the matter is,
check you. What does that mean?
That means like you don't go on a date and someone's just trying to bust you down in the first instance. You don't do some nonsense where you're just walking around these streets and you hook up with any Tom, Dick, and Harry that does not appreciate you and does not understand what a man is. That's what it is.
Right.
So that's what checking means? No, Simon, I don't think you said you need a woman to check you. What does that mean, a man walking down and screwing Jane, Paula, and Jenny? What do you mean a woman check you? What do you mean by that? I don't get it.
All right, so I'm going to class you, right? So, like, a real woman will not actually allow you to bust them down in the first 30 days of your interaction, okay? What will happen?
Allow?
Wrong.
Where are you from?
Simon,
he's from across the pond.
Most likely
Yes, you're on the other side of the pond. My bad. You got a 30-day rule you got to wait before you get some coochie?
Reckless. What are you saying?
I was saying
I better get some before dessert.
After I buy dinner, if I buy dinner, I ain't getting no ass. You're not getting dinner.
All right, Reckless.
So the reality of the situation is it's not that deep, but the deal is this: if a woman is giving you a rule, I've got a 30-day rule. That's her way of vetting a man she doesn't have genuine desire for, so she can put you through hoops to prove yourself otherwise.
Facts.
That's what it is.
Or she's confused and listening to someone.
If a woman wants you, genuinely wants you in that capacity, she's going to give it up on sight.
Yeah.
Period. Like if she wants to be with you now, if she wants to marry you, that might be different. Like, she might have fun with you for a few months and then send you back out to the streets. Like, you won't be able to keep that woman. But if she genuinely wants you and you have the capability to keep that woman, she's going to jump at that because she knows, women know, if you don't want it, there's another one that does. If it's a man with options that has value.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, I gotta disagree with Reckless Ray. I can't believe anyone that has a white woman. I'm sorry.
Why is it just too easy? Is it just
But
too easy?
Reckless, that includes himself.
You're looking in the mirror like, I don't believe you, nigga. I don't believe you.
Okay, that's fine. Why don't you believe it?
It was a joke, bro. I really.
You see, you got to do it a little different for the guys across the pond.
Yes.
He thought you were serious.
No. That's me and Tom.
I'm only joking, Simon.
But Simon,
Don't bring me up.
Yeah, Simon, I think it's also different contextually, not just because you're from across the pond, but Blacks is talking about being married and having intention and developing with a woman to cultivate a home versus dating. Those are two different things. I've been married for 11 years myself, and we got three kids, and I know exactly what Blacks is talking about. And there's ups and downs and shit like that. But at the end of the day, there has to be some complement to what you both are trying to achieve. Otherwise, it will fall through.
So you
absolutely.
Never dated. Have you? When was the last time you dated?
I should not be answering this on the internet.
Time
2010.
You tell him
but I've been a marriage and family therapist since 2013.
Say you've been a marriage and
family therapist since 2013. So I've worked with tons of couples, married and unmarried.
Right.
Yeah.
Bro,
otherwise known as the enemy.
I've had so many fucking horrible marriage counselors. It's ridiculous. And it's not just marriage counselors. It's just, when you come back and y'all fucked up, you have issues within it. You know what I'm saying? So the ones I went to go see made me hate therapists the most.
Oh, no.
So the only thing I can say we agreed on at that point in time, because it was a low. I mean, because it was mostly me. Well, 99% of me, just being agitated with everybody. We agreed that we didn't like
your ass up here.
You know what I'm saying?
Something.
That's one thing we agreed on. We didn't like going to see a therapist. And it was a waste of our time and money.
That's why I couldn't even do that. I can't I can't see myself going to talk to somebody about something going on in my house. I'm like old school like that. What goes on in my house? If I can't take care of the problems in my house, it ain't my house.
And if I'm being even more candid, I don't like talking to therapists at all.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I personally, okay, here's my deal with that. Okay. And I'm okay.
Lay it out there.
I believe that therapists are human beings like the rest of us, because they are.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
They got credentials, they're credentialed, they credentialed and went to school for their credentials.
Yep.
If history has been a teacher, anytime there's something going on, when history changes, when the sentiment of the world shifts and you expose something about yourself in confidence to someone,
right,
and they said, hey, I will never tell anybody about this, you will always have my professional guarantee that what is said between us will never see the light of day. It'll only be between us. I'll take this to my grave. Well, we found that that's not true.
It's not.
In many shapes and forms, whether it is, you having the duty to report or whatever, they will find a way to leach that information out of that professional. So that being said, whenever I have to go see like a psychiatrist or a psychologist at the VA or or when I was in the Army and do so, everything that I had to say to them, I would never expose any of my inner thoughts. I would get there, tell them, hey, I'm here because I got to be here, and we can sit here for 30 minutes and you can mark up the paper saying I didn't say nothing. Because I'm not going to, I just don't trust them. It's proven that they can't hold water. So
what it is, they write it down. Everything that's written down, they got to put it inside your file and no matter what it's look at. That's why I don't. I'm very sparse with what I say to these people.
Yeah. So both of you have military backgrounds, so that's a little different. Typically, there's three ways that the information will come out.
Right.
Well, number one, if it's a mandated reporter situation, absolutely. So Blacks, if you came to me and you were like, you know what, I beat the shit out of my 10-year-old last night.
Right.
I couldn't take it no more. And she was bleeding and all this. I would have to, first I would talk to you, but then I would have to do something about that.
Of course.
The second thing is what's called supervision. So every therapist should be under a supervisor, where you talk about particular cases with this person just to make sure you're taking the appropriate approaches. Now, you're not supposed to disclose anyone's names. You might use initials or other variables, factors, and things like that, but you shouldn't be telling anybody's names. But if you live in a small community or you're on a military base, that is very easy to identify who you're talking about. So that gets very tricky. The third thing, and this is something that we all do, is pillow talk. The people that you trust the most, you are going to tell them shit. Like my wife knows about all my clients. She don't know who they are, but I'll be like, remember that one person I was telling you about, the 40-year-old black man, and then she can recollect and know exactly that. Like, so it happens. And if you're a police officer, a firefighter, if you've been in the military, hell, even some medical providers, they're very, very suspicious of working with therapists. And typically when they do, they go straight cash based because then you don't have to document anything.
That's true.
But the cash exchange.
There you go. And LA was saying the very same thing earlier. LA was talking about how he, immediately, and Mayo and me, but mostly LA and Mayo, we're talking about how when you divulge information in particular careers that they were engaged in, LA police officer, Mayo working as a contractor for the United States government, how your career is over immediately. They're like, for LA, it's I'll take your gun and your badge, and you'll be sitting there helpless. In any community you walked in, you've ever been in, where you had to arrest people and they are out to get you, now you're helpless with no means to protect yourself. And then they'll what did you say they'll do, LA? They'll red list you. FBI.
Yeah, they red list you, so you won't be able to get a gun permit or anything.
Yep.
No.
And so bullshit. And that's my thing. I'm saying I'm very selective with what I say, and I damn sure don't talk to any licensed professiononals. Not in a meaningful way anyway. They'll ask you, so Black, how are you? My therapist, well, my psychiatrist, she's a psychiatrist, is a Indian lady, and she will ask me, boy, she'll sit there, awkward silence, and I'll just be looking at her. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I'm not saying nothing. I'm out. I'm like, I'll talk to you later. I'll see you in 3 months.
She's probably straight textbooks too, straight by the book.
She is. She is, man. She's a nice lady, everything, but I would never in my life tell her anything beyond surface. Anything beyond surface.
Well, Blacks, there's this big push for mental health.
Tell me about it.
And I've seen this in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
And now they have commercials. They got this one commercial, this big black nigga. He kind of looks like, honestly, Uncle Tom, but and he's like, have you seen this commercial? I gotta show you this commercial. I gotta send to Uncle Tom, but he's up here, this big black nigga. He's saying, I don't know how I feel. I wish I didn't have a job that I hated. And I'm like, you sound like a bitch.
Yeah.
And so now here go the white people, particularly liberals.
Yep.
They're emotional. They have a lot of mental problems any damn way.
Oh Lord!
Uncle Tom, put up my favorite, please.
So now they're trying to.
I can't.
They're trying to convince you and trick you into divulging what's on your mind. Actually, and I feel bad if anybody on the panel has ever suffered through depression. Honestly, I feel like if you never stormed the beaches of Normandy, if you didn't fight in some war, fuck your feelings. I hate to say this, man. And there is no fucking way in hell would I ever advocate for a man to go to some office somewhere with his feet up on some couch talking to some damn therapist. Mind you, you're living in the greatest generation ever, in the wealthiest country ever. But these liberals have convinced you and brainwashed you and tricked you into thinking that you got to go somewhere and talk. And blacks, you are right. If you have to go to a therapist because of your job, do what blacks did. Just sit there in silence, like the first two sessions, like what's his name did in Good Will Hunting. Just sit there and just stare. Yep. now, Uncle Tom, that is very blasphemy. What is that? What is that?
Black Jesus.
That looks good though. But yeah, so
That was my AI render.
Oh,
that's Tiki and Black Jesus.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Like as a man, absolutely not. Because like I said, no human being is really out here to help you. And you would go in there and you would tell that motherfucker some dark, deep secrets from 15, 20 years ago, and they can go right back home. Wife is giving him a blowjob, like, yeah, honey, this guy came into my office, crazy black guy. He was telling me all this crazy stuff. This dude's a fucking psycho. He might, and you're right. They will say something. People are flawed. We're not robots. We're not about to really keep no damn secrets. And people do pillow talk.
Yeah, they do all the time.
Facts.
Facts. They're too quick to give people diagnosis without testing.
Yes.
They give you all these pills because they say you have a chemical imbalance. No, you don't have a chemical imbalance. Those pills are what imbalances your chemicals.
Yeah, they cause a chemical imbalance. Yeah.
You shouldn't be on Prozac because you're 40 and you don't own a Jag yet.
Right. That's a money grab too. So.
Oh yeah, big time.
So for psychiatrists, that's going to be their quick solution because they already have like 6 other people they need to see within that hour. So they get you in, they get you out. With an actual psychotherapist, their job is to diagnose, but so many people are not trained very well and don't have people skills. They end up overdiagnosing people. So you'll see these diagnostic assessments with like 5 diagnoses that are almost the same thing, like what Blacks was saying earlier, instead of taking that time and really figuring out what people are struggling with. So it is a bunch of, there is some bullshit that ends up happening. And one more thing, what CT was saying earlier was right. In the past 15 years, there's been a huge campaign called a mental awareness campaign to increase mental health. Genuine in nature.
What the fuck is you doing? This motherfucker over there opening packages?
That's blacks over there feeling. Oh, that's reckless.
That ain't me.
I thought you were feeling dime bags.
Reckless is on mute. Don't blame.
No, I just needed them.
Hey, speaking of them dime bags, go over to loudmouthflavors.net and get you about 15 of those tangy tacos and
you're gonna need them.
And Italian scallions. You're gonna need them.
But it's better than Prozac.
Go ahead. I'm trying to tell you.
No, but I agree with you. I've said it plenty of times that it's been a cash grab for actual therapists. Everything blaming everything on mental health, and those are the people that are making the money because if you think about how they're doing it, they're using mental health for the kids to get their gender reassignment and everything else. They're the first ones that they go to first, and then they move on to surgery. So so you got the medication, you got the mental health, and then you got the actual surgeon. So that's threefold of everyone getting paid. It's an all money scheme. That's how I look at it.
And really,
And
it's
after,
not the
after the surgery, their clients forever because the surgery never goes right.
Exactly.
And then when they decide they need to switch back, that's another surgery also. Plus the hormones, plus the drugs, forever.
Plus the therapy.
Right,
Yep.
right.
Yep.
So the,
Yep.
the real folks,
It's just a big.
it's not Conspiracy Wednesday, but the real folks who are making the money are the insurance companies. Everybody else is just kind of just in the middle for the most part.
It's their turn, though, brothers.
Mhm.
Before them, it was the drug company. It's all business.
Right. At the end of the day.
It's just the new con. For the last 15 years, the new con has been mental health. When I'm going to school, you have one person with ADHD. Now, you have 30 kids in the class and 25 of them have ADHD.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, it's just a big con.
Am I missing something? Am I missing something?
Yeah.
Because for some strange reason, like we've been going through this for the last like 10, 20 years, and like we don't seem to like understand that pharmaceutical companies actually control us. Like, because the stance on like our longevity in terms of how long we can live is based on pharmaceutical products. So realistically, they have a leverage over us like black women do in terms of their sexuality. And this is what you like don't really check. It's like at the end of the day, we can complain and moan all the rest of it, but they have a leverage.
LA,
Can I
go
say
ahead and
something
ask
real
him.
quick?
What the fuck are you talking about, Simon? The dumbest shit I ever heard in my life.
Hey, go ahead, Chaotic. What'd you say?
I wish we could go back to the good old days where Prozac was an old school black father or white father saying, "Quit being a pussy."
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Man.
That's Prozac right there. You sad, son? Son's 12 years old. Yeah, Dad, I'm sad. Oh yeah, quit being a pussy, and that was that.
Well, it wasn't me. They wouldn't tell you to do that. You said, go get a job.
Yep, quit being a pussy. Go ahead.
Yep. Having some discipline is a huge thing. Having something to do, having some focus, some vision, being able to see the impacts of what you can do with your hands. This is the shit that a lot of kids are missing today.
I'm telling you.
And it's causing huge problems. I mean, I see young people all the time who are they're not depressed. They just ain't got shit to do, and they don't know who to talk to or how to talk. They don't know how to think. All they know is how to just take one little command and go from one moment to the next, and that's not going to help.
Yeah,
LA Wilkes,
everything for them is instant.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
It's video game happiness.
Yeah. I'm sorry, LA Wilkes, real quick. I know this is way off the subject. Did you see that beautiful kick to the stomach on that degenerate nigga down in Florida? That black cop kicked the dog shit out of that serial killer. And it's,
wait, what?
No, CT.
Lord.
I do not condone any police interaction like that while I'm getting paid.
Wait. What was this?
Blacks down in Florida. This little 19-year-old degenerate went on a killing spree. Black kid.
Oh yeah, Uncle Tom.
It's pretty a bad thing though. He should have power bombed a little bitch ass.
Blacks, when you see this, so the kid, he killed this young lady earlier. An acquaintance that he knew earlier in the day. He came back to the spot like 4 or 5 hours later while the news crew was there. Shot and killed a news reporter, shot a camera person, ran into some random house, killed a little black girl, shot the girl's mother. While he was walking out, the police pulled up on him. And my God, man, the black cop, he executed, in my opinion, one of the greatest kicks to the stomach. Oh, it was beautiful. Kick the dog. It's on
I
video.
did hear about that incident.
Well,
I did hear
he
about
first killed his cousin first. That was not cousin.
That was his cousin?
Yeah, the first one.
I didn't know that.
I did hear about the
Well,
incident,
the
but I
first
didn't
one was his
hear.
Oh damn!
All right, so was this it?
Oh yeah, this is it. Oh, this is
Yeah,
a beautiful
yeah.
black brother right here. Look, oh,
Boy, you be sounding sus when you say that shit.
boom! The dog shit out of
Holy
me.
crap.
This is Sparta.
He tried to pull the George Floyd too.
Glass wicks in his
Doesn't he sound like a woman? Let me go! Let me go!
You can't be going, bruh.
I gotta see it.
I can't believe that's all they gave him after he shot 3 people.
There's no
Man,
way
that
I
was a
wouldn't
regular
have shot.
beatment. That was a regular beatment in the 70s for running away from the cops.
9-year-old little girl.
Wait,
He
what
just shot
did
a
you say?
9-year-old.
Oh, let me press pause. Give me a second.
That way.
What you say, Kai?
It started out in the morning because it's only like 30 minutes from us. It started out in the morning with his cousin and his cousin's girlfriend driving down the street. They see him.
Yeah.
I don't know why they picked him up, but they did. Saw him walking down the street. He gets in the car. He's in the car for 30 seconds, shoots the girlfriend and runs away. Shoots her in the face. So the cousin's like, what the hell? And takes off. Hours later, a scene is cleared. Everything news shows up, sitting in the same, kind of like an unmarked news van, smaller, sitting almost in the same place that the car was earlier. And he comes up. I don't know where he was for all those hours, but he shoots both the photographer and the news anchor.
Reporter. Yeah.
Kills one of them, other one's critical. Runs away from the car, kicks in the door of a house right there, strangers, shoots the mom, and shoots and kills the little 9-year-old daughter in the face. Runs out, gun still hot, cops fly up, and look, he shouldn't be alive.
Yeah.
But the gun was still hot, like it had just happened. And he's got the nerve to be laying on the ground being like, oh my God, I can't breathe. They're killing me. They should have.
Yeah, man.
Save
Now,
taxpayers money.
Now, CT, what would he have gotten had that been you who rolled up on the situation?
I would like for everybody to, you don't have to mute up, but I'm going to say something. I'm going to be crystal clear, blacks. I'm going to be absolutely crystal clear. You see, an animal like this, knowing that I have all the accurate information, knowing that that is the guy, not only would I have kicked him square in the chest or the stomach. See, the kick happened so fast, I don't know where the black cop kicked him, but let's assume he kicked him in the stomach. Not only would I have kicked this little piece of shit in the stomach while he was on the ground screaming for his mama, saying he can't breathe, I would have balled my beautiful black ape fist up and I would have grabbed his hair. I don't know what kind of hairstyle that is. I know that's a Florida hairstyle. I would have grabbed his hairstyle. And while I'm punching his face into the next galaxy, I would have told him, you are the type of N-word that needs to be exterminated. That's what I would have punched him until my fellow officers would have said, that's enough, CT, that's enough. I probably would have hit him 30, 40 times, man. Killing a little, beautiful, little black innocent girl. Killing first of all, you're killing people, period, is wrong. But to kill an innocent child, you scumbag. And then to have the nerve to say, I can't breathe. Y'all hurting me. Oh, see, that right there. See, normally when you beat people up, you don't want to hit them 50, 60 times. 8 times are good. But this kid, 50 fucking punches to the face. Go ahead, Uncle Tom.
CT, don't hold back. Don't hold that shit in, man. Let it go.
Yeah, and that's called his hairstyle is called a wicks, right?
No,
isn't that correct?
My point was that
Yes,
it's
they're called
in the
wicks.
shape of a crown. It just goes around in a circle like this moron went to Burger King and got the hair crown.
Yeah. See, he is the epitome of this victim mentality, though. So he can run around, terrorize a neighborhood for a complete day and ruin hundreds of people's lives. And he has a crown on his head because he's a young king. And look, oh, they got me. They're trying to hurt me. They're trying to George Floyd me. Like we have like 150 of these in every major city across this nation.
More than
people
that.
are not being honest about this shit.
Yep.
Like here in the Twin Cities, we just had
where
2
this
funerals
happened.
shot up.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I didn't cut you up. 2 funerals got shot up. One of my childhood friends actually died last night at one of the funerals. Like this is, and this shit is happening every day all across this nation, and no one wants to say anything about it. I'm subscribed. I'm subscribed to Act News. I know that's where I met Mayo over there. But if you subscribe to just news channels every day on your YouTube feed, you'll see 13-year-old shot, 15-year-old shot. It's all young black folks. So when Scott Adams says what he says, he's right. But nobody wants to be, especially black folks, don't want to be honest about it. But we have bodies dropping every day. It's crazy
because in my opinion, and I hate to ball hog the panel, but in my opinion, we are afraid to use the E word with these people. You have to start using the E word. Exterminate them. Woo!
Eliminate.
Yeah. I would just say exterminate. Yeah, you gotta view this. You gotta view him like what he is. He's a cockroach. Go ahead, Black. I'm sorry.
No, absolutely. What you guys made several poignant points.
I have a solution.
I was going to say Afrodamus. Yes, please, Afrodamus Brooch. Thank you.
And before I start, I want to say, thank you to the panel. Good conversation.
Who let 2 Nigerians on the panel at the same time? What the hell is going on here?
Oh shit! Grab your wallet. Grab your wallet.
VPN. No, we're taking VPN numbers.
Turn those VPNs on right now.
I hope you know. I don't know if you were watching my show yesterday. I don't know if you want to call chaotic Nigerian, because of what he said on my show.
I didn't watch to the end. I trolled for the beginning, but after I said,
he came and trolled the Africans, and once again he lost this African card once again. So I was sitting there with my African, attire on, physical Africans, because their stuff was made in China. Mine came from the motherland, so they hate me for that. But I have a solution for this. I'll tell you right now. All this depression stuff, believe it or not, you know how you guys see, you hear about Africa, the electricity is not stable and all. We are very happy. I would say the United States should make contract with African countries. So any of these little Negroes commit crimes, like if they are found guilty, they pay the African countries and send them over there, for at least a year or so. Let's see how that works out. Because in Africa, there's no such thing as, depression. Have you ever, when you were 10, have you ever been put in a chokehold by a 60-year-old because you recognized him?
No.
Okay, exactly. You're just like, hey, sir, I recognize you, and he put you in a chokehold and said, take it back, and he choked you for a minute, and then you finally agreed to take it back that you did not recognize him. Yeah. So how can you be depressed in something like that? You see, I remember when I was working as a corrections officer, right? I was suing the white people. You know what they did? They sent me to a therapist to make sure this Negro right here didn't lose his mind. How dare you? We got you. We got your black ass. We blocked your black ass from Africa, and you want to sue us? They're like, damn. We got a mud hut over here. This nigga is too uppity.
Afrodamus, are you watching? Are you tuned in to the Blacks Who Defy YouTube channel, sir?
I just, you know what? I came because when I watched LA Wells the other day, so I was just cruising through. I was like, I gotta hop on. So it's
All
my
right.
first time, to be honest.
But did you subscribe, sir? Did you subscribe to Black?
I'm going to.
All right. That is the main thing. Please subscribe, all. Please
Yes.
subscribe. Black.
Yes, I'm going to.
Yes,
He gonna steal all your info.
Please.
And you know, LA Wilkes was on my channel hating on my, authentic.
Yeah, I watched him do it. I was watching yesterday. He was on your ass. Well, he said he's gonna bring zebra ribs and
kangaroo pies.
Hey, chaotic. How do you know what pisses off, Africans?
I beg your pardon?
I said, how do you know what pisses off Africans, especially Nigerians?
I can't hear him. He's breaking up. Guys, what did he say?
Wait, say it one more time.
No, I said, how do you know how to piss them off?
Oh, because continental Africans, I've always learned, take themselves too seriously. So they don't know how to they don't know how to take a joke, man. So that's why I love doing it.
Hey, bro, I was dying yesterday, bro.
Yeah.
I was like, man,
they take themselves way too seriously. Yeah.
Kidola want to choke you, bro.
Yeah. Well, he'd never get out of Somalia to do so. So can't afford to take out of Somalia.
That's a long swim.
Hey, and he said, "I'm the captain now." That's ridiculous, man. Look, that one video you were watching, Afrodamus, with a lady who ended up getting cerebral malaria is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the one. Chaotic came because after the African doctor says that Chaotic is like, she's not a hood rat. She paid a ticket to come over here. Kidola lost it. The Nigerian.
Yeah, he did. I mean, I couldn't tell that he was trolling.
Look, I know he was trolling, but the Africans didn't know that. They were.
I know.
He when Chaotic came and he said, I want to give certain names, and he gave the list. I started laughing because I know what he was doing.
He said, "How dare you?" He said, "You should be ashamed of yourself talking about that beautiful black woman."
Right? Yeah.
I know they were pissed. That's why I was asking. I said, "Guys, do you think I should be ashamed of myself?" They're like, "No, Afridamus, you shouldn't."
Man, that's crazy. But this, back to this guy right here, man.
Wait, don't secure that whole area. I can't breathe. Everybody down there needs to be talking.
That's the new George Floyd, eh? I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
They've been doing that before George Floyd.
Yeah, they have, but now it's popular.
He may be on some drugs. I can't breathe. Help you up, man. We're gonna help you up. He may be on some drugs. He's getting you up. He's getting you up.
Can we shoot?
If that was a Nigerian,
I saw it right there, and I see him like throwing his hands up.
Now, Afrodamus, what would you have done to that man upon seeing him?
You mean the one that's saying he can't breathe?
Yes, to preface this, he killed 3 people, 2 are critically injured. One of the people that he killed was 9 years old.
You would have gave him neck compressions.
So, okay, the truth of the matter is, like, okay, if I go with my correctional training professional, I still gotta follow the protocols and, pretend to be a saint, all right? But are you asking me to do it the African rule?
Yeah, I'm going the African road.
Oh, that would be illegal, just so, let me put it that way.
No, you have to be explicit. You have to be explicit.
Well, since he made them, no longer can take oxygen in the African rule, he also would stop taking oxygen in.
And how would you do that, sir? Would you put holes in them? Would you?
If there was AK-47s available, sure. If there was machete would do it too.
Oh my God.
Africans, just so you know, Africans love machete. They love saving bullets. It costs a lot.
Yeah.
You young people don't even know how to deal with that. First of all, if you're the first one walks up on there, homeboy got that crown. You got Chaotic's gonna beat him with his fists, and you have Astradamus is gonna shoot him. Me, I grab him by the hair and beat him off the concrete. Why hurt your fist? Hey, what's wrong with you guys?
American History X.
So I was about to say, so you would American History X him.
Oh no, that's just regular beatings back in the 70s. That's a movie. You know what I mean? You know you gotta go to work, you can't hurt your hands. Who punches people in the face anymore? Concrete's got no give.
But see, you know, from my experience, like being a corrections officer in the past, right? You become accustomed to interacting with people who, like, you know, have deleted people have raped people, children, you know, people who have raped their own children. So, like, you have to put, like, your own personal bias away and go by the book. I'm sure L.A. Wilkes can speak to that, where you see certain things, you gotta turn that off.
Yeah,
no matter how much you want to.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. The reality is you have to be a saint in when you're wearing a uniform and a badge. Absolutely. But you know, I'm just saying it's an atrocity what this young devil did, and I'm really happy that we at least got to see one black man drop kick this dude. That was incredibly satisfying, even if we couldn't get more. But he's going to have a hell of a time behind bars. Hopefully, they will rectify the issue there, because he's going to jail for a very long time. Do they still have the death penalty in Florida? Does anybody know?
Yes, they do. But if the Parkland school shooter didn't get it, this guy's not getting it.
Yeah, he's not gonna get it, even though he shot point blank in the face a black little girl. Go ahead.
I think Gary, I see where Gary's coming from, but and not to say that Gary's wrong, but grabbing this little niglet by his hair and beating him with your fist, it's personal. Because I want you to remember me.
Yeah, but you can break a knuckle, man. You're gonna waste the knuckle on him? What's wrong with you young people? You don't hurt yourself while you're hurting somebody else. The concrete has no give. Trust me on that.
Hey, Aphrodite does sound higher pitched today. It might be his phone.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe my headphone. I'm not quite sure.
Aphrodite, are you using your Nigerian scammer phone today?
Yes, he's stealing all our information. He's stealing all our information. Our credit card information is going as we speak.
Hey, hold on. Let me send message to my guys. Hey, I hope you guys are watching. Collect this information. we got some Yorubas. Hey, do you guys know who the Yorubas are?
No.
Who?
Yeah, you guys are the Yorubas. You used to be Yoruba, and now you became Yorubas.
Oh, you say Yoruba and like Hausa, Yoruba, and all that?
No, because you know there's the tribe Yoruba. So you know how most black people's DNA they have Nigerian and it tends to be Yoruba.
Yeah.
So since most blacks have been mixed, right? Now instead of being actual Yoruba, you are now Yoruba.
I don't want none of that. I'm gonna stay away from all you spirit chuckers.
Hey, he looked like he from one of those Nigerian tribes.
I told you, don't you ever compare me to one of them Nigerian.
Hey, you said. Remember, you said he looked like he was Was it
Igbo.
or what was the other one?
No, a light skinned Igbo.
Yeah, you say.
That's you.
And you know, Uncle Tom, he got that Nigerian Fulani look to him too.
I told you.
And he growing that beard. They're gonna be like, "Welcome home, family."
Let me, yo, Blacks, let me tell you how the scam works. So he sent CT up here first to soften us up while he picked our back pocket. I know how these Nigerians work.
So CT got everybody to open up their PayPal.
Yeah. While he came here and stole our credit card information. I should have known it was gonna be some bull crap.
Ellen, how you like my Sunday African outfit?
I was looking at your kufi. Now, is that the one you say you gonna donate to us for our reparations? Because I want that.
Nah, I'm keeping the kufi, man.
You put away the lions. You put away the lions robe, right?
Excuse me for a minute.
He did. He put away the lions, man.
I didn't enslave anyone. Hey, you better collect your reparation from CT. Hey, CT is double dipping. He sold you all years ago. He came back still making money off your life.
Yeah.
like 500 years later, he tricked you all, and he's like, he was born as a free man.
Oh my God.
You can't trust him.
You
can't trust him.
Yoruba, Fulani. That's hilarious. Nah, man.
Hey, I see Queen Shinad in the chat again. You know.
Yeah. There's Queen Shinad.
Was that him talking about my voice is high pitch?
Yes.
Hey, what's this thing about him? He putting the money sign next to his name. Queen Shinad, why don't you donate since you got so much money?
Queen Shinard, man.
Well, once funny. Again, we already found out that his name is Jerry. I don't know why people call him
Jerry.
Hey, where's the British guy?
He was Simon was just up here. He left.
You dropped him off.
Did you guys piss him off?
Not like you did.
I get along. Hey, I get along with him.
Yeah, we get along.
Not me.
We only get along when we're playing his song.
Huh?
We only get along when we're playing his song. You didn't know he was an international musical phenomenon?
Oh, really?
No, he's a rap star.
Yeah, for some reason, only people know about him as the people on his block, but he does have music.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Hey, guys, think about this. I have this idea to open up like fried chicken joints in my country, and I'll call it Kunta Kinte fried chicken. What do you guys think about that?
I think you're gonna go out of business before you start.
Hey, where did you say you were from?
You better name it Toby. You gotta name it Toby.
No, don't you think Kunta Kinte fried chicken would be, would be better? It would. Think about this. The white people go back and watch Roots. They will feel bad, and they'll be like, "Oh, I want to fly over and I want to see the blacks act like slaves again." I'll get a couple of Negroes, put them in loincloth,
Man, where in West Africa are you from, Afrodamus?
Gambia.
That's right, Gambia. That's what you said.
Yeah, yeah. That's where Kunta Kinte is from. I'm from Gambia and Sierra Leone. The blood diamond. My father used to be a diamond dealer.
Really?
Right.
So saying you were sending them down into the holes. You weren't.
Nah. We didn't have any slaves. Them niggas need rice, and we paid them to go in there and mine those diamonds. So please don't judge my.
What was you paying them? What was you paying them?
Look, they needed rice, jasmine rice.
Oh no, you paid them to go.
Wow. You can't even give them no money. You giving them jasmine rice.
Look, Look, don't you dare pass no judgment on my family. At least we fed people, all right?
How do you think he got that lion robe? Come on.
Yeah. And and I know you guys. Some of you are judging us already, trying to judge me like I'm a white colonizer.
You definitely are. You definitely are. You pay the people judgment.
Save all that for the white people. They are the only guilty ones.
Hey, thanks for dropping by, Chaotic Man. Thanks for coming over to Black Suit of Five's channel and participating in this conversation, man. Salute.
Afrodamas, where did you get the rice from? Like, where did y'all get the rice from?
Oh, we got the rice from the Chinese. We bought it from the Chinese. That's why. Have you noticed? I'm always defending the Chinese because they used to bring us rice.
They used to feed the rice to the Africans?
Yes.
In exchange for diamonds.
Yes, but that's right. Hey,
crazy.
Hey, we had the connection with the white people. We could understand each other. So, I mean, someone got to get this trade going.
Uncle Tom, look at the back chat.
Afrodamas, were you just getting people diamonds instead of rice?
Well, I mean, they needed rice, and they don't speak Chinese. My people speak Chinese. We gave them rice.
Did you ever try to teach the other Africans Chinese so they can make their own deal?
Well, they weren't interested.
Oh my God!
Sounds like niggas over here.
Hey, they had a mouthful of rice. They weren't going to learn Chinese.
Exactly. Like they don't want to, they don't want to learn Chinese. They don't want to learn French. Or
Uncle Tom, did you hear me?
I think he's froze, man.
What are we supposed to do? Stay poor?
No, you're supposed to get rich and find any means of.
Exactly.
So
I mean, Africans want to buy AK-47. It's like, dude, you can't even how you hungry but you interested in AK-47s? Like, what kind of stuff is that?
What private chats? There's a lot of
in our phone.
Let me go to the.
I'm asking.
Man, shut up and play the game. I'm talking.
No, I'm coming up on the 6 hour mark, guys. So
yeah,
I want to. Yeah, I don't want to not be able to chop this up. But everybody, thank you for stopping by the Black Suit of Five channel. Please, if you haven't, subscribe. Also, like and share with everybody so that I can get these 4,000 watch hours, especially you, Afrodamas.
Yes, I'm going to subscribe for sure.
Please do, sir. Also, go to loudmouthflavors.net and pick up your seasonings today. Tangy Taco and Italian Stallion is what we have now. And Smoky Fuego should be coming out by the summertime. So get your spices, your spice blends today. Everybody here pretty much has purchased some from the website. It's really easy. Go to loudmouthflavors.net. Hey, I appreciate you all.
Black Suit of Five, before I leave, can I
Yes.
get you to make one emphasis on something?
Sure.
Can you let the blacks know my robe and my kufi, they are off limits for the reparation? Can you let the blacks know this?
Hey, yes.
No, he's sending it to me. He's donating to me for mine. I don't know what he's talking about.
It is goofy in his.
And also, the only way you're gonna get it, we're gonna do DNA. If you got European in you can get it.
I want my room.
We're gonna do a DNA test. If you got a white, you can get my.
You got
my
23 seconds. You might want to end it, bro.
Yeah, thank you, my
I got
man.
23 seconds. Let me end this right.
Take care, brothers.
Have a great evening.
Have a good night.
Peace, y'all.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. You guys are
End it, bro.
ridiculous.
Let's end it.